Are we live, chat? I think we should be. I think we should be. There we go. Beast mode. Good morning, everyone. Or good evening. I guess it's still morning for me. It'll probably be morning for quite a few of you. And then in the afternoon for our European friends. Welcome to the... What is it? Emerald Open. I almost said Hone Draft Invitational. We won't be doing Hone Draft Invitational streams for a while now. So I'll actually remember what I'm commentating on and not screw it up every time. Welcome to the Pokemon Emerald Battle Pool stream. This will be one of 4 streams that we do over the course of the next couple of weeks. The ever popular 8-hour-long streams where we watch as much Pokemon Draft League as possible. What's up, Quackaling? Or Quack, yeah. Quackalacking, I think is probably, I think is actually how it's pronounced. We'll get some pings going here, get everyone notified. Our first game is at the top of the hour, so don't have to wait too long between 48 and Muckfan to get going. I'm just going to give our big ping to the Emerald Open server. I know everyone loved it. There was one user who loved the ping yesterday. First pinging the big culmination of what this tour gets to. But all right, let me see. All right, bang. Everyone can get the at ping for that. All right, what's up? We got everything started to get this day kicked off. And we've got a lot of, as I said in the ping for the server, we got a lot of good games today. We got Dronis, who is Emerald Open Champion 2. Yes, he won the second iteration, so we got one of his first games here today. Got a lot of big players coming in today. We got big Rocket Launcher 8, by the way. 2 big Rocket Launcher 8 games, which I'm sure everyone will be super excited for. When that comes up, our schedule starts with 48 versus Trey Prime on Discord. I gotta move this thing off of thing. Yeah. That is going to be our first game today, which is super exciting. Good morning, Cinerath. How's it going? This is gonna be a long day of Pokemon Draft League. Good morning, Pythons. We'll get into this matchup here in a second as we get started. As I said, we do have a lot of good games today. I will say, as I said in the ping, if you guys want to be featured on the stream, or if you have a battle that's scheduled for one of the stream slots that is not filled either today or tomorrow, make sure to ping me in your battle chat. I will try to do that throughout the stream. We will be having some guests join at some point throughout the day. I know Kaz will be joining later on in the afternoon. And then we'll have probably people from the mod team and otherwise hop in and out as we go. So, yeah, my morning's going good so far. We're getting started nice and early here with some Pokemon Draft League. And if you haven't, as you get into the stream, make sure to like the stream. These streams are always a ton of fun. We get a lot of awesome battles every year. Some really, really good ones, like we got yesterday. Some really fun ones as well. I don't know. People on stream like to kind of show off a little bit, so maybe we'll see some of that throughout this day, for sure. Yeah, 48 for Stray. Yeah, this should be a good one to start us off with. We got a really good schedule to start off with. Forte is playing next. Forte was part of the Hoenn Draft Invitational Tournament, which is super exciting. Lou Rinaldi, person I know, they play a lot of Draft League pretty much in all formats. Alex Santeri, someone who's very well known for we're very well known in the black and white draft scene, so excited to see them playing this tournament as well. Flail Garra Sweeper, we riot. Yeah, Flail Garra would be pretty fire here. We got to see something, right? We got to see some crazy stuff go on here early. That would be fun. That game should start here in a couple minutes. In terms of the format of this stream, it's honestly going to depend a lot on how quick these games go, how much we're going to talk about each of the matchups and stuff. But we'll see. We'll see kind of how it goes. We kind of just play it by ear here, and see. One thing I also like to do is get a list of replays at some point for games that are interesting to go watch through. Assuming some of the games get rescheduled and stuff, that stuff always happens. So we'll go find some of those games throughout the day if we need them. But otherwise, this is where we're starting. A pretty classic. We got a Machamp round 6. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know what happened in this pool that Machamp fell to round 6. But if you're 48, you're probably happy to pick up a Machamp that late on a team like this. Raikou, Aerodactyl, and Machamp is very, very powerful offensively to contend with. Then we see over here Metagross Gyarados my replay is interesting. Yeah, I would say that if people in the chat want to DM me on Discord replays that they would want featured in downtime that weren't scheduled immediately, you are free to send me those in DMs, and I'll kind of reply and stuff as we go. It'll be a little easier for me to do that. Check out my drum. Oh, we got belly drum sweeps. There we go. That's what we need. As I said, once we have other people joining in, kind of from the mod team in and out, it'll be a little easier for me to kind of get some of the other replays and stuff. But feel free to DM me on Discord. I do have my Discord up and have notifications on. It might say you have to message request me, but I am trying to keep an eye on all of that as much as I can. I'm rooting for everyone I helped mock. Luckily for me, because I've been so busy, I guess not luckily, I have no one to root for then, in that case. Pythons and I have got to lock in at some point early next week. That's honestly probably going to be what I do after stream today, is finish all of my builds. I think I've got one of the first drafts done, and that's like about it. We had Jerome Hypno Sweep from last year. That'll be funny. All right. I have partial builds for all three. Yeah. I have the non-Raikou mirror built first because I looked at that. I'm like, that's the one that I can, I won't feel the worst building. I'll build every team 20 minutes before the match. That's like the classic pools vibe to go for. No way. No way Kaz pinged the guy complaining in chat. That's super funny. Just, you know what? It is what it is. I understand getting pings on Discord all the time can be a little bit annoying, but we're trying to advertise the tournament going on here. So, all right. I don't think I can do from. Yeah, the from feature is down on Discord for whatever reason today. Discord being down is by no means a surprise to everyone. I think slot 2 game isn't happening. I heard. Oh, okay. I did not hear that from Forte, but it's funny you say that, and then Forte immediately pings me to say that their opponents dropped. So that's unfortunate. We'll pick up a game kind of as we go here, and this other game that we have scheduled hasn't even started yet, so. We'll make it all work as we go through here. I gotta have also the doc up so I actually know what pools they are so I can ping people as we go. I've got the dual computer setup here going a little bit to try to make this work as best as we can. All right, this is pool 64. Are they messaging in this pool yet? Okay, it looks like that battle challenge was just sent here, so we should be good to get going. Snipe my Hypno, the draft only to quit. Classic. That's always the worst with these tournaments. It's people will sign up and either draft halfway through and drop, or finish their draft and just never schedule their games and stuff. It's always an unfortunate reality of tournaments like this, especially with draft, where it's you have to commit to getting a team and everything, and then it's awkward. It's always awkward for replacements and stuff. But Alright, let's see. Hopefully this battle... Hopefully they ping this battle soon. I don't know either of their... I don't know either of their showdown names, so... We'll see. Hopefully they ping it. Oh, they are pinging it here. First battle is coming in here. Bang. There we go. Our first battle of the day. Let's get started. We'll switch the viewpoints here. All right, so we got Espeon lead versus Vaporeon lead to start us off. Yeah, Quarant 8 versus Mukfan. Yep. All right, we're locked in now. Let's see how this one goes here. I don't have like a big prediction on who I expect to win. As I said, we're not going to be doing as deep dive on some of the matchup analysis as we did for the Hoenn Draft Invitational, just kind of for the pace that we expect the stream to go through, to go at over the course of time. Here for that 48 hacks. Is that something they're known for? Are we gonna get to see some hacks here? Let's go. All right. It seems like the chat's in for 48. I guess I gotta also start doing the predictions in the chat, but we'll start doing that after the fact. All right. So we see Sub Espeon here subbing up on Vaporeon. Raikou comes in. Raikou will obviously be able to break these subs. For a pretty low cost, it'll take 31 net damage here, which is fine to at least prevent this from trying to baton pass the substitute out. They're the cooler Avi, so they're winning. Yeah, I mean, having a custom avatar is like obviously like instant aura over like anyone else that you're playing against. Drywall, especially the Espeon. Slack Espeon appears. That's what it looks like to me too, Python. It's like sub Slack, probably baton pass into something. So it makes sense that we're just trying to chip the Raikou here a little bit because we're not really interested in passing right away. Because like I don't know what you would pass into immediately here and just use your sub Slack. There's some options between Typhlosion and Donphan of once things are chipped to like actually like not go for game but kind of make a lot of progress that way. But I guess like between Metagross and Gyarados, like actually sub Slacking and getting something going might help open up those Pokemon, but I guess realistically, I don't know if like you want to commit to something like that immediately. It looks like we are just going to attack here. It looks like our goal here needs its own. Donphan needs its own Slack. Wow, it looks like we've hit exactly 26%, which is a little bit unfortunate. I don't know what the rolls are on that, but it looks like our plan to at least deal with the Raikou is not going to be effective here. Wow, the literal perfects is very unfortunate. Obviously, you don't know what like the exact percent behind that is or what the calc is to make that actually get under 25. But we've that would have been a really good situation to clear Raikou early, which Raikou is not like the biggest problem for this team. Like you do have Regice, which is like a pretty relevant counter to it. Donphan is like obviously good, especially in the short term. Metagross is fine enough, especially if this is chipped. But obviously, you would have liked to, if you are a Slackberry, would have liked to see the Slack pop and be able to kill this Pokemon and make progress elsewhere. Because there's not an amazing Psychic switch in unless Gardevoir is on this team, which it very well could be. And now we just like to go to Donphan on the pretty obvious Thunderbolt here. At this point, we're definitely not scared that Toxic. Yeah, clicking Toxic there would have been like super fire. To pick up the Donphan, though it could just be like looking at the team, it could realistically just be CMT Bolt, HP Grass, and like some maybe non-toxic move, and your plan is just to beat the Regice. All right, big double here into Metagross. Donphan, I assume predicting this, so my guess is this probably has HP Fire here or some sort of special move to pressure this Metagross. Otherwise, I'm not 100% sure what you're catching here. Realistically, I guess you can't really catch the Misdreavus. Yeah, at least if I'm 48 here, I'm probably predicting this to have some sort of move for the Fortress, given how this sequence played out. Like Mixed Fortress is pretty good here anyway, realistically. Yeah, looking at the matchup, I think you would be good with like Mash, Earthquake, Fire, and Psychic maybe would be pretty good coverage for this matchup, realistically. Psychic comes out, like looking to get maybe aggressive. I'm trying to think what you would predict this Psychic. Maybe try to hit the Vaporeon. No fear from 48, by the way, on the Fortress to stay in. So we are going to get our spikes up, which we do have Donphan, which is fairly reliable in terms of a spinner. But we will have to clear the Misdreavus at some point here in this battle, which is not necessarily the easiest thing to do. Scouting counter as well is probably a smart thing to do as well. Yeah, considering its hidden power. So yeah, and like yeah, Donphan can like toxic the Misdreavus and stuff, but like these hazards getting up are gonna stay up for at least quite a few turns. Max Pet 4, probably lose HP Fire from Meta from full. I would assume so, especially if it's mixed, right? You would expect that to be the case. I think even 252 without plus it up. Yeah, so there should definitely be enough. Like Fortress is definitely bulky enough to live like most HP fire, like most like offensive HP fires that we could expect to see in this battle. Forte's other opponent just ripped an Endure Salac Muck. We're gonna have to watch that one after, because I think Forte's other opponent is gone. So if we're seeing that, we definitely gotta lock in and see that battle. Okay, Psychic comes out here on the Vaporeon, so that looks to be a 4K after leftovers, which is not awesome, but I mean chip is chip, right? Like we can slowly start to make progress in this battle. All right. Lou just sent me a message that no, we don't have slot 2 and slot 4. Everything's falling apart here to start. All right, we're just gonna keep spamming Psychic. That'll force the Wish here, and I assume... The thing is, you don't have a lot of good places to go. I guess you have Regice, which is actually pretty reasonable to go into here, so... I guess you can probably just go Regice here. I would assume this thing might just attack. I guess you are risking a crit here by not protecting, so that's probably pretty... There's probably not much of a reason to surf, but I guess you do pick up Chip, and you do get crit. That's unfortunate. Yeah, if you're a Muck fan, that's a little bit annoying to get that Pokemon chipped, especially where Regice was such a free thing to go into. And now in comes Fortress on the Regice, which, I mean, this probably is at least a few more spikes if I had to guess, which, especially with Metagross now at 31%, like that's going to be really tough to manage. I don't know how we're going to find, we need to now find an opportunity to break this Fortress. All right, there we go. Big hidden power fire, and we get the toxic on the Regice. Now, Regice usually carries rest, so this is probably not going to be the worst thing in the world here. But at least if we can break down the Fortress, we can kind of live with the one spike for at least like the next couple of turns, right? Like for at least the next little bit. The problem is if this thing set up a bunch of spikes, we could be in a little bit of trouble. And now the S-Toss comes out here, puts a little bit of damage on the Machamp, but a free entry point for Machamp here. And this team is going to have... This position is very, very dire for Muckfan as well, because Rock Slide would have been reasonable there. We do go into the Gyarados on the Toxic, so we do at least get our Lumberry off, get a Thunder Wave here on the incoming Vaporeon, which, given that this is Wish, might make it's going to open up opportunities, I think, for this thing to get paralyzed on key Wish turns, which is probably, I think, one of the ways that you're kind of going to actually try to beat this. Dragon Dance comes out. Bold to click it in front of Vaporeon because, like, Hidden Power Electric is, like, a really relatively easy bring here. And we do see the Hidden Power Electric come out. And now Vaporeon is right back up to full here, which is a little bit unfortunate. As now we've used our Gyarados, taken a bunch of HP. We've used two of our primary offensive threats to kind of try to pick up damage on this Vaporeon, and now it's at 100%, and it was paralyzed kind of incidentally by the Gyarados, but now we've lost a lot of HP on our key offensive threats for basically nothing. It looks like we're going to keep trying to attack. Surf comes out. That'll leave this at 60%, but there's a lot of things that this thing can wish up on, and we've now lost our Gyarados, which could have been one of our big ways to actually push through a lot of damage in this battle. In terms of like an endgame win condition, I guess. In terms of like the mid game, you kind of see here with the Vaporeon, it's not the most effective, but certainly something that we now have to keep in mind from Muckfan's side. Like we are slowly running out of tools to actually kind of get through this game offensively. Regice comes out here. We're going to be able to at least attack here. Thunderbolt probably. I'd have to... Would it be Thunderbolt? I guess you would have HBS Rest maybe. Or maybe you are Thunderbolt. Ice Beam is not like the most relevant thing here. I'm not really sure actually what the last move would be. You'd have to imagine it's Thunderbolt to try to pressure this Vaporeon out here and put it in a position where it has to lose like most of its health trying to Wish Protect and risk a Paralyze here. But Machamp will come back out. There comes the Thunderbolt. As now Machamp gets another free entry point here. And Machamp is like, even with the Spike, if this thing's going to take 1,000,000 from low kick, 39, like we're dealing almost half here after leftovers between Spike and low kick here. So this Donphan can't even come in the next time. I don't even think Machamp is scared here. Like you get the spin off, right? But you just low kick. The crit's a little bit annoying. You could have got some extra earthquake damage there on this Machamp. So that's a little fortunate. 2 crits there that realistically could have, you know, very lasting impacts on this game. And now I think at Mukfan's point, like we are, I don't know how we're necessarily supposed to find progress in here. Typhlosion, like, because the problem is like Typhlosion is okay, but nothing is chipped. At least we get the Machamp here, so we are able to pick up something. The fact that it's stated on the Psychic makes me kind of believe that there's no Gardevoir in the back, so I'm expecting top 6 here the rest of the way, realistically. Yeah, the Hog Cranker is down, unfortunately. Rest in peace to our goat, the Hog Cranker. And now Raikou comes back out. Raikou knows that it's going to be able to kill from here, and there's not really a good resist. You still have the Regice here. The problem is like after the Toxic, like you are forced to rest here, and you definitely don't have Earthquake on this set, that's for sure. Ice Beam just comes out. We do get the freeze. Does the freeze matter? I mean, it feels like we're playing to sack this guy here anyway, but I think it looks like we're going to try to get our Espeon here and try to get a sub-select. So this is where the freeze will matter, right? All right, we go for the Calm Mind here. I think that realistically, I don't remember how much damage Thunderbolt did earlier. Let me scroll up. Thunderbolt, yeah, it did like 50%, right? Like this is really not going to help the case here. I would have maybe liked to see a substitute there. Yeah, because if you sub CM, then you get the Select off, and then you really start... You at least have an opportunity to put pressure here, though I don't even think Psychic is killing there. So I don't even think you're realistically getting any progress out of that. Yeah, that had to be a substitute on that turn, I think, to get anything going. Because at least then you could Psychic twice. Well, actually, I know why. It could just be not Select, maybe? I don't know. A Mind Control? Yeah, Agency Mind Control turn. Alright, S-Toss. Yeah, if we're S-Tossing with our Regice, well, Toxic against a Gardevoir. I'm surprised Gardevoir is here. I guess that means Mischievous probably. Does it mean Arrow left behind? I still feel like Mischievous is really good here in this battle because you want the guaranteed, you know, hard spin blocker versus Donphan, but I could be wrong here. Thunderbolts keep coming out, and yeah, Calm Mind Gardevoir should just be able to pick up the win here the rest of the way. We'll get to +3/+3. Assuming no Paralyzed, that's not going to be a problem. Regice goes down, and now something like Typhlosion can't really come in to check this Pokemon or revenge this Pokemon at this point. You'd have to basically bank on a crit, and at that point, like, if your plan is to go for a crit, I don't think we're realistically gonna do that. We're seeing the last pair was greedy. Yeah, I mean, kind of greedy, but I don't know. I don't know if you're necessarily punished if that goes wrong, right? I guess it is kind of needless, right? Because you should just be able to pick up enough damage here. We are faster with the substitute here. So it looks like we're going to try to get into Blaze range here with Select-Berry. If I had to guess. So we get the Select-Berry. I assume we'll, yeah, try to get into Blaze range, get something cooking. That's 28%. That's still a lot, but that is going to be the game for 48 here. I think there were some definitely unfortunate crits there, kind of in the midpoint of that game that I think kind of really locked Mukfan out of having a good chance to win that one. But I think 48's game plan just worked very, very well. I think the Gyarados, I think we gave a little bit too much to the Vaporeon on a lot of key turns in that battle, I think, from Mukfan's side, which kind of lowered our real ability to make offensive progress with Metagross or Gyarados there in that battle. So there you go. First game of the day underway. We do here have a Forte. Is Forte's game still going on? A Seeker was saying in the chat that there is some epic stuff going on here. Okay, we'll take a look at this this game, this replay, or I was gonna say it's a replay. He crit me twice. Hold on, what's the user? I gotta update. We'll update the matchup here. Forte's game just finished. Yeah, luckily the room is still up, so I can I don't have to change the stream layout. What is the Discord username for this battle? I gotta turn off streamer mode also. Oh, it's Hydro. There we go. Let's see this muck here that Seeker was telling us about. All right, big muck lead versus the Venusaur. We see Earthquake come out and a Sludge Bomb. Does a little bit, about 50%. That's not bad. It's decent chip. Oh, and the Endure come out. So we see Endure, Salac, Muck. I mean, this doesn't kill the Venusaur. Oh, I guess we're going to boom here. So our goal is just to trade off immediately. I guess that's fine. Trading off for Venusaur is like kind of nice here. It helps simplify the game state a little bit. And where you have a Dugtrio, simplifying the game state is like probably pretty nice. We are Subtoxic Zapdos here, which is going to at least allow us to make some progress on the Regice. As I fear with most Regice that come, it's probably just Rest, which means it's likely that this damage just gets negated anyway, unless you force it into position to be really low and not get a free rest turn. All right, in comes the Goat Pineco. We got the Spike Stacker here. Let's start getting them up. Machamp is going to come in. We get the first layer of spikes up. These spikes will be nice. There is an Armaldo here. But after seeing Muck, there's like a chance that we could see it not show up in this battle. Now it looks like Forte's just content to get the rest of his spikes up here. Rock Slide comes out. Ooh, that flinch is a little annoying because now this thing is behind a substitute. You do have 2 layers of spikes up, but champ behind a substitute is always annoying, especially considering you can't actually intimidate behind the substitute. Oh, okay, that's a crit. The flinch is on it. Yeah, it had to be on Explosion, right? And the Explosion just breaks the sub and puts you in a situation to check with Arrow. And now you break the substitute with the Gyarados, get crit there. And now Aerodactyl's able to come in, at least pick it up, but you've lost so many resources now to this Machamp flinch. Flinch here would be kind of nice to get a little get back, but we're not going to get the flinch on the Vaporeon. And now I guess you're kind of relying on T-Tar to be able to set up on Vaporeon, which in the sand is not like necessarily unrealistic here. Okay, well. All right, well, I don't know. There's not much you can do about that one at that point, right? Like if literally everything is just gonna go against you, then like yeah, that's tough. Just like complete hacks of doom, danger game of all time. Like yeah, that's an unfortunate one for Forte to lose that one. Salactar too. Like yeah, that seemed like at least a good opportunity to get that one. Plenty of opportunities to get that one, but unfortunately, Pokemon kind of makes its own decisions sometimes, which is a little unfortunate. Let's see. I think Forte pinged. What pool is Forte in? Okay, so it looks like so we don't have a game now for a next little bit here. Our next stream slot game is going to be at 1 Atlantic time. So we're gonna we'll pull out some replays here. Anon provided us a game here with provided us a 13 turn special here. So this won't provide a lot. I won't update the teams for this, but we get to see a 13 turn special here. This is a dope custom, by the way. I don't know where any of these customs obviously come from, but this is a super fire custom. This Giratina one. All right, Hypno comes out, substitute. All right, so we BP into Zapdos. Usually Zapdos is the one BPing into something else. Ooh, big Drill Peck Zapdos, a favorite. Do we not have anything for Drill Peck Zapdos? Is Blissey or Drill... Oh, here comes the agility. World Cup of Pokemon custom. Nice. That is pretty fire. All right, so we have Baton Pass, the speed into Hariyama. All right, Belly Drum is coming out here for sure. Yeah, we haven't clicked Roar a single time here. Unfortunately, nothing has been done to prevent that. Dropping the GG in the chat is very funny, by the way. All right, Reflect comes out. Unfortunately, we're Brick Break, so we just break the Reflect. Claydol comes in here. I assume Hiddenpower Ghost just smokes. Yeah, goodbye. All right. Nice little 13-turn Hypno Baton Pass special. You didn't update the matchup? I'm not going to update the matchup for at least some of these quick replays. Especially in these ones where they say the games are very quick. I was told this was a 13-turn special. I didn't think we needed to go through the effort for the 13 turns. So shout out to Baton Pass. This is, in terms of Draft League, this is the really only tournament you're going to see stuff like this happen in. In terms of Baton Pass, it's kind of a mechanic that's banned in basically all of the for Yamo. Yeah, for this we don't need to go to the full extent. This is one of the only Draft League formats where you'll see Baton Pass stuff like this happen. Obviously, like in terms of like the history of Baton Pass, we don't need to get in the full history lesson, but a mechanic that has been like banned starting in Gen 6 and ever since, and Draft League kind of adopted that, but in ADV, it's a mechanic that's kind of stuck around for like a long time, even despite the bans. I'm gonna say like, yeah, like I don't know. There's always commentary on Baton Pass, this Baton Pass that, but like we like literally did not like we just took how many turns was that? We allowed our opponent to set up for like 6 turns on Baton Pass. Like at a certain point, we have to like click Roar, right? We gotta like see the sub and the Baton Pass and be like, we gotta click Roar at some point in these turns, right? Now, I think to be fair, if you read the chat and the replay, they did not know Agility Pass was legal in this tournament. That's, I guess, like in terms of OU versus, what is it? OU versus draft. That's kind of a thing that's different here. We haven't really adopted the modern Agility Pass ban in Draft League. So I can see how that might have happened. Now, if I'm Baton Passing, I would probably still be inclined to Roar at some point, but that's just me. But I think Honest BP feels way less fair in draft than ADV OU. It's hard. I have not played a lot of ADV OU in a long time. I think like the last time I like regularly played ADV OU was like, I think it was like Retro World Cup like in 21. I think it was 21 or 22. It was like, no, it was 20 or 21. It was one of the COVID years that I played. That's the last time I played a lot of it. I think in draft, like, I think it depends. I don't know. It's something I've been thinking a little bit more about. I generally think that it's probably fine for the most part, but there are definitely situations where it is a little bit too much to deal with. Even without speed pass, the opponent had to respect drum slot. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of things that just weren't respected on these sequences here. In terms of protecting against like the pass, and yeah, even just protecting against like sub Slack Hariyama with the ability to prepare. Yeah, that's like my general perspective on it as well, is that it's generally fine. I think like you'll run into situations in like the builder where Baton Pass feels unpreppable for. I don't know like how often those actually come up. And like there are situations in like modern gens where that's the case for like certain Pokemon and mechanics anyway. I haven't seen a lot. There hasn't been a lot of like true examples, I would say, of where Baton Pass is truly one of the biggest problems in the format that needs to be addressed. And I think like we've been, at least in terms of like Emerald Open and stuff, I think we've been willing to overcorrect on things in terms of like banning Baton Pass in terms of Draft League. Let's see what we got here. So the next true live battle that we have scheduled is in 30 minutes. Seeker, you provided an epic battle. I forgot about this one. I don't have... Oh, come on. I do not have the... what's it called? The stream... Do I have it so I could get this to work on the DB doc? I don't think so. It's highly recommended you watch. Is there a way I can see this replay on the replay page? Or am I dumb? We're allowed to pass a stat and a sub at once. So the rule, so I guess we'll clarify the rules here a little bit. Did my chat didn't update on here, but I saw it in the stream. Basically, the rules for Baton Pass, for those who aren't aware, is you're allowed one form of boosting in terms of stats that you're allowed to pass, like a Calm Mind, Agility, etc. Only allowed one of those on a set. Otherwise, everything, you can kind of pass anything else the rest of the way. So, is there a way I can... No, this doesn't work. Hold on, let me fix... I've broken this, okay. Don't tell me I have to make a new layout for this. I'm gonna have to get scratched. We'll I didn't need that was a jump. All right, we just won't see the other side of the team. This should be fine. Good enough. I didn't realize that this thing didn't have the replay link on it. All right, so we got sub hidden power here on the Steelix. Steelix takes a brick break. It's not dealing a lot, but like you might as well get your free damage when you're behind the sub with Heracross here. Now we're gonna see it's going to Blastoise. Pretty good counter. We'll take a Toxic here. That's probably fine, honestly. Worst case. You don't mind taking that. And now Heracross is in on the Smeargle. Substitute will at least prevent random Spore. We do get Baton Pass into Steelix. So I guess if we play the sequence out, like we're probably netting, like we're going to get good chip on the Steelix over time. The problem is it also means our Blastoise is going to start taking some chip. And we just kind of stay into elect to attack it, predicting maybe a Toxic, or we do live. Okay, so that's good. We are able to at least put pressure there. And then the hidden power comes out. Wow, that's a raw HP Ghost there. That's beast mode. Goodbye, Gengar. And that puts you puts that in such a good position here. Blissey comes back. Walls a Jolteon. Now Smeargle comes out. Big Sing. Don't show that to Scribble in SV Draft League. The Sing Blissey. All right, here's where we're really cooking. Hey, big Insomnia, so we block the Spore from the Smeargle. Uh-oh. Chat, we click Spikes. That can't be a good decision. Belly Drum. Yeah, here we go. Let's get this Baton Pass going. Baton Pass in the sub-select, and now it's time to start cooking. Brick Break comes out. Yeah, Steelix, you are not answering that. Is this just... Yeah, this should just be over. Yeah, goodbye, Jolteon. That's fire. Shout out Hypno. Hypno is a Pokemon that, like, I have not used almost at all. Can't actually learn Drum and Passio. That's true. That's one thing I always have to adjust for getting back into these tournaments, is that, like, there are, like, a lot of, like, Baton Pass exclusivity stuff with Pokemon Coliseum. Or Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness, rather. Coliseum, there's, like, basically... Are there many big exclusives in Coliseum? It just introduced a lot of Pokemon in the game. I don't remember there being many move exclusives. I know that's like a big thing in XD Gale of Darkness, though. Like a big move exclusive thing with that game, but Coliseum has no exclusive moves? That's what I thought. Yeah, it's just introducing no Pokemon, all XD. Special though opens up Wisp Passing as T-Wave and C Pass. Yeah, Hypno is just a super fire Pokemon, just in general. Let's see. Let's take a look. I'm going to go look through the replay chat to see if there's anything that would be exciting to watch in terms of replays that we haven't had the opportunity, or that I haven't had the opportunity to watch. A lot of... Right, this should be... There's been a lot of games already, to be fair. The various event... Yeah, the event stuff are the ones that I always struggle with the most. I like have a general... Mainly because I was playing the game, but I didn't have a concept of the events back then. At least Gen 4, I have a decent knowledge of the events. Oh, do we get to watch a Therese show? Let's watch the Therese show, right? If there's a Teresa replay, we'll be there. While we're getting the matchup set up for this battle, if you guys have not liked the stream already, make sure to do so. These streams are always a bunch of fun to do every single year, and all the support helps make it possible to, makes it possible and helps grows the big community that we're building here in terms of ADP Draft League. If you guys didn't watch the kind of the culmination of that all last night in terms of the finals, the Hone Draft Invitational, that was a super fun event. And what a lot of people here are qualifying to attempt to play in is that tournament. So the winner of this event will play in that next year. Violet Rivers, she's the first one qualified as of winning yesterday's game, and then people will qualify based on points and stuff. So let's take a look at this Teresa versus Konduk Torin battle. Like I just list out all the special access. Yeah, because that's like in terms of like people like coming into the format for the first time, especially from other draft league formats, it's something that like is barely a consideration elsewhere. It's definitely something that people are gonna have to figure out kind of as time goes. Okay, it looks like Lou Rinaldi and Buzz are going to be playing on slot 52. All right, Thunder comes out on the Sableye. We see a knockoff come out here. You get rid of the Gengar's leftovers, which will be pretty good. It makes this Pokemon at least a little bit less effective in the pair. So yeah, it looks like we're just going to lose our Sableye here, which is probably okay. I guess we'll keep it around, go into Ampharos. Ampharos can take these hits pretty well and gets the static off. So big Fire Punch with the contact, statics the Gengar, so that Pokemon's going to be a lot less effective over time here. The problem is now is we have to deal with this Umbreon, which will likely hold this thing back for the majority of the battle. We do have a Cloyster here. I don't know if... Ooh, that's a big dodge here. I don't know if we're going to try to get up the third layer or not here. Spikes are not amazing here necessarily, but we do see the taunt come out here on the Protect. As Glalie is slowly getting a little bit of HP, and now we see the Boom come out here, which, with the second Spike Up, gives a free turn to Mence, which means that this Umbreon's going to really struggle to come back in effectively next time. And especially if we see an aggressive Rock Slide, that could have been really good on the Zapdos. We don't, though, which is probably fine. We do have the Ampharos, which can at least hold Zapdos back for a decent amount of time. The problem is that, like, the more that we do... I worry that we at some point are going to give Umbreon an entry point back in here to gain its health back. It's going to be really tough for it to find it, but definitely a possibility at some point here. Starmie comes in, and Starmie's a really tough Pokemon to switch into now in this matchup with the Umbreon down. Toxic comes out here. We are going to get synchronized, but we do have the natural cure here, which will cure us of that Toxic. So we are going to be forced to stay in here and attack. But we do switch out and do get Pursuit Trap, which is a little bit unfortunate. Did that not natural cure out? Is that Illuminate? Illuminate Cacturne on Starmie is not good. As we do lose the Umbreon, but that's going to cost us a lot to actually get that Umbreon down. Yeah, this is... Unfortunately, it looks like we are not curing our poison here with our Starmie, which is definitely not optimal, because, yeah, you would have gotten a free attack there on the Steelix. At least we got a knockoff here. We remove the leftovers from the Zapdos, so makes this a little bit easier to deal with. But we'll eat a Thunder Wave here on this Pokemon as we recover back up with our Sableye. So Ampharos, this Pokemon will basically wall... I mean, this will wall Zapdos kind of till the end of time, realistically. And with the Heal Bell, you'll be able to prevent anything too detrimental from happening. And this thing also doesn't have the leftovers, right? So, like, the Damage War is, like, very, very easily in your favor. Wow, Fire Punch comes right out here again. Steelix coming in. Surprised to see Steelix come in on that spot. But I guess Steelix does... I mean, Steelix forced a lot of pressure here. And there is the rest, so I guess you're not too concerned. with taking a lot of chip, because that force switch does give you the rest. It does allow Toriso to get up a Dragon Dance here, which will allow a 2KO. It'd be cool to chop up. Yes, that would be a good thing to do. Good point, Kaz. Any cool moments that happen? Yeah, we'll chop them up. We'll put them. Yeah, we can put them in a video. I can do shorts or whatever with them as well. Plenty of things you can do. That's a Rock Slide miss, by the way. Not a big moment, but like a moment that is like pretty impactful, because now this Pokemon goes from being at +1/+1 100% to +1/+1 16%, which means this Miltank is going to be able to contend with this. I would just have to write them all down on a list. I can't remember them. Oh yeah, that's fair. I have them in. I guess I can hit the record button, Kaz. What I can do on the file that I have is I can set a chapter marker, which if I open it in Premiere, will show me the file. So let me actually start recording, because I forgot to do that. And I can set it so like it reminds me in the file where they are. And I'll do that myself for any big moments that come up over the course of the stream, of course. It will mean my computer is going to grind a little bit to a halt, but that's probably fine. Yeah, I'll start doing that. So that should hopefully make our life a lot easier, kind of as we go through the next couple of weeks. So yeah, unfortunately that DD situation is going to be really unfortunate, because it gave Miltank an opportunity to kill us. Yeah, Ambrose is the truth. That's a Pokemon that's kind of like really, I think has shot up a lot in popularity the last little bit, and has like just been like a really, really dominant electric type here in this format. We see the Toxic come up from Sableye. I think Toriso's last, what is his last? I would think it would have been Regirock at some point throughout this battle, considering what Regirock is like pretty good against in this battle. But like maybe it's like something offensive like Exeggutor or Typhlosion trying to win a late game here. The problem we're running into is Miltank is like kind of just walling this thing into eternity. I guess like Toriso is able to PP stall out the Toxics here though. The public is not always love Ampharos. Yeah, I think people, I don't know. It's definitely a Pokemon I think at least people are kind of falling more and more in love with. All right, Sceptile comes out here. We're going to see Substitute here. The Para is a little annoying. Toriso's had an unfortunate battle, to say the least. This Leaf Blade, okay, well. Yeah, if I'm Toriso, I'm probably a little bit upset about how this game is gone to a certain degree. We'll go for the Protect there. That'll give us a little bit of chip here. Yeah, Heal Bell. Yeah, Heal Bell, like in particular, is like obviously very good. Okay, yeah, that's Beast Mode, I guess. We're not able to break the sub on a Para and a crit, and then we get crit on our Ampharos, so that's pretty annoying. And Leaf Blade comes out here and kills the Regirock, which is the last one. I'm a little surprised Regirock didn't find its way onto the battle earlier. Yeah, but at the 8 point, yeah, the price point makes it a lot more stomachable to have on and use the points on your team for sure. Okay, so Buzz and Lou Rinaldi are playing in slot 52 tomorrow. So that is a slot. Oh no, that's a slot next week. It's crazy that next Sunday's slot is filled up more than tomorrow's, but I guess people like the John. I guess I shouldn't say too much, considering I'm someone who's literally playing all my games next week. So I guess maybe it does make sense at the end of the day that we see a lot of people scheduling for next week. All right. So better than checking those. It's difficult to switch to. Yeah. And so, yeah, I mean, having a good spit up tank is always very nice in this format as well. All right. I don't think we have any games starting live here at any point soon. The next game we have scheduled is Baz Nunti versus VJ Vice. We'll probably put the matchup on screen for that in a little bit. I don't know if anyone else is scheduled to play live here as we go. We'll watch one more replay. just to see. We can watch Zio. Yeah, let's watch Zio. Zio knocked me out of. I've got all my games scheduled for stream. Let's go. Let's fire. I'm not gonna change the I guess I can change the matchup for this quickly. Probably easy enough for me to do that. So I'll do Junkyard versus Zio. It's also easier because I know both of their discords off the top of my head. Let's get into this game. Zio knocked me out of EO. God, what was it? EO3 or EO4? So you see big Hydro Pump miss there. God Misdreavus doing God's work here. The problem is Houndoom comes in, and Houndoom is a pretty good way to at least neutralize a lot of what Misdreavus can do, especially with the Pursuit Trap. You do have Regirock here, but it's a little bit unfortunate. It makes it hard for Misdreavus to do almost anything with a threat of Houndoom there in the mid game. Looks like Solrock is going to come in, try to Calm Mind Pass here into something. Are we going to Calm Mind Pass into Starmie? Yeah, at least we're going to see him pass into Starmie. Rockslide will do. Oh, okay. Never mind. Problem solved. Yeah, message in chat ADV. Yeah, I mean, I guess there's not much you have to worry about Baton Pass if you just crit the Pokemon that gets BP'd into. Easy solution for our hero on the right. Solrock's at least going to get a little bit of HP back here. Had to expend a lot of resources to get that pass off. And now we see Wish Pass to get the Misdreavus to full HP. I expect Misdreavus has to switch out here. It doesn't, though, as we see Houndoom get a Calm Mind up. Yeah, ADV Rockslide moment. True. And now we see Misdreavus definitely going to get Pursuit Trapped and killed here by +1/+1 Houndoom. And now we see the Brick Break come out. Will-O-Wisp will come out, burn the Miltank. We expect this to probably have Heal Bell, but Houndoom doing its job here, right? It's going to be able to get rid of the Misdreavus, which would have been a little bit of an annoyance to deal with for some of the Baton Pass shenanigans that we're trying to do. We get Cloyster out here. Rock Slide does a little bit of damage here. Obviously not a lot, but I think Solrock has kind of expended its usage. Kind of our two main recipients of the CM Pass, Starmie and Houndoom, are either basically dead or dead. So it makes sense just to sack it off here to the Cloyster. It gets us free entry for Venusaur, which is pretty good here. Himpower Grass is going to do literally 3 damage probably at the end of that, which means Houndoom can't come in, or Hypno can't come and do some stuff. The problem is Houndoom, even while paralyzed, is a problem. You are going to be able to live this hit and at least get, all right, no crunch here, but we're at least able to get a burn here, which is nice. So they'll neutralize the leftovers and make it a little bit harder for this thing to kind of leverage itself defensively in this battle. Mints will come in, intimidate it. Obviously, the intimidate plus the burn really aren't going to matter on the attack side pretty much at all here the rest of this battle. I'd really like to see an aggressive move, not an aggressive move, but yeah, something like a Leech Seed here. Something to really kind of put the nail in the coffin pressure-wise on this Hypno. Shout out to Fast Synthesis at full HP. Unfortunately, not really going to be the best turn in the world, as Earthquake will come out. We'll take a little bit of damage with the Psychic. Get a Spadef drop here is a little bit annoying, but between the Leech Seed and the burn, we can really keep this Hypno under a lot of pressure and force it to basically wish up every time. I think it looks like, yeah, Hypno's just gonna take this opportunity to get the rest of the chip it can before it goes down. So Venusaur is at least chipped pretty well here. It means that, yeah, the Cloyster will be able to come and just kill it here. So Zio definitely, and Zio probably just has Raikou left, so we still haven't even seen Raikou come out here to play yet in this battle. And yeah, Raikou's gonna come out here after the boom on the Swampert. This thing is super low. And so if this is HP Ice, it's definitely going to be pretty much over. It looks to be Grass there. Ice, would have been nice because you should pick up the kill on the Pert there, and you pick up the kill on the Mence. But there's really no reason to be HP Ice when you're going to live the Earthquake and T-Bolts it to a KO. So Raikou's going to pull this one out against Zio. I don't know. I mean, I guess we can play the PP stall game. I don't know if this one's necessarily going to work out for our hero. All right, Crunch comes out, makes that just a little bit easier of a turn sequence as well. So good game. Zio picks up that win against Junkyard Bronze in a pretty good pool battle there. I think at this point we should be able to get going relatively soon with our other game. The game, as I said, should be starting at the top of the hour, so we'll kind of get our matchup set up for that game over here. Let me go into the server. It's so much nicer actually having desktop Discord open to do this as well. So we have Beznunti. So we got a Tyranitar draft here versus VJ Vice. And we got Raikou Gyarados. So a little bit of a mirror on certain aspects with this team. We see 2 Heracross, we see 2 Gyarados. It looks like, yeah, so it looks like just like kind of top threat with Gyarados, which is Gyarados is one of the popular Pokemon to pair things with. In ADV, you'll see that with a lot of the first round picks that are very offensive, like Raikou, Tyranitar, etc. Will have good pairings with Gyarados on a lot of teams. So you'll see that come up quite frequently over the course of this tournament and many of the other ADV tournaments that we'll see over the course of the year. And what else is there with this matchup? So let's take a look at this from Beznunti's side. Gyarados looks pretty effective in this matchup. The problem is like you have to remove the other Gyarados to prevent the Intimidate shuffle from being really problematic. You also have to chip the Claydol and the Porygon too. I don't think there's much of a reason to bring Misdreavus or Metang here. Misdreavus is kind of nice at trapping some of these Pokemon. The problem is you could invite T-Tarn for free and just get Pursuit trapped, and that's like kind of annoying to have to manage. And it's really hard to switch into a lot of things that aren't like specifically Flygon. It does like deter, I guess like it does deter like Fortress Boom in the back. But I think we'd likely see top 6 here. So yeah, Gyarados does kind of need chip on Claydol, Gyarados, and then Porygon 2 as well to really be effective here offensively as a Dragon Dancer. Tyranitar looks really, really strong here as a Dragon Dancer as well. You still kind of need that same result on Gyarados, but the Rock Slide does make it a little harder to actually Intimidate shuffle with Gyarados on the Tyranitar. So like you'll still want the Claydol damage, which is like relatively realistic in this battle, right? Claydol's going to want to come in to Rapid Spin away the spikes Fortress sets up pretty consistently here. And then, you know, so like that'll give opportunity, and like you do have a reliable spin blocker for the Claydol, so it's going to get into situations where it's going to want to stay on the field and try to have an impact on the game. So you should be able to find some chip that way. And Dusclops, like low key, is like a pretty good Pokemon to actually attack our opponent's team here. There is a Porygon 2, but if you just have a status move to status the Porygon 2 and put that Pokemon on a timer, you really do open up your T-Type Gyarados endgame pretty well. Heracross is also a Pokemon that's really difficult to switch into. There's kind of a lot riding on Gyarados defensively, awkwardly enough, in this matchup, coming from Beznunti's side into VJ Vice's team. That I feel like that Pokemon's going to be a little bit overwhelmed to try to help support Claydol and Porygon 2 defensively in this matchup. Otherwise, I think like Moltres is like just fine. He is actually pretty good here. Fire coverage is relatively good, strong into our opponent's team. Obviously, they have some special walls that could come in. The ones that you likely are going to have other ways to damage as well, or get toxic. Flygon is Flygon. It's not like super awesome here in this battle. And then Heracross is okay as well. As I said, it's another way to put pressure on the Gyarados, which is going to be pretty relevant over the course of this battle. If you look at VJ Vice's side, in terms of like a Raikou matchup, this is a pretty good Raikou matchup, right? You have the fastest Pokemon in the matchup. You really don't need hidden power for anything else besides HP Ice, so you do have the hidden power for the Flygon. Thunderbolt is like extremely spammable into this team. The only thing that, you know, is a problem for it is the Flygon, which you'll have HP Ice for. Just get smacked by Gutsera. Yeah, that is always a concern that like those aggressive switches can come in, but as long as you play those turns patiently, then you should be fine. But yeah, this looks like a really good Raikou matchup. Tyranitar might be forced to come in more often than it wants here, depending on how this plays out. But yeah, Raikou really looks like it's going to have a field day here in this matchup, just as an offensive threat. Glalie, in terms of the spiker, is pretty good. You do have a Ghost and Mischievous, which, like, I mean, Mischievous, I think in terms of, like, the quality of the Ghost in this matchup is definitely harder to bring here. I could see bringing it over Porygon 2 to have access to Spin Block. But realistically, spike stacking is not super relevant, I don't think, in this battle necessarily. It's good for the Dusclops, the Heracross, and the T-Tar. And even the Fortress to a certain extent, though I think Fortress, in terms of its role, doesn't really care about taking too much damage from spikes. But the main thing is, like, you're not chipping the Flygon, Moltres, or the Gyarados. So there's a lot of spike immunity kind of built into this team, which makes spike stacking just a little bit less effective here in this battle. Oh my god. Yeah, Metang. Do we think a Metang appearance is coming? Sorry, I got distracted by Discord. I hate when people post things that are funny in chat while I'm streaming and distract me. It's not fair. Metang? Maybe? I don't know. Metang's hard to bring because I feel like there's justification for Porygon 2 and Mischievous here that are both higher than the Metang. That, like, I don't know. I feel like I've had Metang multiple times now, and, like, I feel like that guy is, like, impossible to bring to, like, literally almost any matchup. I feel like it's, like, just a super difficult Pokemon to actually use almost at all here. All right. Should be about 5 minutes now from our next game here on the Emerald Open Battle Pools Day 1 stream. If you have not done so already, make sure to like the stream to help support the stream. These streams are super fun to do every tournament. We will be live for the next 4 weekend days. So today, next Sunday, tomorrow, and then the Saturday and Sunday after for 8 hours each day, covering as many of the Battle Pools games as possible. And then we'll go into some more replay focus streams where we're going to focus in on some of the biggest games of the bracket every single week. So a lot of content to come. It's going to be busy on this channel with Emerald Open, and then Pokemon Champions is expected to drop in a month. My best guess is April 9th. I think at this point is when Champions will realistically drop. What that means in terms of Draft League will be interesting to see. I think there's a lot of, like, question marks in terms of, like, what we'll actually see with that once the time comes. I don't think we really necessarily know the full details with that. But we got our next game 4 minutes early. Let's go. It looks like the Porygon 2 has come here in this battle. So kind of one of the things I was kind of wondering is, like, what out of the bottom 3 do we necessarily bring? It looks like Porygon 2 is our answer. Hidden Power comes out. My guess is probably Hidden Power Fighting just to, like, put pressure on the T-Tar. And so now Fortress will come in, try to get some spikes. And it looks like we're just going to trade some spikes here. At least to start with this battle. I could see HP Fire come out here, just like for VJ Vice to get a little bit more offensive here. A little bit of an awkward turn for Fortress to kind of figure out here. I was gonna say Spikes is relatively free here because you are pressured offensively here. You could just select to boom, spin, kind of feel out that turn there, but looks like Biznutty decides that risking a bunch of damage early is not going to be very productive, and that seems to make sense here. Tyranitar is really, really good into Glalie here as this Rock Slide will force in the Claydol most realistically. As looks like we're just going to stay in an Ice Beam here as Dragon Dance comes out, so we're just DDing early here. So he must have some sort of way to damage the Claydol if it comes in. And I imagine at this point we're just going to Rock Slide or some sort of other attack and pick up the Glalie here. Claydol does come out in here. Rock Slide will come up. Does 24%. That is definitely not a lot here. 18% after the leftovers. I don't expect T-Tar to be threatened out here by the Claydol. Unless you want to use this +1 T-Tar as a way to set up damage for Gyarados later in the battle. They don't know necessarily that's like the most productive thing you'd want to do with your T-Tar here. T-Tar is like pretty good at this battle at +1, and I would expect there to be some sort of maybe hidden power for the Heracross. Yeah, looks like we're just gonna like to switch out here. This is easily on an Earthquake, so this is free for Gyarados to come in. Bulky enough to turn on maybe Gyarados crunch twice to kill. Maybe, but like I don't know. I think it's like one of those things where like I don't know if you want to lose all that damage on T-Tar yet. Like T-Tar is definitely one of your better offensive Pokemon in this matchup. And if you just lose it to like get a little bit of progress on Claydol, I don't know if that's really beneficial for you long term. Gyarados isn't here though, and then there's like a decent chance that this Claydol also has a move for Gyarados. Offensively, it could be something like it might just be Psychic depending. I'm not entirely sure. We wouldn't expect the water move to come out of this Gyarados here either way. And it looks like Glalie just going to come back out. As Double Edge comes out here. Okay, big Double Edge putting a lot of pressure on here. And now Glalie's in a position. All right, the Slack is up, which means Boom is coming here. I guess the question is, this is Boom or Ice Beam? I think Dusclops is super free either way because the Glalie will go down here to the Slack. You could get aggressive here, kind of under the assumption that they can't Boom with Dusclops in the back. I don't know if that's even necessarily a smart thing to do, though, but I don't know. Would have to think through. That's a hard turn to figure out. I think if I'm Bisanunti's side, I'm always going Dusclops here. There's no reason for me to risk Boom. Yeah, Boom just comes out here. I was thinking, it's like, yeah, Ice Beam gets a little bit of chip. On the Dusclops was nice, but like Boom is so free here. And then comes Heracross, which is interesting to see. Not like the first Pokemon I would have expected to see, especially leftovers. I guess it could be sub-leftovers here to try to take advantage of this Dusclops. I could see like CB Ghost have been like a good play, like have made a lot of sense here. And like Ghost leftovers is still pretty good here to put pressure on this Dusclops. Looks we're going to double our Gyarados in here as we eat a Will-O-Wisp here. I don't like that play. Yeah, I don't like that switch into Gyarados. Because I don't mind staying with our Heracross, right? If we want to get burned, like then we get our Guts active. Like we're happy with that. We have leftovers to keep our HP relatively under control despite the Sand and the Spike here. And that'll at least give us something here. But now we're going back into Heracross. I don't know how I feel about this sequence of plays. I feel like we just allowed our Gyarados to get burned for almost no value here. Unless we're trying to catch a play. I don't like the Dust. Yeah, I also don't like the Dusclops play. I feel like Willow. Okay, are we trying to burn? We know this guy's got guts, right? Like, maybe we've like forgot that in the builder that Heracross has guts here. And like maybe we're just like content with sacking Dusclops. I don't like this either though, because the problem we're going to run into now is we lose our Dusclops here. I guess it is rest. Okay. I don't see what the plan is, because if the burn lands, then I think we're in trouble. This is just opening up Raikou a little bit, right? Like Raikou is starting to look even better. Yeah, we SD on the first rest turn. Sleep Talk does come out. Okay, well now we are burned with an SD. We're killing something here. Something's got to die. We're gonna have to play a dangerous game here. +2 gut boosted Heracross. This is about to get dangerous. Yeah, I don't like how this has been. Yeah, and now goodbye Dusclops. This helps Raikou so much in this battle now. Now obviously you'll just revenge this with Moltres, like it doesn't actually matter here. I mean this could be, I mean it's leftovers, right? So it can't be Salakberry here. So like you can't just go Moltres and revenge. You have a force of the Sack Choice easy. Yeah, see you later, Dusclops. Okay, it looks like our choice to go Gyarados, which is also fine here. I assume based on the calcs, we know we outspeed, right? Surely we did this and know we outspeed, right? Maybe we don't have Moltres. Like, man, Moltres is so free here. Right? Like, I don't know why we don't go Moltres here unless we don't have it. No. Why are we slower? Why are we slower? If we have Moltres, it's going to feel real bad. We had to go into something faster. than Heracross, right? Like, we should... Do we know the calcs? Has this taken enough damage for us to, like, make any sort of determination? We should know, yeah, and, like, we probably should be able to make a determination based on the damage on the Hidden Power on Dusclops, right? That is an unfortunate sequence to lose our Gyarados there. Why are we not calculating the Jolly? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that seems like a misstep on the calc side for sure. Because now we've got to see. Now the problem is, I mean, Bezlenti still has a little bit going for him, right? Because like this Gyarados is burn. The problem is Raiku's inevitability is like going up and up with each turn as this goes on. And this, all right, this is special Gyarados. It looks like, or at least has flamethrower, so they're not too punished by the burn here. The problem is this T-Tar is still at least going to find an opportunity, I think, to set up on this. Unless this is Surf, which, like, at least get a little bit of chip. And then you can come with a Claydol after the fact, but... yeah, that's... I don't like going Gyarados there. I feel like Gyarados at +1 was still, like, a really reasonable way for us to make... to protect against a Raikou here in this endgame, and we just lost our opportunity to do that kind of unnecessarily. Alright, in comes the worst Pokemon of all time, Flygon Burn. No punish for using Flygon, unfortunately. I just realized I don't have socks on. And this is going to be... my floor is going to get cold and uncomfortable here. Shout out Canada. It's March, but it's still freaking cold. All the time in this stupid country. Alright, so I assume... the problem is I would also assume this Flygon has to be faster than... Heracross too, right? You know what I mean? Like, Substitute comes out here. Yeah, there is a Surf there. So we are special. So I guess that doesn't matter too much on the burn. So I guess that's a little bit better from the Gyarados. It's in the winter. Yeah. It's not too bad. It's not too bad in my apartment, but I'm going to be sitting here for hours. We got to be nice and comfy, right? All right. 12 degrees in Ontario today. The warm weather is coming. I will say, like, living in southern Ontario versus out here, that was like when I lived in Waterloo. It was nice that like the summer felt like it started a little bit earlier. 12 degrees would be a blessing. What is it today? It's 4. It's 4. All right, we're above 0. That's a good day. But we've had like minus 18 days here, like 2 or 3 times the last week, which is like still super annoying and frustrating. All right, we're like really in a position here now where like Raikou is just gonna find a way to win. What is the last Pokemon here? It could be Heracross still. I think it's probably there's a decent chance to just Heracross, right? Boom, takes out the P2. Because I'm thinking it's like, man, like I'm still like hung up on that turn versus Heracross earlier. Like, why would we not go Moltres? I mean, we could be slow Moltres. All right, so we get Claydol off versus T-Tar, which is good. I think you just boom here if you're Claydol. Really, I guess you can't boom because if this DDs and you boom, you lose. So Earthquake comes out here, and you should live any hit from this. I guess if you get crit, it's kind of peak, but I don't even know if is there a crit that kills you here? Yeah, even that crit doesn't kill you. So yeah, whether it's Heracross or Moltres, I think this one is wrapped up. Really, I'm very surprised to see Moltres here. I would not have expected Moltres after that Heracross was able to pick up that kill earlier. Very, very surprising to see that. So it looks like VJ Vice is going to be able to pick up this game here. And yeah, the Hidden Powers is going to come out, pick up the crit. Really good game, really good, well played by VJ Vice. We didn't even get to see Raikou here come out on screen. But like this game was definitely a lot about enabling the Raikou kind of in that mid to late game. And this matchup certainly did that. Like we certainly did that. I mean, to the point where they didn't need it. I think a lot of, yeah, HP flying up, I would guess. That would probably make sense. It makes the most sense to me here, considering the Heracross. Um, yeah, I think a lot of what this comes down, at least from my initial thought, is like that Heracross turn. Like unless Moltres is like and Flygon are like super slow. But I think we have to be kind of understanding of the situation. Know the calcs that like our Gyarados is probably slower there, and go into one of our Flygon and Moltres and confirm that kill, because we just lost our Gyarados for like nothing in that spot, which is like really tough to see. Also, burning it was a little bit odd. I don't know. There's a lot of things in that sequence that I think kind of led to kind of a bad result maybe in the end. Though I do think Raikou had such a high level of inevitability here that it was really hard to win. I think from the left hand side of this matchup, especially after how some of those turns went. So definitely a good game though. We didn't get to see Raikou come out and have its fun in the end like we predicted, but certainly a fun one either way. I know in terms of stream slots, our next game is at the top of the hour, as in we do have about 50 minutes left until that battle. Then we should have a pretty good run of battles here. A little bit of cancellation to start our day, but that's how it goes here. To start, when you get people scheduling kind of a weekend ahead of time, things always happen and get rescheduled and shuffled around. So we should also have a guest joining in as people start kind of funneling in here within the next hour or so as well. So we'll see. Let's take a look in the replay chat. Some of the games, trying to see if there's any close ones. We could see Wildcat. Wildcat is someone I think LRXC bullied Wildcat into signing up for the tournament. Wildcat's had some good performances in Draft League consistently. I feel like over the couple of tours that I've watched, I know in the last seasonal tournament had a really good run. I think into the top cut, I think at some point. So definitely having a good run of Draft League here versus DMG. So let's watch this battle here. Typhlosion lead versus the Jolteon. Typhlosion 3. You see here the classic Battle Frontier nickname theme here. Obviously, these are never going to be the Battle Frontier sets because that would be a little foolish to just reveal your set off lead there. But Typhlosion making some early progress here. Getting a little bit of damage, forcing the Jolteon not to be able to get a baton pass going. And now Slowbro comes in, able to come in and get a Toxic off on the Ludicolo, which is nice. Ludicolo, a pretty interesting Pokemon in Draft League. One that I definitely on my list to try it a little bit more than I have previously. Glalie comes in, gets a Spike Up. And now the problem is with this Typhlosion is Slowbro is just such a free answer to it every time. We're just going to continue to Flamethrower here. Are we going for Burn? Uh-oh, CM is up. That's not good. It'd be funny if they bring the wrong Emerald Battle Frontiers. That would be pretty funny. Yeah, if it was just the Frontier nickname theme. But like they were actually just different versions of the Frontier set, just named differently. That would be pretty fire. So Chansey comes out, prevents the Slowbro from really taking advantage of a setup opportunity here as Glalie will get paralyzed. That does give you free switch-ins here to Typhlosion, right? Because like you expect Spike to go up most of the time here. And now Thunder Punch comes out. That will, a big paralyze here from the Thunder Punch on the Slowbro. Will make it a little bit more difficult for that thing to try to want to try and set up here. And now, yeah, Wildcat's just content to just keep Thunder Punching here and go for the Flamethrower here. Yeah, Typhlosion with that paralyze puts the Slowbro in a really tough spot. This does open free Salamence here. As Salamence says, will come in for the Hidden Power Flying, and the HP Ice will come out. The crit, I assume, not really mattering here, but HP Flying, maybe trying to get aggressive on a click there. Wow, and the Select Berry revealed after the Jolteon comes in with the Blaze Boost. Yeah, this is a tough one here. We just lost so many Pokemon here. Okay, well, you know what? Why not? Just throw a crit in there for good measure, right? Like, what's another crit to to add on to the unfortunate misery? Yeah, I see the idea with the aggressive Hidden Power Flying, right? Because you expect Ludicolo to probably try to come in there, but I think that's a moment where you have to just deal with the Typhlosion. Realistically, is that Charizard couldn't do this with Dotted Rock Slide from Men's? True. Typhlosion continues to show why I think it's a very valuable Pokemon I think in terms of like the database, if I look at the Emerald Open stats from last year, Emerald Open 5, spelled that one incorrectly. I have to go directly to my Google Drive to find it. Typhlosion was like one of like the Pokemon that had like the most kills like off lead, I think. I don't know if Scrap is like kicking around in the chat. I know Scrap like knows these. When I like throw these questions, I like these thoughts out. Scrap always knows off the top of his head. Yeah, if I go to the leaderboard, yeah, total damage per game, like Typhlosion was like number 3. Kills per game, it was number 2. In terms of like win rate and like I think in lead rate, it was like 6. Behind stuff like Tauros and stuff, which has kind of become really popular. The problem is Typhlosion win rate is sub 50%. It puts a lot of value when it's on the field and in battle, does a lot of damage, gets a lot of kills, but those teams necessarily don't seem to win all the time, even when it's outdoing powerful things. All right. Let's see. Let's take a look at the replay chat to see if we got some other replays worth watching as well. Who we can recognize any? Oh, we got. Are we gonna watch a Wagon Fruit game? Chat. Let's go. Wagon Fruit. Wagon has been like, I know playing. I know Wagon through the John Jr. Discord server, which is obviously funny. But I know Wagon has been putting a lot of effort into playing a lot of the big draft league tournaments this year. Playing a lot of different team tours and stuff. So we'll take a look and see Wagon. I don't know what Wagon's experience is with ADV draft league up to this point. So definitely a player to watch though from the kind of the more contemporary. I guess we had a debate about this in in Gen Chat. Or I don't know if it was Gen Chat or Chat the other day, but like what constitutes a modern Gen. At least in terms of like draft league, I guess like it kind of has naturally worked out, right? That like modern Gen in like both draft league and like kind of standard stuff has been looked at as like Gen 6 forward. I think it makes sense in draft league because that's like where draft league has started and like people are going back to revisit the old ones. I think mainly, I guess it just has to be fairy type is what people is like the big distinguishing point for like Pokemon like in general. Because that like in terms of like changes that have happened in Pokemon over the last little bit, like fairy type is like one of the biggest things that has like happened in terms of like especially competitive Pokemon in terms of what it did. Like if you play Black and White, 6 might lose its modern standing in the next couple of years. I think it's all down to the fairy type though, right? Like realistically, like it's been so long since I played Black and White, to be fair. Like I played Black and White when it started and like didn't after. But like if you play Black and White draft and Oras draft, like you really feel the difference of not having access to the fairy type in Black and White draft. Right? Like it is like night and day, kind of like the threat that you see dominant in Black and White versus Oras because of the fairy type. Like fairy type is just like one of the most transformative things that ever happened to Pokemon. And yeah, they yeah, exactly. Like the generations are so different. All the old gens have like a lot of weird quirks about them, and like yeah, like Gen 6 forward like streamlined a lot of it. Gen 6 has a little bit of kind of the old kind of stuff going on with it, like the old hidden power stuff. I think there's still some move exclusivity things, but generally like yeah, they are like Gen 5 to 6 is the big cutoff point. Gen 6 draft does feel very different to recent gens. I don't know if this is a hot take, but I like kind of disagree. I think that like it doesn't have soul concept like fun to beat up. I don't know if it's a hot. This feels like a crazy take, and I don't know if people necessarily agree to me. Will never agree with me. But I almost feel like the rules of engagement in Oras and SV are like pretty similar. It's a take I need to like flesh out more and think about a little bit more. But I feel like I play those two formats, especially with Oras and how like offensive, how like it's kind of become a little bit more offensive and like a little bit more of a hazard focused offensive metagame, and how like SV has like brought in a little bit more defensive aspects compared to most formats. But the fact that like Encore doesn't allows you to not be punished for using a lot of the defensive pieces, I actually think those formats are kind of close in terms of like how you play them. But that's not a take that I like have like put a lot of like true mental energy into. It's one that I feel is intuitively correct, but like don't have like the true data point and like things to point out to back it up. All right, let's like lock in on this game. There's a power, yeah. I mean, the power difference will always kind of be pronounced, but like, I'd be curious to see average turns. I feel like SV would be the first gen that the average turns has probably gone up a little bit compared to previously. I guess Sword and Shield is also a little bit long, so maybe that's not the case. I wouldn't be surprised if Usum was like the fastest format in Draft League, but I could be wrong there as well. Just like in terms of how SV has like managed to evolve recently, but this is all waffle. This could all just be false, and just like not be true at the end. Oh, a big Megahorn miss allows Zapdos again for free, keep its HP a little bit higher. And now it looks like we're gonna go for the Dugtrio on the Rock Slide. Nice little double there, allows us to trap this Pokemon with the HP flying. Goodbye Heracross. And that's a good enablement of the Zapdos and Dugtrio kind of baton pass. Trapping, obviously not using the baton pass, but kind of showing the power of Zapdos and Dugtrio together. Now there's a Porygon 2 on the other side, which means we are going to lose our which does mean we lose our Dugtrio after the fact. But I think realistically, if we're taking out a Heracross, which is one of the very powerful offensive threats here, I think we're very, very content to trade our Dugtrio for that. Knockoff continue to put a lot of pressure. Knocks off the Charizard leftovers, so we don't see anything crazy in terms of item here threatening here from the Charizard, but does mean that Pokemon, especially as a substitute set, will be a little bit less threatening over the course of this battle. All right, Porygon 2 back in. All right, Smeargle, the Beagle is in. Let's see what Smeargle wants to do. It looks like, all right, so we're going to put this to sleep. My guess then, are we going to set up for Baton Pass anything? We have Gengar. All right, yeah, Tail Glow time. Ooh, big Fire Blast dodge. Are we just going to go for another one? Yeah, we're just going to BP into Gengar with the Tail Glow up. And now, yeah, we're in trouble here. Fire Blast miss is very unfortunate there, because that obviously would have put Smeargle in an extreme amount of trouble. Swampert's able to come in, but Giga Drain as a coverage move will kill that. And Gengar should be able to pick up the rest of this team, because you would assume Ice Punches on this set as well. Yeah, goodbye Salamence. That should be goodbye to Marowak here as well. And then Porygon 2 will find a quick demise here at the end. So a little bit of a baton pass sweep to end there. I think a little bit unfortunate how that played out in terms of, okay, I guess we'll just crit. Why not, right? A little crit to make ourselves feel worse at the end of the battle. It is what it is there. So Baton Pass on Smeargle, continuing to show why it's still a valuable Pokemon to pick up on these teams. Crit for good measure. Why not, right? Like, sure, you know what? A little bit of a crit to really rub the salt in the wounds, right? Never hurt anybody. All right, let's take a look at what other replays we got in the chat here. We got a lot of like big scores here in this game. I'm trying to find one that's like super close. Do you want to watch our goat Tempokin? Our goat who was hating on the pings? Yeah, you know what? If Tempokin's gonna come in on one of these pings, let's at least give him a game to watch of his own, right? We'll help out our goat here. All right, Unit 97. This is Tempokin. All right, so it looks like we got a Salamence team here. There's no big, like, immediate, like, there is a Claydol here. There's some good Salamence counterplay. But it could definitely be worse here for Unit 97 in this battle. As in comes, so we got sub Alakazam here. Okay, so we are leftovers here. It looks like we're just going to put pressure on the Psychic. That is doing a lot, and with the drop, okay, you are in a good spot. And that is Calm Mind as well. Okay, so it looks like just set up in front of sub here. Psychic is, yeah. Dusclops is, yeah. That's not how Pain Split works in this generation, unfortunately. Unfortunately, big dog. That is this. We are in prime. Alakazam is going to make a lot of progress territory here. No drop here, which is nice. You'll take that. As Ice Punch will come back here and yeah, be able to 2 KO from this range. You'll be able to break the substitute, but Alakazam has done so much damage here. Yeah, just sub up again. Metang comes back out. Do we have Fire Punch here? The true full coverage here. Well, looks like we're just going to spam Psychic. A crit there. I mean, a little bit annoying. It's going to definitely chip this Metang a little bit more than we would have want. Yes, Pain Split never bypass substitute. Yeah, that's true. Unfortunately, yeah, that's not going to work how we want it to here. So, unfortunately, we're not in a position. All right, we got at least to get a Pain Split off on this Blaziken coming in here. Gonna get a little bit of health back as Gyarados comes back in. I expect this to be a Fire Blast. It looks like we're just gonna Hidden Power Ghost here. So a little bit of chip for the Gyarados, but I think likely not something that's gonna be too relevant over the course of the early point of this battle. Hidden Power comes out. Super effective, does a raw 19% to Skarmory as Toxic will come out and put this Claydol on a timer. But that is going to have the refresh, so that at least not something we have to worry about. Our Goat City voted a full attack Claydol with HP Fire. Yeah, I mean, if you're... I'd probably try to consider the sets we're running a little bit more before running them, unfortunately. So yeah, that's... Skarmory's going to be content to take those HP Fires all day and get the full layer of spikes up. That's for sure. Earthquake comes out here, and now we're just going to go into Mence. I mean, this Claydol is still walling like a good portion of this team, right? But the problem is now is that this is a free DD. This is a free turn for Mence to really get going here. Hydro Pump comes out. I would have maybe have liked a Protect or like a different type of aggressive play. And now, yeah, the Hidden Power comes out. I would have maybe have liked to aggressively Hidden Power there because you know that the Claydol can't switch in. And you would have to assume immediately answer is the Gyarados, considering the potential Dragon Dance situation on that turn. And now it looks like we're just going to try to set up a substitute on the Raikou, but that's not really going to be relevant here. God Lantern comes in here. We got Volt Absorb. We're not worried about Thunderbolt from Raikou here at all. And it looks like our answer is the Gyarados. All right, we do have Lumberry switching in on that T-Wave. So I think we're good with that. But this is another entry point here for the Salamence, which Salamence is making good progress here in this battle. Dragon Claw comes back out here. Okay, and we see the crit. That would have been a 2 KO, obviously. I guess maybe not, depending on leftovers. But that crit, a little bit annoying as it gets rid of the Dusclops. Now Glalie is going to try to start working out some hazards here. Taunt is going to be nice to prevent the spikes from the Skarmory itself getting up. And now Ice Beam comes in here. Protect this against the Alakazam coming in, which is pretty big. So Glalie getting a lot of value here. The problem with Glalie now is every time it gets a kill. Oh, it does invite the Blaziken in, but it is going to be faster. That could have been a speed tie as well, as the Boom is going to allow the Blaziken, the Glalie to pick up the kill on the Blaziken, which is two big offensive threats from unit side down. And Salamence is going to be a tougher one to really leverage effectively the rest of this battle with the Gyarados still here. Really need to find an opportunity to kill this Gyarados, I think. Obviously, we're not Dragon Dance here, so it's not the biggest thing in the world. I guess, actually, so yeah, we do have Hidden Power Electric, so maybe it just doesn't matter here. Salamence just looks super fire here the rest of the battle. There is a Raikou here, which will be a problem, but we can cross that bridge when we get there. Hidden Power Electric comes out. That's going to put a lot of damage on that Metang here. As Donphan will come back out. Eats the explosion from the Metang. And now Raikou's going to find a free entry point in here. The problem is Lantern is just such an easy way to at least manage this Pokemon for now. Substitute comes out. That is going to be Hidden Power Grass. I think we've already confirmed that at this point. A Substitute will come out from the Raikou. Yeah, Metang kill. So we got two substitutes here. The problem is our Goat, Raikou should just be able to manage this Lantern from here on out. Yeah, I don't know if this is going to work out for the Lantern hero at this point. It looks like Tempokin is going to be able to pull out the win with the Raikou. Yeah, we're doing quote unquote damage here. But yeah, you just sub right back up, and this is going to be problematic very, very quickly. There's realistically not much you're going to be able to do to answer this here. All right. Please forfeit so I can go play Slay the Spire. Thank you, Tempokin, for giving us all what we truly want is to not watch that battle. Okay, here we go. A big victory there, and that is another game done and dusted. As I said, we still have half an hour until our next scheduled game here of the tournament. In that one, we do have SP Funk versus Big Rocket Launcher 8. That is what the fans want to see, right? Big Rocket Launcher 8. As we are a little bit into the stream, I'm going to take this as the first opportunity to go make a coffee here to keep going. As I said, we are going to be live for about 8 hours today, so I'm definitely going to be drinking as much coffee as possible. So I will step out for 1 second, be right back, and we'll get back to watching some replays. Don't worry, chat. Your streamer is back. We had to get a coffee, right? If we're gonna be doing this stream for hours and hours on end, I'm gonna need a coffee to keep going, chat. That's gonna be what it's gonna be here. All right. So as I said, our next live game that we have scheduled is in 28 minutes. So we'll get going to that in about half of an hour. That's going to be the big hype one, Funk versus Big Rocket Launcher 8. Big Rocket Launcher 8. Will be on stream twice today. A fan favorite for sure. So let's get into another replay here. Oh man, that's good. That's the good stuff right there. Shout out, you know, honestly, I will say, look, you can judge Keurig machine coffee all you want, and you would probably be valid to hate on it, right? But there is nothing more convenient than the big box of coffee at Costco that you can just make quickly, right? There's nothing will beat the uber convenience of that, especially on days like today. Let's take a look at the replays chat here, see if there's anyone that steps out that we want to watch. We'll watch another Zeo trip game. I think we have Zeo playing on stream later in this tournament. I think on the Sunday, and then playing against Boas, who is if you play kind of some of the modern gen tournaments and stuff, plays in a lot of the Smogon tournaments and stuff, and is around the community a lot in the modern gen. So definitely a player that you might recognize from that as well. Let's get into this battle. Teams are on screen. It was our first Celebi team, actually, of the stream. We haven't seen Celebi at all so far this tournament. So let's get into it. Melodic lead versus Cloister lead. Spikes up from Zeo. I would expect a Hidden Power to come out here. Yeah, and Hidden Power just come out, just nuke the Cloister immediately. So we do get a spike up. There is a Donphan versus a Misdreavus. So once again, a situation where Misdreavus should be able to at least hold back the spinning here, or should be able to spin and deal with that kind of over the course of the battle. And it looks like Raikou, we're just getting aggressive here and just immediately Hidden Powering, surprisingly enough, onto the Donphan. Maybe we expect that to kill, depending on certain rolls. A little surprised to see us risk that super early on in this battle. This Earthquake is big too, so this, with the spike up, this Dragonite is going to be able to potentially 2 a KO. The Melodic, and it looks like we're just going to choose the Sakura Donphan here in front of the Dragonite. Now the problem here is, like, if you get Body Slam parried, this Melodic is in peak position right now. You are going to be able to keep the HP like relatively low with the Miltank anyway, so it's not like that big of a deal. But getting this thing paralyzed will be a little bit annoying as well for the Melodic Drafter as well. The problem is that this thing is paralyzed and it's going to take a little bit less physical damage over the course of the battle. So like there's a little bit of a give and take here with this thing being paralyzed. It may be Earthquaking. I could see the risk going for it there, but all right, paralyzed, in comes Misdreavus. It's time to trap something here. Something can definitely get trapped here if you just mean look on this turn, right? Yeah, and it looks like we're going to get the Miltank here. Miltank is a really good Pokemon to pick up. The problem is that we don't have... it would have been nice to do this and maybe open up Raikou a little bit, but this is definitely going to open up D-Knight for sure. Shadow Ball will come out. This is a potential 2 a KO, depending on how the rolls work. For this is Perish in 2. If you get a Protect here, you get to save your Misdreavus. It looks like we aren't going to, and wow, we do get the roll here. The roll here is very big. So now we get Perish in 1, which means that our GOAT, Miltank, can't switch out. And we're going to be forced to Thunderbolt this Melodic on the switch in here. And now, definitely not what we would have liked to have seen. Ice Beam is going to come out and kill the Dragonite. And now Zeo is basically, I wouldn't say out of ways to win here, but like, yeah, I guess if we're going to miss the Rock Slide, there's not necessarily much we can do. I think the crit is probably going to matter in terms of the calc, not matter in terms of the end result. Unless we think chat Miltank is going to be able to pull off a masterclass here. It's going to start with a parry here, but that's going to look like our Miltank is not going to be able to pull this one out the bag here to finish this one off. And it looks like Boas is going to beat Zeo here as we see a forfeit here. So I think we have Zeo trips last game of pools. I think 1-1 currently. So a chance to make it through to the next stage of the bracket here in the coming games. Let's take a look. Are there any players that we haven't really featured that we should? Oh, we haven't seen Lax yet. Let's watch Lax here. Lax, well known for being one of the dominant. What are these alts, man? Okay, I know. I have to assume Razor Gliscor is Maz fan Razor, right? Like that has to be. Surely that's a reasonable assumption to make here. So yeah, Lax obviously has made a big name for themselves in a lot of the modern gen stuff, and has been playing a little bit of draft league the last little bit. How many games we got so far where round one pick did absolutely nothing? We've definitely had a few. I think we've had a lot of games where like the round one pick has been like the focal point of the game, and like we've built towards that. But definitely haven't gotten there to that point. Two, I think two, probably two makes sense, but I think like they've had still like a real big overarching impact on the game. So Mazfan Racer, big Raikou lead off rip. We see Toxic comes out. So Toxic versus T-Wave is interesting. I think Toxic is a little bit better realistically over the long term, only in that like unless it's like rest, then like you probably maybe slightly prefer. I don't know. I feel like Toxic's maybe a little bit better, though I'd have to. Obviously, we don't know the matchup specifically for me to like confirm say whether for sure that matters too much. That crit's going to be a problem though for sure. When someone wins the Raikou herself, yeah, it is kind of a flex, right? It's like I win the game, but like my best Pokemon just doesn't ever come out or hit the field or do anything relevant. Um, you definitely feel good about that one. So that crit a little bit annoying on the Glalie. Now Glalie, you could expect it to realistically be faster than D-Knight, as D-Knight's probably going to rely on a lot of its speed to come from Dragon Dance here to at least outspeed the opposing Flygon and Raikou. So probably reasonable to assume Glalie faster in that spot. Flamethrower comes out, does a lot of damage to Hariyama, but Hariyama's going to deal a lot of damage back to the Arcanine. Arcanine in a little bit of a difficult position damage-wise, as this now opens up a free turn for the Flygon. Assuming no burn here, then you have a pretty beneficial turn here. Swampert is a good thing to switch into, but it's nice to start getting chip on that. Though I guess if Rock Slides are clicked, then that's not going to be a lot of relevant chip at least. Ice Beam comes out here. All right, Glalie sticking around here. There is no spinner, so I do like getting a spike up here. We haven't found an opportunity to get a spike with our Glalie yet, so nice to see an opportunity taken here to get that spike up here early on in this battle. And now Smeargle's going to come in on the Slowbro. We do see a rest here. Resto Chesto does come out, so this will at least immediately pressure something. But now, all right, this is our, okay, we do have a rapid spinner, chat. It's just not the one you expect. I do see Smeargle. It is a spinner by definition. Though usually when you see people bring Smeargle, a lot of its purpose is going to be to get some baton pass stuff going. Though it is like in terms of Spore Spike's rapid spin, still very, very reliable at that role. Ooh, Sleep Talk, and we do not hit the move that we want. So that's a little bit unfortunate. Flamethrower is going to come out here. Flygon's seeing a lot of chip right now. Like, these Flamethrowers are not trivial to switch into, and this is probably choice banded, I would say, given the fact that we haven't seen leftovers. So goodbye, Smeargle. We only got one layer of spike here up the entire battle, though I think that should be that should be fine here to start making good progress. Unreliable Sleep Talk is a counter sleep. Yeah, that part is a little bit annoying. You get like one guaranteed turn of being counterplay. Unfortunately, that's not always going to be the most consistent thing otherwise. All right, Raikou's going to roar in the Dragonite. We're going to eat that Earthquake, go for the Hidden Power Ice. That's going to put Dragonite at real trouble. Some HP. That is going to boost the Slack. I don't know if the Slack's going to matter too much, because there is a Swampert that can just wall you. But Hidden Power Grass comes out. Okay, that's going to do a good amount of damage. The problem is that's not ever killing here. And D-Knight's just going to die to Ice Beam here. But this will open up, this does open up CB Flygon here. Protect is going to allow you to scout the move. And Double Edge does look like the impossible move to switch into here. So it looks like Raikou is going to be the sack here. I lost my red Jeff into a Jinx at 1 through my rest Talk Flamethrower Rante. That's unfortunate. So it looks like we're just going to start spamming Double Edge here. Keep the Dragonite HP low as it does Dragon Dance here. Technically, I guess you do have to protect here as well, so you can get your HP a little bit higher before killing this. You would expect Slowbro to be able to come in after in revenge. Oh, okay, we're going to get greedy here. Risk a crit here to get up to +2/+2. That thing will drop now to the recoil. But the thing is, between the protect and the +2/+2, right? Like with the toxic damage, like this should easily now be able to kill. And this should be Dragonite on Alax's side, picking up the victory here against Master and Razor. Wow, that did not kill. I'm very surprised it did not kill. Goodbye, Lax. Or goodbye, D-Knight. Are we in trouble here now a little bit? Hariyama, I guess, can't really come in on this Pokemon right now. So, like, Raikou has to come in. You eat the T-Bolt. Excuse me. Let me make sure. You eat the T-Bolt, but, like, you still put a little bit of damage here. The thing is, like, you're in a position now where, like, Raikou should be able to get... It's gonna... What's our last here? Maybe Scizor? We do have the E-Speed at least, which will kill this. Yeah, I think we should... Lax should still... was kind of always fine here. Because, yeah, Flamethrower is going to put this at, like, basically nothing here now. And it just kills anyway. I was thinking the roll's a little bit lower than that, so... Arcanine still pulls that one out against Lax at the end of the day here. I think we got time for one more replay before we got to get to our next game and start covering that one. Let's watch Volt Ninja here. Volt Ninja, another person kind of, at least that I recognize more from the modern generations versus Woobus. And this looks to be our first Alax matchup as well. We haven't seen Snorlax on stream just yet in this tournament. And while we get into this game, chat, if you haven't already, we got, what, 18 people in here now? Surely we can get the stream to over 10 likes here before we get into the next battle. Supporting the stream is always super appreciated. These tournaments are super fun to run, and all the streaming helps, you know, build the community, and that support is super appreciated. Let's get into this battle. As I said, this is a Snorlax battle. We see Omastar. Omastar, in terms of like win rate, was a favorite of what's it called? A fan favorite of an Emerald Open 1. I remember that having a really, really high win rate in that tournament. I don't think it's up there much anymore, but still one of the choices that you have access to in terms of spikers in this format. You see Regirock come out here. Regirock, Iron Defense. Iron Defense Regirock looks like to be a problem here. Lord Helix. Yeah, big Lord Helix coming out here. Shout out to Twitch Plays Pokemon. Been a while since that has come out. We see Tangela. Oh my god, I didn't realize we had Tangela in this battle. Okay, I guess we don't have Tangela anymore, unfortunately. Tangela, I remember in and we missed the Leech Seed. I remember in what was it, in my high school, we did a Gen 3 OU. I guess it was Gen 3 OU rules, but it was like a very casual Pokemon tournament, to say the least. In terms of, like, we were playing on cartridge and stuff, so like actually getting proper teams was like a little difficult. I won that tournament with Tangela on my team because I figured a lot of people would just like bring on Ice Beam Swampert for whatever reason, because I was in grade 11 and thought that was an intelligent thing to think. And it did actually work. Tangela was super beast mode on that team. I remember, I think I ran like a pretty standard team for the most part. I think I had, well, standard is a loose definition, but it was a fire team. Oh, Psychic crit. Yeah, dude, Psychic from Claydol is putting in a lot of work right now. And it looks like we're going to go into Omastar on the boom. We do live the boom, so that's good. We at least got in a situation where we've got our hazards up and our opponent has not. So that's a good situation to be on Volt Ninja's side here. Raikou comes in here, and Snorlax should beat the Raikou matchup pretty much in most cases here. Omastar only took 40 from Lokic. Yeah, like that guy will not be taking damage. That's for sure. As Tangela comes in, we'll just eat the damage all day, every day. As now Tangela's going to be able to get a little bit of HP with the Leech Seed here. I'm going to take a lot more of those sequences to really gain that HP back, but over the course of time should be fine. And now the Toxic Miss here is a little bit unfortunate for the Charizard here, as that means Regirock's going to at least be able to keep itself at very high HP here throughout the course of this sequence here. We do find an opportunity to get our Gyarados in. This is maybe a free DD. This could have been power. Yeah, and the hidden power is going to come out here and just claim the Gyarados, and Volt Ninja is in a really, really good spot here to win this battle. Still at like full HP lax versus the Raikou. Like this is taking 21. Like this is not doing anything. And now like we're in a position where like Tangela is super low. Earthquake is super spammable here. We like to just go for the return, probably predicting the Tangela to come in. Yeah, no, I would say not a free DD is how I would describe that. Rock Slide comes out here, and Claydol, which has gotten so much value. Part of it through critical hits, to be fair, but has been a really effective Pokemon in this battle. Tangela will come back out here, eats the Earthquake, but you would expect the Psychic to come out here after and clean up the Tangela here, though I think not willing to risk the speed here in this situation. But it's only Leech Seed coming, right? Like, I think that we already saw that this Psychic should kill, so I'm a little surprised we're not going for it. Maybe... Oh, Pikachu! Pikachu alert. Is Pikachu going to win this battle, chat? Volt Tackle. Big Volt Tackle. Dude, I remember Pokemon Emerald coming out and being so hyped to get to click Volt Tackle in a game and, like, try to, like, go through the effort to get Volt Tackle. And not, like, truly being the greatest move, but, like, we're at least going to see Volt Tackle get one kill here. Raikou's going to come out. I assume Raikou's just going to finish off Pikachu here. Though we are going to preserve Pikachu. Hold the phone. Pikachu's not done terrorizing the opponent's team just yet. As now it looks like, I assume we're going to click the return here. Yeah, to get the Tangela here. It is going to do about 26%, but I think you're content to just stay in here. No, we're still willing to go Charizard every single time here, which is fine. I guess this is preventing Machamp opening. Yeah, I guess this prevents Machamp from coming in and opening up a turn there, which could be really problematic. Because, yeah, you don't really care about the Raikou getting a free turn here, because you do have the Lax to deal with that every single time. But, ooh, and the Toxic comes out. I don't like that Toxic, because you knew the what's it called? The Snorlax is coming in basically every single time. It looks like Volt Ninja is going to pick up a pretty convincing 6-0 here, with the Lax team here. Like, this matchup, this felt like pretty confidently played the whole way through. Very confident 6-0 win here. Obviously, a little bit of hacks kind of throughout the course of this battle, impacting things. We got to see, we got to see a little Pikachu action here. So I think a few things maybe on Wooba's side. I don't like going for the DD there on the Omastar. I think it's pretty likely that Hidden Power Electric was going to come out to prevent that. And we saw a few crits here, which made things awkward, but certainly one that I think maybe opportunity on Wooba's side a little bit to have a little bit of a different way to play through that. All right, chat. We're 10 minutes away from what the fans really want, which is Big Rocket Launcher 8. We got SP Funk against Big Rocket Launcher 8. Also known as Heroin for sale on Discord. That's a crazy username, by the way. Like, having your username be Heroin for sale is certainly wild, right? Not very good risk management? Yeah, certainly. All right. We're going to do something that I've been meaning to... I meant to do the first few times. Let's get the polls going, chat. How do I do that again? And the plus button. There we go. Start a poll. So these are always going to be SP Fun. Yeah, I'll do. All right, get those predictions in the chat. We'll throw that poll up for the chat to predict who they expect to win. The matchup is now on screen. The left versus right. Taking a look at the matchup for me, I gotta go with Big Rocket Launcher 8, right? Like we gotta back Big Rocket Launcher 8 to win this one. A fan favorite on stream. Looking at this matchup though, I do kind of like Big Rocket Launcher's 8 team here a little bit. We do have good counterplay to Zapdos. We do have good counterplay to Zam. The question isn't if SP Funk is going to win. It's what nonsense SP Funk's wearing. True. We have seen a high volume of nonsense in these ADP Draft League games, I will say, the last little bit. I will say, like, in terms of, like, the home draft invitational, seeing Aonfa bring Dynamic Punch, Registeel to the finals was pretty hilarious. Going for the Yapper SP Funk. Yeah, I don't know. This one's a weird one. I feel like this is a pretty decent Tyranitar matchup. I guess the problem is like Tyranitar, once it's at +1, is able to make a lot of progress here. It's really difficult to see where the +1 is going to come from immediately. You're gonna have to like take a lot of damage against Zapdos. You have to worry about Encore Alakazam, which could be a problem. Though I think like you should outspeed the Zam at +1. So that's probably not that big of an issue. Like you can't set up on this. You have to set up in some risky situations, I think is kind of what I'm getting at here with the T-Tar. You do have 2 Zams here versus Registeel, so that's a little bit of a problem to deal with there. Zapdos does look to be pretty effective from Funk's side. We do have to find a way to deal with the Registeel, but we do have Blaziken, which is a pretty decent breaker here, all things considered. That one's going to be difficult to switch into. Zam outspeeds +1 tar. Oh, that is true. That is something to contend with here then. Yeah, I did. That is true. The 61 versus 120. I just assume everything speeds each other at +1, but that's just my naivete. We do have a live battle Volta is playing right now though, but we do have this one that we're waiting here for in a couple seconds to get to. So yeah, you do have to contend with the Encore from the Zam here for T-Tar, but like, man, that's real. Like, are you gonna make the hard Zam play on T-Tar on DD? That's one of those plays that's like super difficult to make realistically, and like that's like at least like if you look at a lot of the Encore users in like SV, the plays are not as difficult to make. Alakazam is really good in ADV because it's like one of the true good Encore users that you have in the format. That's really tough move to click a lot of the time with your Alakazam here in certain spots. It looks like the chat is basically all in on Funk here to win this battle. A good question: who's the second bench for Funk after Rat? Is it Rat? Yeah, I mean Rat is kind of a meme to pick, especially with Ursaring. Let's see, what do we bench? We're definitely bringing Zapdos, Registeel, Zam. We're probably bringing Slowbro. Slowbro seems like it has enough of a justification to come here. Venusaur is pretty good. Leech Spam is nice. It's a good switch into Ludicolo. I like Blaziken. I feel like it's probably Ursaring. Though I could hear an argument that like Ursaring just like that one's tough because like Registeel does hold it back pretty well, but Registeel is so overtaxed I think in this matchup. If you do bring the Ursaring, but like, are you necessarily actually going to be able to break through the Registeel like trying to overstress it that way? I'm not entirely sure. So I think it could be between Ursaring and like a maybe Venusaur. Maybe you see, or like Slowbro. I still think Blaziken is good enough, even though its speed tier is a little bit awkward to find a position in here. Maybe Blaziken speed tier is just not great enough in this matchup that you can bring it. So maybe you do go Ursaring for that little bit more power. I think it's probably between those two. The 6 and 7 slot, I think, is what it's called. 6-7. I know that's everyone's favorite joke in the big 2026. You can like click attack with Zapdos, whatever. T-Tar's trying to DD and place an HP grass range. Yeah. Lumken can enter on Registeel and nothing is really answering Fire Blast Ice coverage. That is true as well. Yeah. That is like a really good entry point. I guess like you have to like aggressive Charizard. That's not a great way to use your Charizard though. But yeah, otherwise that's the one thing that I feel like with Blaziken in this matchup. It's really hard to switch into, but I don't know where the Blaziken, how you get Blaziken in at all. It's that sequence with the Registeel is a nice one, and like you hope that they don't go for the Thunder Wave first time, so you get a few cracks at that early on. But let's see, what pool are these players in again? Chat, does anyone remember? All right. I see their pool is 17 to 20. So it looks like Funk is ready to go. They've already requested the challenge be sent. Bulky Ludicolo looks nice. Yeah, Bulky does look nice. This game has ended. That game started like 5 seconds ago. That game literally started 4 seconds ago. All right. Let's do no spoilers on that one. We'll see. If that game took 4 minutes, we have to watch that one after this one. I think we don't have... Yeah, we don't have a break for another couple hours here, so we should be pretty quickly going through these battles at this point here. But yeah, well, if it was a 4-minute battle, we can surely make time after this one. We need to get a ping. Oh, beast mode. There we go. Next live battle is live. So we got Funk versus Big Rocket Launcher 8. Poll has ended. Chat is pretty big in favor of SP Funk to win this. Jirachi Twink Death on the screen. But you know what? I'm going to pull for Big Rocket Launcher 8 because Big Rocket Launcher 8 is an Aura username to have. And let's get started here. Registeel comes in on the Alakazam. This is kind of what I expect from both sides, to see Registeel kind of be the default way to control Alakazam in these battles here. I guess the question will be whether it's like sub CM, whether there is like seismic toss and stuff to deal with it. All right, so Ursaring is here. So that means that there's at least something like Blaziken, Venusaur, Slowbro, etc. has been left behind. I do like the Ursaring though here. I feel like it's a really powerful Pokemon. Like if our plan is to overwhelm the Registeel, then I do think that's like maybe a fine enough plan here. We got to get the plays right though here. Registeel does come out here. Do we get the Earthquake here? We go for the Body Slam. Hopefully, I mean, I guess like our plan is to get a para there, but okay, let's see if Seeker you're right here with the Blaziken play. All right, looks like we're just trying to bulk up then on the Registeel here. Smeargle does come out. We will get the Spore off here. All right, if we Sleep Talk here, then we're raw, but it looks like we're not going to Sleep Talk here. We probably have Sleep Talk if we're singing. What does the Smeargle set? It looks like we're just Spike Stack, so we get 2 spikes up. But Ursaring is now +1/+1, and like this is a problem high key to deal with, right? At +1, like how do we necessarily check this? Like, are we just gonna pick up a few Pokemon here? In comes Registeel. I mean, Registeel will wall, but I mean, we showed on Funk's side they were content to stay, and that's 70% by the way. Big Ursaring. The Iron Defense is going to come out, but that's not going to be enough to live this hit unless there's like high rolls and stuff. Is Ursaring just going to smoke Big Rocket Launcher 8 here? Maybe my calcs were I was underestimating the calcs on Earthquake on Registeel at +1. Fire Blast will come out. That does a lot to Ursaring here. Rain Dance. What are we doing here? Rain Dance moment. Okay, that's a danger move here to click. Is that real? Are we really doing that just to lower the power of Fire Blast here? We don't have leftovers, so I feel like we should have just attacked, right? I don't know how I feel about clicking Fire Blast or clicking Rain Dance there. Oh my god, we even get crit. We even get super punished for the Rain Dance. And before Ludi with Swift when comes in to punish, it could here. That could be danger. I'm gonna say. I mean, it could be. I mean, it might. You might as well just throw the Swift Swim on, right? I guess. I mean, maybe Rain Dish. I don't know. Maybe forgetting default to that. It's 8% to kill with Rain. Is what it sounds like. I don't know. All right, it is Rain Dish. There we go. A little bit of extra HP. Ludicolo stalling out. All right, we got the Drill Peck though. Crisis averted on Rain Dish. Ludicolo. Yeah, what the hell? Okay. Yeah, I mean, look. I mean, Rain Dance, Ursaring, I mean, look, it's a choice on the set, that's for sure. I don't know what's going on here, but we do have an answer here. Registeel will come out. This is at least an opportunity to get some health back here on the Zapdos, which is nice because after taking a lot of damage from that Ursaring, you're definitely going to want to get some HP back here. Because as I said, Registeel is taxed to do a lot in this battle. Amnesia time, okay. Well, this is going to be a problem here. It depends on what... Oh, we're just going full setup here. Thunderwave comes out. We are probably rest. Are we just going to go for like the Seismic Toss win con here? Is that our game plan here? Okay, so we do have Encore come out from Zam here. So this will Encore the Registeel. I don't know what this Encore necessarily gets us unless we're Encore CM. We do get the free turn into Blaziken here as this Iron Defense is up. So we're probably Special Blaziken here. We're going to set up a substitute here. We're still under Encore, which is nice. So this fire, we should have Flamethrower here, do a decent amount of damage. We are going to go for Earthquake. Okay, no fire move. Encore is still active. Yeah, Encore is still active, is doing a lot of work here. Okay, Encore finally ends. I don't like that our only move is Earthquake because it feels like we're just banking on the crit here, which is not awesome. Rollout. Okay, yeah, here we go. Rocket Launcher 8 is going for game here with full setup, rollout, Registeel. All right, we missed. What is going on? I mean, we're playing for crit, right? Like, uh-oh. I mean, all right, we got the rest. All right, here we go. Now we're truly gaming here. We really need this crit, otherwise this is going to be danger. Rollout. Rollout Registeel time. Rollout under para. We're not under para anymore. We're not under para. This rest is going to come off your next turn, and this rollout's going to start cooking. I feel like we should have had fire coverage here if this is our plan against the Registeel, but I guess we can't predict the double setup here. All right, rollout time. Let's go. Earthquake. No crit yet. We've dodged the crit for quite a few turns. Oh my god, and we miss. What is this going? I think crit EQ isn't even coming close to kill. Probably not. The problem is it might force an awkward turn where we haven't rested yet and we're in a little bit of trouble. All right, we do see the crit rollout come out. As it looks like we get into blaze range at least. That's not going to matter too much. And now rollout. All right, Selakberry. But I think rollout's going to come and smoke here a little bit. Reversal. Big reversal 28. That could have done a little bit of damage here. But we're going to see big double dance setup rollout Registeel. This can't do anything, right? There's no way this rollout's doing anything to this Registeel. Fat 27. All right, we're back with the para, I guess. Brick Break. It's big 6%. All right, now we just Amnesia up. Yeah, here we go. Rollout, nice. Yeah, this is a set of all time. 27 is way more than I would have guessed. Yeah. Chat, I think we might be here for a minute. How many PP to roll out? We still got a lot of rollout PP here left. We still got a chance to cook. This is so epic. Dude, Owen, I'm sure you're having a great time. There's nothing wrong with this. This is awesome. This is great Pokemon right here. Yeah, don't worry. This game, we're getting the chapter marker set up on this one to watch after. This is great. This is what we all love in Pokemon right here. Rollout +6 +6 Registeel. Hey, we're up. Hit the rollout. 2%. MFers will love this and hate Z-moves, by the way. Oh, and why are you bringing the negativity to this chat? We get to see +6 +6 Registeel. Click and rollout, and you're hating. That's crazy. See, look at that. 6% rollout. This is awesome. This is so fire. Oh, no. And we get paralyzed. I feel like if we were going to... big crit here. Yeah. 6%. I mean, like, all right. Let's actually lock in here. There's no angle to actually PP stall. Is this a PP stall angle? With our own Registeel? Probably not, right? We need 2 or 3 consecutive crits. All right, we've at least forced a Slowbro in. As it looks like we are going to go for the PP stall angle. In comes Zam. I guess, like... Ooh, we do get to Encore into Amnesia. The para makes rollout reset and use more PP, right? Yeah, it does. So we are going to at least get to Encore lock this. The problem is if we're paralyzed, like, the PP stall... Thing is, Encore does make this PP stall more beneficial to Funk, right? Because you just get to PP stall it. Oh, we do get the rollout off here. All right. We've allowed the rollout to go off here now. Hidden Power doing 1%. Yeah, this is not working out. We might be here for a while, chat. This will certainly take us to our 2:30 Atlantic time game. 2:30 Eastern for those who are counting, or 1:30 Eastern for those who are counting. Zapdos just chilling with the pressure. 14%. All right, Rollout's cooking. Rollout's dealing damage. No para? Oh, so close to starting to deal some real damage with our goat Registeel. All right, Rollout on the Slowbro. This is where we surely will start getting some damage. All right, Calm Mind setup. 7%. All right, we're dealing more than leftovers now. In comes Registeel. And the para. Okay. This is not... All right, look. This set is fire, and this is fun. Is this working? Probably not. But that it is what it is here. Should it just be Encore before Slowbro setup, right? Yeah, probably. Unfortunately. I cannot believe this is real. Oh, and this is great Pokemon here. I don't know what's wrong with this. This is amazing. This is hilarious. I think the problem with Big Rocket Launcher 8 is like we're locked in and committing to like going through with this. But like this is just not working right now. And like we probably should do something else. And we missed roll. Look, this set has worked in the past. I will say this would not be the first time to see Rollout Registeel pull out a victory in this tournament, but boom, last move. We've already seen all the moves on Registeel. We have rest here. That was how we've been able to get rid of the T-Waves before, but this isn't the first time. No, this has happened before. This is not like a necessarily unknown strat. The problem is that most people don't choose to do this against Registeel. Against the opposing Registeel as well. All right, Funk is risking this a little bit. Boom, in comes that big 12% with the rollout on the Registeel. Thunderwave. And we get paralyzed. Oh my goodness, yeah. Look, we all love rollouts, but how many more does he have? He's got a lot of rollouts still, right? He's still got 22. The problem is like between like missing and like the para, you're not able to rest off. The problem is like we are T-waving here, like into, like we don't want to get our T-waves lower than rest PP is the problem at this point, right? And we still have a lot of amnesias and iron defenses to go through. So I don't like from Funk's side just like spamming T-wave here. All right, rollout time. Let's run this. Let's run the rollout up again. All right, and we get paralyzed. Chat, surely we can get a like. Surely we can get a like on the stream for rollout Registeel. Streamer, please commentate this high level gameplay. I need to know what to do in this scenario. Oh my goodness. And we get the crit on the Registeel. Yeah, I guess Owen, our play is to get a crit and just kill the Registeel that way, right? Seems easy enough. I'm disliking this shit, bro. Why are you disliking? What's wrong with this? Owen, and the double crit? That's crazy. This is not gonna like. I didn't know Owen unfortunately is our biggest hater for anything ADV Draft League. Anytime we're having fun on ADV Draft League in the stream, he just can't have fun along with us, unfortunately. All right, Fire Blast miss. Chad, do we think that one mattered? See you later, Registeel. Yeah, good try, Registeel. Registeel put up its best effort. You know, to be fair, unfortunately, it was not good enough. You are not having fun. Stop LARPing. Owen, I think you're the only one who didn't have fun watching that replay. Unfortunately, I think you're the only one who didn't seem to enjoy watching that Registeel try to roll out itself into the other Registeel. Yeah, that was fire. I don't know. I think you're just a hater, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I feel like I call me Keegan because I hate everything. Like, I love things that are fun. That shit was ass. That shit was hilarious. Look, I will say that set is fun when, like, you can actually pull it off. The problem is, I think we gotta, like, time and a place, right? We can't be going for, like, the +6/+6 rollout set against the opposing Registeel, which just T-waves and takes, like, 0 damage from rollout, literally ever. That set, when it works, is super fun, though. Unfortunately, this time doesn't work out. It's very rare that you can pull it off. Plays hell. I'm glad Owen has come in here and brought unfortunately, the negativity gimmick to the stream. All right, we got to see this Volta game. I don't know if I'm not going to change the what's it called? I'm not going to change the teams for the Volta game because I saw this game went up and then the replay got posted like literally 4 minutes later. So should have been curse over ID? Probably, right? Yeah, I mean, using ID doesn't seem like the right thing to do, right? Especially if you're just going to get T-Wave. A certain set in the Volta game worked like a charm. Let's see what it is. All right. We won't change the teams, obviously, so these teams aren't relevant here. Glalie versus Jolteon. Assume... Oh, Earthquake. All right. I like that. Earthquake Glalie is super fire as a lead, especially against Jolteon. Picks up some good damage against Tentacruel here. Crunch, I assume we're protecting something in the back. Obviously, we don't know because I haven't updated on stream yet. Big Skarmory comes in. We see Protect come out, and we just get it some spikes. Okay. I assume Volta is winning this game. Armaldo, let's go. All right, Taunt comes out here. Probably just try to get a Rapid Spin on Armaldo. Uh-oh. Okay, no Ancient Power Boost off rip. No Ancient Power Boost off rip. The Tech Turret around the world? Yeah. Oh, here. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Curse won here, by the way. Yeah. Oh, Curse definitely won here. Rapid Spin. Imagine if we had the speed boost from Rapid Spin. Man, I was real worried we were going to see Swords Dance into Ancient Power, just Mickey boost there. I PP stalled, Slow Bros. Yeah, you PP stalled eventually. Eventually, that game was won, but... All right, Ancient Power. Are we going to see the Ancient Power boost win here? Is that what's going to happen? Boom. Okay, no AP boost. We haven't got it off yet. Hidden Power comes out. Wow, 83%. Goodbye, Claydol. That's most of Claydol's HP gone. All right, at 12%, you got to go for it again, right? Especially if you go Skarmory. AP. Where's our AP boost? Dude, I feel like... Dude, this is like playing against Roxanne and Runamon. Oh, here we go. Surely we get the AP boost now, right? We got the SE on the Protect. No AP boost. Okay, roared out. Dude, I feel like this replay took 4 minutes. I feel like the AP boost is coming any day now. All right, goodbye, Skarmory. In comes Jolteon here. We're definitely scared out here of the HP Grass. I mean, I guess we live, so I guess maybe we just trade this off. I guess you're probably okay with that, depending on what's in the back. I actually don't know what we would need Swampert for here. In the back. Oh, Salac. Uh-oh. That's trouble. Yeah, that's goodbye Tentacruel here. Late Salac comes in and kills that. What do we have left? We definitely got Ice Beam for you, Ments. Yep, goodbye, Salamence. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be Salacberry, Swampert. It takes a scenario against a Jolteon to good effect here. Yeah, it looks like there's basically nothing to deal with this Pokemon. Goodbye, Claydol. Blazing comes in, and yeah, that's not going to be able to deal with it. There we go. Big 6-0 for Volta as the perfect Salacberry. The perfect Salacberry scenario comes out here, predicted to perfection, and Goat Swampert comes in there to pick up the victory. Maybe that's the Scarfer? Yeah, unfortunately, no choice Scarf. Yeah, Armaldo was the real hero, right? I think everyone was cheering for Armaldo to get the Swords Dance plus the Ancient Power boost, right? And just go for the full Mickey. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen here today. Oh, did I not have the replay on? Damn it, I still had live mode on. That's on me, chat. All right, we do have another game coming up actually pretty quickly here. So the turnaround on that will be pretty close for that one. And I think that one we have Alex Santeri versus Nut 3012 or 3012, whatever you want to say for that one. Alex, who people might know through running a Black and White draft, really putting a lot of work into making that format popular. The last of the quote-unquote old gens, I guess if you consider them 3, 4, 5 kind of grouped together as kind of some of those old gens, especially in the Draft League format, though. I mean, you can play 1 and 2 in Draft League if your heart truly so desires. I've heard of people playing Gen 1 and 2 draft. I can't imagine everyone was, but yeah, Black and White draft, yeah, it's one of those interesting formats. I think it's definitely got some issues with the Dragons, but definitely a format that feels like it wants its fairy drafts. DPP draft is very cool. It's one I've never. It's like one. I feel like every time the DPP draft tournaments come up, it's like one that I never find a good opportunity to play in, unfortunately. And it's a format I did really like in terms of like OU playing it a lot. As we went through as we showed on stream last time out. Oh, I put the wrong one. I had live battle. We got to see our hero Shoddy battle. Poor Cinnerath got to. We're just being hating Chuds. Yeah, Chomp is unfortunately kind of a little bit problematic in this format, but I could be wrong. In terms of like my limited experience of it, I thought my team when I played Black and White was very, very good. Now it was very weak to certain archetypes. Luckily, I never played them, but Yeah, DVP is very, very fun, for sure. All right, let's take a look. Then I go with the chart plop every day. It could be. I'm willing to be proven wrong on Chomp. I'm willing to be proven wrong. I'm certainly, you know what I mean. As I said, I got 5 games under my belt, and like I certainly at least had like my concern like playing against a lot of the dragons. But all right, let's get the matchup on the screen here though. Yeah, nut through 30-10. All right, Owen. We gotta. All right. I will say, Owen. The hating gimmick is kind of fun, but like, we gotta at least be a little bit more chill with the hating gimmick. I know you bring your haterade energy from having to work on a Saturday morning, but we gotta at least try to be a little chill here in the chat. All right. Let's take a look at this matchup. We'll get into this one here. As like we could watch another replay, but I would like to at least start covering this matchup before we get into this, man. Sure, man. Have fun. Yeah. Okay, man. All right. Let's get into this matchup. We have Metagross and D Knight. D Knight, as we said, D Knight and Gyarados have been like the two classic Dragon Dance round 2 pick guys that you can pick up in this format. Pair really well with Metagross and Raikou primarily is where you usually see them. So we see that here, and then we see classic Celebi Arrow. Yep, you're up here in 10 minutes. Assuming you're still in 10 minutes, unless we've rescheduled, which has happened before. So we see that common pairing, and then we do pair it with Dugtrio. Where does Dugtrio come up in this game? The heroic Pine. Yeah. We have our hero Pineco to set up hazards. Unfortunately, we do run a Blastoise, which is a consistent way in this matchup to remove hazards. So I'm gonna say Pineco's likelihood to come in and get hazards up this game is gonna be and keep them up, especially against the Aerodactyl team. I'm gonna say probably unlikely. I say Pineco. Maybe save our Pineco for another matchup here. This might not be the one for you. But Metagross D Knight is a classic way to do it. I will say I do like my first initial thought on this matchup is we struggle into Aerodactyl here a little bit. We do have the Blastoise we can switch in, but like Blastoise gets into a situation very quickly where we struggle. We have to risk crits early, which is not a great place to be. Yeah, Dugtrio doesn't look great either. You can pick up the Breloom with the Aerial Ace. You can pick up a lot of things, but they have to be chipped a lot. And like the main thing you'd want to pick up is like the defensive piece here, right? With the Blastoise to at least like remove the spinner. The problem is your Spiker is really not effective outside of just like getting the hazards up. So you basically have to sit on the bench until you trap the Blastoise. And it's hard to really force the Blastoise into play unless you're getting this hazard up. So it's kind of a weird one in that sense. D-Knight though, D-Knight looks okay. Yeah, I feel like from Alex's side, yeah, this is a tough matchup, I think. Aerodactyl is really powerful into use. Celebi, especially passing into Arrow, is going to be problematic. Celebi also just puts a lot of pressure offensively here in this matchup, just setting up for itself. Dugtrio will be able to come in and obviously trap it with the Hidden Power Bug at some point in this battle if that's the angle you choose to take. But you'll definitely need a lot of chip on that before that's going to be effective, realistically. So I think this one could be a tough one, unfortunately, for Alec, I think, from his side to figure this one out. And I do definitely like Nut's side on this battle. I rolled 3 arrows knowing it was my hardest matchup. That's the pool problem. That's like playing pools, right? Like you're just going to run into those situations. Especially in these older gens with smaller dexes, like you're just going to run into kind of bad matchups more frequently. It's one of my biggest like apprehensions to like drafting Ments in these tours is I feel like it's the one round 1 pick that often is like the victim of just getting pool matched up the hardest, right? You're just going to run into situations, yeah, where you just run into that. Black and White, and like, I don't know if DVP is like that. Black and White I felt was a little bit like that. It can be a little bit like that. But like, at least once you get into like the Oras, the Usim, like once the dex hits a little certain critical mass, it happens a lot less. But like, ADV is definitely the format where like you feel the pool, the pool RNG the most in terms of your matchups. I think like the opponent, one of the guys in my pool, has a really bad Raikou matchup and ran to 3 Raikous as well. So that's definitely going to be a struggle for for him to manage that one as well. If you look at Nut's side, yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think of ways we can manage. Yeah, it's really going to come down to the Blastoise. The problem is Blastoise also invites Celebi in for free. But yeah, this could be an uphill battle here a little bit. Depending on the D-Knight set, I think we can make a lot of progress early, especially with DD Dragonite to really get something going. But yeah, Aerodactyl is going to be really tough to deal with long-term on this team. All right, we are about a couple minutes away from this battle. I'm going to step away for only 1 second to get a little bit of food just before we start the next game live here. I will be back in a couple minutes. And as I said, we're going to have people live coming in on this stream relatively quick soon here. So you won't have as much downtime. But as I said, these are 8-hour streams that we're hosting, which are always difficult. When Gen 5 was the current gen when I was gone, I loved the lower power level formats. I think the problem. I think one of the difficulties with Black and White, at least I think from my perspective coming into it, it's a format that has a lot of the modern power level, but missing the access to fairy types does make a lot of the top tier threats a lot more difficult to deal with, and puts a lot of focus, I found, on your seal types a lot. I have to remember the team that I had. I think one of the things I think on my team, and I think maybe just the nature of my team, is I was really over-reliant on Draco Meteor hitting and put me in a lot of situations where it's like a make or miss situation to win games. That could be just a team perspective. But I think like in terms of like modern draft league players adjusting into Black and White, the lack of fairy type does make a lot of the top tier threats very difficult to deal with. Whether that makes the format bad or good, is up to your own interpretations. I think I found the format a little bit difficult to manage with the Dragons for that reason. But as I said, my experience with Black and White playing it as the current gen, that format, I think people have I have a little bit of a bias personally against Black and White because I played it from day one and it was a very volatile day one format, to say the least. But in terms of draft, I think it's definitely got the potential to find its footing. I know Alec is doing a really good job with that format. It's definitely a format that's picking up on the Team Tour scene as well. So we're very excited to see where that format goes because I know ADP and Black and DPP have done a good job. Have done a really good job of like cementing themselves in this format. I feel like Black and White, like a lot of like the old gens 3 to 5, like have like all have like really solid communities that play them a lot. So I think Black and White will definitely find its footing in that front as well. And it's already seen a lot of play in a lot of Team Tours, so I'm excited to see where it goes. As I said, I had a little bit of a difficult first experience, but I think a lot of it was the team that I built and the team and the way that I played it. I think there are definitely other ways that I could play the format and have more consistent experiences. So, all right, I'm going to step out for just a couple minutes while we get ready for this battle just to eat, and I will be right back for the game, for Alex's game versus Nut 3012. All right, chat. We're back. Let's go. Hopefully that's the last time I have to truly leave for the rest of the stream. And leave the stream with Dad while we were doing this, but yeah, yeah, that's the thing. There's a lot of good steals. I don't remember what steal I had on my team. But yeah, the quality of steals is very hit or miss in DPP. In terms of quality, at least ones that can like handle D-Knight, Kingdra, and Flygon, certainly, at least at a consistent level. So that is definitely true. All right, this game should have started a couple of minutes ago. We have this game, which is against Lax, so that's not the game that we're looking for here. So it looks like they're getting ready to go here in a second. They haven't actually sent the challenge yet or anything, so we're still kicking and waiting. He's back. You know what? Yeah, the goat's back, Cindereth. You know the vibe. The next game we have is Gironas. So we get to see Gironas play his game in about 25 minutes. So after this game is done, we get to see Gironas start another run for his sake, hopefully towards another championship in the Emerald Open, which would be super fun. We obviously haven't had any repeat champions in this tournament, but that would definitely be far. We almost had one last year, man. It did make the finals after losing. Did make the finals again and lost after winning the previous year, but no repeat champion as of just yet. Let's see. And then the other thing, missing time slots in 2 hours. Okay. And it's in 3.5 hours. All right. That's easy enough to manage. We should be fine. And while you guys are here, if you haven't done so already, and you're in the stream while we wait for the next battle of the Emerald Open Tournament, make sure to like the stream. Supporting the stream goes a long way to helping keeping these going. These streams, as I said, are super fun to do. A lot of effort goes into putting on this tour, covering the tour, provide the content for you guys. So anything you guys can do to help support the stream and the tournament is greatly appreciated. This game should hopefully be coming relatively soon. As I said, it looks like Alex is ready to go. So hopefully that challenge should be sent relatively soon. It looks like that game is already up. Perfect. So we're back underway with live Pokemon. We'll go back to the first turn here. Glalie lead versus D-Knight lead. Obviously, D-Knight's got to get out of there. In comes a Metagross. Metagross gets a free turn here on the taunt against Glalie, which is pretty good. Pretty good for Metagross here, right? Because Metagross, like, if we think about, like, one of the things that Alex has to do to get into this game, I think it's make a lot of good offensive progress with the Metagross. And we've gotten away without a spike here early on, which is helpful against the arrow with your Blastoise, right? So we're seeing some sub here. This looks to be sub-Salic taunt on Glalie. I'm not 100% sure why we would be going for that here. We're already faster. This one's not super relevant. I think we probably just want to switch. The problem is you don't have a great switch, realistically, unless we're like a Lychee Berry Explosion or Lychee Berry Earthquake. And that's where we're playing to against the Metagross here. Okay, we just boom. Take 50, take 48%. Good enough. And now this gives us probably Arrow here, I would say. There's a lot of things we can go. We can go Marowak here too, actually. Marowak would be interesting. Though that does give free D-Knight, which is maybe not amazing. Aerodactyl at least makes the D. Aerodactyl at least like makes the D Knight harder to go into. So yeah, this is a free Earthquake. Wow, that lives too. Okay. Thunder Punch comes out. That does 44%. Not a lot, but Aerodactyl is starting to get chipped. This is the big problem with the matchup, is this Aerodactyl. So the more we can chip this, the better. And Metagross is at least not as the Glalie. Obviously, that's a Pokemon that's going to naturally just die anyway, so not really the best trade. But like, we've gotten no chip on this Aerodactyl, and it will mean we can probably play into some more crits at some point in this battle, depending on what we want to go into to check it, and depending on what the moveset is. All right, Double Edge comes out, protects against kind of random switch-ins to D-Knight would be the main one here. And now Blastoise comes in. As Blastoise is basically the best way to defend against this Pokemon on Alex's team. The problem is like, Celebi is such a free Pokemon in this spot to go into. Hell, you can even go into your own Blastoise, honestly. Because, like, I mean, at least Ice Beam is a pretty free click here to go for. So you can at least damage the Celebi a little bit. The problem is like, you can't even use Ice Beam to grant you an aggressive Dugtrio. Not that a Grass move is very likely to come that turn, but mainly because like a Baton Pass is pretty free after the fact, and you just get a momentum passed on, and it's a problem. Okay, so we do go into Regice at least, so we catch it with the double. So Regice, I will say, like, actually is like relatively pretty good here in this spot. If this is not, like, even CM Celebi doesn't really have the easiest time setting up on this Pokemon. It has to Rixu Boom at some point. And, like, even if Blastoise wants to come in here, Thunderbolt's going to be a great way to deal a lot of damage. So I guess one thing I also kind of missed was that Registeel, or Regice, is actually really good offensively here. Okay, so we see the Toxic come out. That's probably trying to catch the Blastoise coming in there. And now the Baton Pass is going to come out. We're going to see Leech Seed, little Subseed action, as that's going to try to stall out the HP of the Regice here. One thing to note, we don't see leftovers here from the Celebi. That's going to be important to keep in mind later on. It'll be interesting to see what type of item this is. Some sort of berry, certainly, but which berry? Definitely don't know that at this point. Especially with Subseed, it's really hard to imagine immediately what the other item would want to be. Substitute comes out. It could be Select. Use Sub-Select Pass is like another option. Crit comes here. Obviously, the crit doesn't matter because we're behind the Substitute, and that Substitute's going to go down basically anytime anyway. And like, Regice is not taking a lot of damage here, right? Between the Leech Seed and like the leftovers, like, you are going to run out of Ice Beams here at some point, but we're not at that point now. You have the same amount of Ice Beams as Substitutes, so I don't think you're never going to get to a point where you're in super big trouble with that coverage move. I don't know on that side if this is like truly the best way to spend our time. I mean, the problem is like, Regice is just actually good here. I could see us going into Kangaskhan at some point here and try to like put pressure on the team that way. We have the Leech Seed up already, so like if we go into Kangaskhan, we get a pseudo free-ish switch. And then we get to like start normal spamming. There's no Steel type now. The Metagross is down. Or we just go Banette. Interesting. Banette was not the Pokemon I expected to be here. And definitely not the Pokemon I expected to switch in here. Because like this Ice Beam, the next Ice Beam doesn't kill, but it comes pretty close here. Shadow Ball is going to come and do 38. That's not a lot. Definitely not in a position to really threaten. I guess this is a 2K after the Leech Seed, so I guess Regice is in a little bit of trouble here now. Gonna have to probably gonna have to switch. Yeah, I guess I failed to consider the Leech Seed extra chip there being relevant. I guess Banette, I'm trying to think of what else. I guess Banette there as a relevant spin blocker, but we haven't gotten a spike up, so using Banette in this way is definitely at least a way to get some value out of it for sure. And we definitely have to keep our Regice for the Celebi later, which means we'll probably have to rest on that Celebi. All right, Sledgebomb comes in. We have to eat the Thunder Wave on our Venusaur. Not the necessarily the end of the world, but certainly not preferable to have to get this thing paralyzed. Ooh, Destiny Mon comes out here. And on the Synthesis. Okay, so we see the Destiny Mon come out here, try to claim the Venusaur, which means if we have a Leech Seed, I imagine we're going to try to click it here at some point here to prevent this thing from being a real problem in terms of stealing a resource. But maybe I don't think you can go. I don't think you're going to go Celebi here. So I think if you have Leech Seed, it's probably a relatively free click to make here. Ooh, we see Big Charm come out here on the Marowak. We still take a lot of damage from this Earthquake, right? So, like, we still have a little, we're still in a pretty bad spot, potentially, with the, especially if we get a para here. But, I mean, interesting tech. I'm trying to think of what else the Charm would be for. Probably for Kangaskhan. We SD out of the Charm here, and we synth back up. So, we're basically at square one here. Haven't really made much progress. We EQ down to 68. And now we just go for the Charm again. Are we just going to play this cycle around? I mean, yeah, I feel like this is not great long term. Yeah, we just go into Blastoise here on the SD. So now we get a free Surf or a free Ice Beam. I mean, certainly we Ice Beam here. If we have it, or we try to get it, we probably double into Registeel, actually. Or Regice. Because we want to get Regice back up to high HP against the Celebi, and we're not going to do that switching into Leech Seed. We're going to just risk dying potentially to a move there, which is not great. Would have been, yeah, with the Paralyzed Venusaur, that's a really tough cycle to go through more than once. Like, consider yourself lucky to get through a few times. Like, yeah, at this one we have to go to Marowak or go to Blastoise. Okay, so Surf comes out. I mean, you Surf, I don't know if, I mean, Surf, I mean, you're never predicting the Surf, like the Protect here to go for the Surf to try to bait it. I wonder if now if you have Ice Beam, you definitely go for it because you haven't shown a willingness to click it. I think that just gives you a little bit more scouting information. Though I do think there's a decent chance that Banette just gets sacked here at this point. Ooh, it looks like Dugtrio comes out here. Okay, goodbye, Dugtrio. I think what we were trying to do there is definitely catch the Celebi coming in. We go for the Surf there. Wow, that was a really aggressive plan. I guess considering the HP that the Celebi is at, if you get that play right, you're in a really beneficial position. It looks like we're really just content to sack the Marowak. I'm very surprised by that. Especially considering the Blastoise is faster. And now, I mean, you definitely Ice Beam here, right? Because it kills this and kills the Celebi coming in. So if you have it, you definitely are clicking it at this point. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's a tough one because I see the vision there. Like, I feel like if you're protecting, you're trying to, like, gain more information to, like, determine a switch, not to stay in, and then Banette gets sacked here. So, okay, we might not have Ice Beam now, considering how this has been played. It feels like if we had Ice Beam, there was, like, a million turns, we probably would have clicked it. So, I'm going to guess we probably don't have it. Celebi comes in here. Now, the problem is Celebi's really good against us here. Leech Seed dodge, that's pretty good. As we just roar it out. Okay. And we reveal the last, which is our opponent's Blastoise. So, Leech Seed misses, nice. We get this thing up a little higher. We get an opportunity to get our Regice in itself. And Regice will take only 15 here. Which means if this has rest, this is a good way to get back to full, basically. There isn't a great switch into this. It looks like we just like to go for Toxic. And now we just get roared out. So a little bit lower on the HP, but we do have the Blastoise Toxic now, which is nice. And we have Sub D-Knight, which will be nice. So that allows us to rack up a little bit more Toxic damage here. Where's my Focus Punch Stoise? Not here right now. Maybe later in the stream we'll get to see some Focus Punch Blastoise cooking around. We're going to see the Roar come out. Venusaur comes out here. This has revealed the Ice Beam, so this Venusaur is in threat here. Especially in that, because we've seen Sludge Bomb, the chance that there's a Grass move is a little lower. And we do see Blastoise come back in, and Celebi gets a free entry point again. Looks like we do see the Leech Seed come out. We do get the Roar off into Arrow. I mean, this is a fine position for us. The Aerodactyl is definitely threatened out here. So I assume, I mean, you could go up to the Rock Slide if you're the Arrow to risk it, but that seems unnecessary. So I likely just expect our friend on the Arrow side to probably just go back into Celebi if I had to guess. Take an opportunity to get some Leech Seed health back on that Pokemon, because that thing's health is going to be really relevant here the rest of this battle. It looks like Alec is thinking here, is the one thinking on this turn. I assume just trying to decide what to double into. Regice. Yeah, I like Regice. I mean, you catch the Celebi here. I mean, there's no Leech Seed up, right? So, like, Substitute doesn't get you anything. You can go Blastoise, but I think you're fine if they go Blastoise. Like, yeah, Sub's not giving you anything here. It's going to be a Salac, right? But, like, what even benefits necessarily from the Salac boost? I guess the Marowak. But, like, Marowak's problematic with or without the Salac boost, I think, at this point. And Marowak comes in really, we sacked that? Okay. I'm very surprised we sacked the Marowak here. This gives free entry point to Aerodactyl, but the problem we have now is, like, we're behind on Pokemon. So, like, this sack war with Arrow is not really effective if we're the ones behind on resources. And especially where we have such a free sack in Venusaur, and, like, we can just go Blastoise after the fact. Yeah, Arrow comes out, but, like, we're just sacking Venusaur every time, I imagine. I mean, we could sack D-Knight, but yeah, Venusaur is just the obvious sack here. You didn't get an opportunity for them to miss Rock Slide here, which is kind of nice if they're at their choice. No leftovers and no, like, substitute revealed yet. I would kind of believe that, but yeah, the switch out makes me believe that to be the case. Wow. And we get a Synth-Off. That's actually really big. This Venusaur getting back to life is potentially very critical to the end of this battle. And if I'm Alec, I think I stay in. Substitute comes out here. We probably see Salac here. No Salac, really. Interesting on what the item could be then. So the Leech Seed is up, which means this will have a little bit of a chance to start stalling out this Regice now. But I think Alex might be able to pull this one out here. Blastoise comes back in. It's going to gain a little bit of HP off this Leech Seed, and now Regice is a little bit low again, but between the Toxic, like, it's not, like, the Blastoise itself is not gaining any HP, and you can still just go Venusaur here for free, right? Like, you just got kind of like an extra lease on life with that free Synthesis against the Aerodactyl, because it didn't want to risk getting a Rock Slide miss. So now, Para there is really tough. That could have been an opportunity with Sludge Bomb, and now we see the SD. Okay. So now the Roar comes out. Roar, final move, big. Okay. Prevents Celebi from trying to set up and do some Baton Pass shenanigans. So yeah, it's Baton Pass, so it's definitely not. It's maybe Lumberry then? I guess it would be, which with Natural Cure is kind of weird, but I guess it provides a guarantee of a setup, which is very useful. All right, so now our goal is just to chip the Blastoise. We're in a position now. Ooh, is Celebi going to go? No, we get back up to full HP Venusaur, though. I mean, between the Sludge Bomb and the Roar, I think we're always fine to stay in here and just attack. Roar out, Celebi, not a problem. Aerodactyl comes in for free. I think we're content to probably Could we sack D-Knight here, actually? Oh, and we're just going to raw dodge. We're beast mode like that. And we get the charm off. Okay, so now this thing is locked into Rock Slide. And now we just get to Sludge Bomb, right? Free Sludge Bomb. I feel like Alec has this one at this point now. Like, Blastoise is super low. Like, Baton Pass Celebi is in a really tough spot. Or we're running out of, like, situations to lock moves with Arrow. Even if we get Baton Passed, right? We're going to lock into HP Flying at +2. I guess that could still be a problem. Alright, Blastoise down. In comes Celebi. I mean, I feel like you Sludge Bomb here. Right? In that you expect to set up, but you probably just want to kill this. Because if you Roar, you're kind of in the same spot again the next turn after anyway. And you're in a tougher turn. So I think you do just attack rather than Roar. Okay, we just go for the Roar. I feel like we kill there. We go for the Sludge Bomb kill there. So just to flinch away from 9 to Arrow. That's the problem here. It looks like we don't have Hidden Power Flying either. No Kaz on this set. Alright, dodge the Rock Slide. Get the Charm off. Or we just Synthesis up. Yeah, because the Charm doesn't even matter here. I think Venusaur should win this game at this point, no? I think Alex should be able to pull this one out. The crit's annoying. Yeah, crit flinch is tough. And that's going to make this one awkward. We've got to risk a flinch here. All right, we're back. We're back up. The problem is we're still risking flinches here. Okay, that roll is beneficial to... Yeah, now we're safe. Okay. That crit and flinch could have put us in a really dicey spot very quickly. I expect to see Charm here come out. Yep. Lower the power of that Aerodactyl here. Obviously, a crit is still going to be very powerful and dangerous. There's not much you can do about that. Paralyzed comes out here. It doesn't matter too much. Because Celebi's going to come in. You'll see the SD come off. I assume we just... Now that pair is a little annoying. I assume we see the Roar come out here, though. BP into the Arrow. Need this Roar to go off. And the Roar goes off. Perfect. This is why I kind of like to Sludge Bomb the Celebi here. Only in that, like, you do want to kill that. Yeah, you want to kill this to prevent it from Baton Passing, right? Because, like, now you have last mon locked in Aerodactyl. And it's, like, really not going to do much. You just go to Charm as much as possible just to give the rest of your team the easiest chance at victory possible. And like, yeah, you'll get Paraflinch a few times here, but you can synth up and get this thing to -6 attack here. So Alec looks like he's going to pull off the victory here. We'll probably have to fight through a few Paraflinches here to end this battle, but looks like we're going to see a victory here in what was a pretty tough Aerodactyl matchup, all things considered. Oh, this was not... This is not CB. Okay, I was expecting this to have been CB the whole time, considering we had locked up moves. But I guess I could calc the damage and know that either way. So we are sub Lychee then. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense then. Why we didn't have Hidden Power Flying? Because if you were CB, we definitely have Hidden Power Flying, right? That would not make sense otherwise. Okay, well, that's a miss and that's a Surf, and that is a big win for Alec. Getting one win against the Arrow teams with this team. That's a good start to the tournament, I'd say, especially after the turn on Celebi with the Dugtrio. I think definitely makes sense. I think like you have to like try to force you got to force a turn that like works out really well for you there, but yeah, ended up pulling that one anyway. Arrow is terrible, as I've always said. Every Arrow looks Thanos in every matchup, and then he comes and it just does nothing, unfortunately, for Arrow. All right, we do have another game starting soon. I think this is the last one I'm probably commentating alone. Yeah, we have Geronis versus Rathmon. Let's go. Goat Geronis. We finally get to see him on stream today. And he has got a Snorlax, a Dugtrio team, interestingly enough. This looks like an interesting build. Double normal with the Ursaring as well. Curious to see what type of build we see with that. We definitely don't have the time to do a full matchup analysis, unfortunately, given the fact that we are literally probably minutes away from this battle going up. But I was convinced Arrow bad in TDT. We had that Celebi D19 with Rock Medi, and I smoked an Arrow team. Yeah. Look, if any of our teams were winning in that TDT team in that tournament, then hey, that's a W for us. That was, you know, honestly, like I that was definitely a tournament I feel like I could have been a better contributor and a better player for. I think it was really unfortunate that we scanned ourselves that Doug Trio stall team. I think, a lesson learned, that I would say on that one. Definitely not a team archetype. Will be playing again. Just be a few. We did innovate Selby, Red JC. Hey, you know what? We did innovate something, right? Something good came out of that tournament. Unfortunately, we get to say we're one of the last peoples to play on a team tour, captained by the almighty legendary Specs King. Rest in peace to the GOAT. So it sounds like Geronis is going to be a little bit late to this game, so we probably have a little bit of time to kill while we wait for that game. And while we wait for that game, if you haven't already, make sure to like the stream. Supporting the stream goes a long way to help keeping these streams going, help support the tournament. As I said, these tournaments are awesome. He's not dead, just old. Oh, I got bad news for you, Pythons. Or yeah, he's not old. that much is true. But yeah, I like the stream support. It helps a lot with running this tour. Running these tours is some of my favorite things to do every year. And I will continue to provide coverage throughout the entire tournament, after pools as well, going in through the rest of the ADV circuit. Waiting here for the Geronis versus Rathmon matchup. We get to see a Snorlax Dugtrio team. There's a few pass options in the Dugtrio, which are kind of nice. In terms of Dugtrio, this is a relatively decent Dugtrio matchup, in that like you definitely want to get the Regirock at some point. Whether you'll be able to easily get the chip to do that or the opportunity to present itself is kind of hard to determine. Metacham could also be in Meganium R1s with Aerial, HP Flying. Yeah, you get to run HP Flying in this matchup that you can pick up at some point. But we'll definitely require chip. And then like random Vaporeon. I assume Camerupt is not coming. That's our dedicated Raikou cheap answer. And then Hitmonlee is also potentially a trap option. I mean, I don't know. It's weird. We spent a decent amount of time thinking about the one that like really, and I don't know if it's a misplay or not. The one thing that's interesting, that I thought was interesting with this turn here, the turn 21 versus this Dugtrio play. I don't know. I kind of like this play though. I think it's the problem. The weird thing with this play is that like once you I don't think you're ever assuming your opponent has Protect in this spot. Realistically, it's like they're doing it purely as a scout here. And if you're surfing, to me that tells me no Ice Beam, or tells me low probability of Ice Beam, at least as a click on that turn. So if I'm on your opponent's side, I'm very likely to just go Celebi and going Dugtrio to trap it. Like I think like you're in a matchup where like I think you're behind on the matchup, and if you can pick up the Celebi, for example, Celebi is like one of the things really that poses a big threat, especially with paralyzed Venusaur, right? Like you're at risk of getting baton passed, potentially like at quite a few of these points throughout the game. I actually think I like this play, even though it doesn't work out. I think the probability that your opponent goes into Celebi is high enough that I think it's worth taking the risk here. So I don't know if I agree that they're misplays or not, but I think that was a good win to pull that one out. The fact that they didn't have the HP Flying on the Aerodactyl either was very beneficial. It really, like, your Venusaur was like very good there in that end game. So that was a good one to watch. One of 3 Aerodactyl matchups down, only 2 to go. Until hopefully you get to be free of the Aerodactyls, as they are unlikely to make brackets, unfortunately, from here on out. All right, I'm trying to think of what else is there. Ooh, this is a Pythons. This is a team you would like. On the right side, we got Zapdos Metacham Gaming. We got a Miltank, Regirock. This is a fun team on Rathmon's side. Metacham does look pretty shiced here too. I guess there are some resists that like make this like potentially a little weird, but like Metacham is going to do a decent amount of damage, especially if you can like agility pass into it or something. Like you'll find some good opportunities to do some damage here. But this looks like one of those matchups where we might be in for a little bit of a longer one, unless Dugtrio picks up like some big pieces early to really open up something like Snorlax. But Otherwise, I'm confused by Medi Hitmonlee because I don't believe in Spinner Lee. Yeah, I mean, it being the only rapid spinner is kind of annoying, and especially like this is a team that definitely wants to get the hazards removed as much as possible. Um, certainly. So yeah, maybe we'll see Spinner Lee. I mean, the double fighting is a little bit weird on this team for sure. Speed Pass and a bulk of many would probably just win. It looks like, yeah, it has a decent chance of winning, especially after like a bunch of these Pokemon are chipped. I think that's like a likely play pattern we probably see. I mean, the Agility Pass for sure because you want to protect Ian Stug Trio Revenge, especially if you have to take a hit to get in on the Baton Pass because Zapdos is like one of the fastest Pokemon in this matchup. So yeah, Agility Pass will be. I imagine that to show up, whether we see bulk up or not, or just raw choice band. I think both have merits, but maybe agility bulk up just gives you a little bit more ability to actually like follow through on like winning the entire game. All right, we'll lock out of the phone for now. What do we have? Just be a few minutes late. Drones, this is definitely more than a few minutes late at this point. We are late. We are starting to get into late territory at this point. I definitely don't want to load another game because like the chances that like they just start playing is a little bit high at this point. What's our next game? Charku versus Hades Avenger. Little mod game upcoming soon. That'll be fun. We haven't seen any of Hades games, I don't think, yet at this point. Now we're still waiting on Geronis to get going here. Trying to think of what else. What lax would we bring here? Is this just Curse Lax? Is there a reason not to be Curse Lax here? I feel like CB is like maybe fine, pretty good too, but like I don't know. I feel like Curse Lax is probably just Thanos here. And that if you just get a free turn to like Curse as Regirock comes in and just Earthquake it, like that's probably really good. CB has like situations that like you allow yourself to get outplayed a little bit unnecessarily, where like Curse will not allow that to happen, which yeah, I think probably Curse makes the most sense here. We'll see if that's what's actually brought, but unfortunately, Goat Geronis is still not here. A few minutes late, and it's 8 minutes. That's not a few minutes. That's late. We're late now. We are AK not showing up. Oh, Geronis, man. You know what? Let's watch something else. Geronis is not going to give us, is going to show up late. We could watch the other lax game. Yeah, we might as well watch the other lax game just played. I won't load up the matches for this, obviously, because I expect this Geronis game to be up at any point, but we'll watch this and be surprised by the Pokemon as they show up. All right, Quillfish lead versus Raikou. All right, pretty good lead for the Raikou, but it looks like we don't want to... Oh, okay, so there's a Sceptile there, so we're trying to get a little bit of beneficial situation for us to get some hazards, which is nice. And it looks like we're just going to trade hazards here. Boom, on the Quillfish. So we end up at 1 spike apiece here. Raikou does get a free turn, which I assume it'll want to take the opportunity just to T-Bolt here. Obviously, Sceptile can come in so you can HP Ice aggressively, but like between the T-Bolt and the spike damage, like you're okay to just go for T-Bolt there. That's relevant damage. Substitute comes out and you're just going to Thunderbolt again, break the sub. Okay. I mean, yeah, this situation is like actually benefiting the Raikou here. You'll eat a Toxic here, but especially if you're something like Rest, you're content with that. And now you're in a position where this is a roll. Not anymore after the Protect, right? Yeah. The leftovers will come up, make sure that this isn't a roll. So Raikou's going to take a little bit of chip to break through this, especially with the lead sheet. Oh god, nice voice crack. The voice is already going, chat. 3 hours in. We only got 5 more hours today and 8 more hours tomorrow, right? Live battles? Okay, their game is up. We'll watch the rest of this game later. Alright. It only took us 10 minutes to get here. Geronis on the left, Rathmon on the right. Tentacruel lead versus Hitmonlee. So we have brought the Hitmonlee. We brought the double fighter. Assuming this will be here to do some just be an offensive threat while also rapid spinning if need be against the Glalie. Especially if we're leading, I assume it's got rapid spin to just like try to sack spin after the Glalie goes down, but Tentacruel lead is going to pressure that very well here. Or at least give a different look that maybe Rathmon wasn't particularly expecting here. We can always use some reversal shenanigans. It could. The problem, there is a Haunter here, which makes it a little awkward to start with. And like Dugtrio is in the back. Though obviously Dugtrio is not going to be able to deal with it just yet. You also have to like beat the Tentacruel. So alright, Miltank comes out as we see Barrier Tentacruel. Uh-oh. Danger time. Immediate turn 1 setup for Tentacruel. Okay. It looks like that threat wasn't necessarily going to be here for too long. Okay, no leftovers here, so this might just be CB then. We see the Paralyze come out here, which is a little annoying. Obviously not too much in terms of like what it's going to do. It could also be Chesto, Resto, Curse here. Normal plus ground is all you need in terms of coverage, so that's very realistic as well as a set. So that's going to make this a little bit awkward in the early game to get going. Barrier is really funny. Yeah, Barrier is a fun setup. A fun setup move. We'll see. Now Geronis is in an interesting spot because this thing being paralyzed means that like Miltank can probably realistically stay in and just like S-Toss on it and start to like slowly chip it over time, right? Because like you're not really overly concerned about this thing's setting up, I don't think, at this point. I mean, it could set up and rest, but like you should have Roar throughout this build. I mean, this is a weird spot actually. I don't know what either player would necessarily want to do. I feel like the Miltank player, Rathmon, probably can just Seismic Toss and be fine here. Be fine here to chip this Pokemon a little bit. And if it starts cursing, like, the thing is, like, it's hard to curse too. I guess we just go Regirock here. Para's annoying. It depends on what's clicked. And now we're just cursing. Alright, Regirock is cursing up itself. Well, not curse Regirock, but curse... curse Miltank, but curse Regirock time. Vaporeon at least be able to come in and check this after. Big Haunter is in. All right, we do see the Parasong come out. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ancient Power Curse time. Unfortunately, this is Paris trapped, right? Like, this is not... All right, so we got the Paris and we trapped it with the Nitro, okay? This could have been really danger. Now, this is a build your own Paris trap moment here. So that's good. Regirock is down here, but like that is, if we didn't have Dugtrio, that could have been really scary to just lose the game. But yeah, good prep by Geronis there to get the Parasong on the Haunter and then just get rid of the Regirock. Because Regirock was one of the things that really made it difficult for Lax to play in this battle, because you were kind of focusing on you were kind of in a situation where you had to choose between normal and ground coverage, and now you just get to spam normal coverage the rest of the battle. Steal this idea in the future? Yeah, this is pretty good. Good prep idea. Body Slam comes out here. We are letting Lax take a lot of damage here, though, which like makes me believe we have to be Resto Chesto here, but we risk a crit here. No, we aren't. It's probably just CB then. So we had a lot of damage on the Zapdos, at least. But we're a little bit low on like ways to immediately deal damage here. Espeon can come in and probably be the most threatening thing to do here. You obviously can't trap this with Dugtrio at this point, or at any point really. It's not how Arena Trap works. Could be Ursaring also in the back. Like double normal spam here is pretty good, especially after you deal with the Regirock. Should have clicked Ancient Power on the Dug when I revealed sub. That would have been tough, yeah. You get the second Ancient Power boost and just kill it straight up. I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, I don't know what else you would do in that spot. You might as well try to get the double boost, because at least the double boost and you kill after, it gets you the opportunity to get out. I thought it was really just locked in his computer. That's crazy, Sin. You really thought I was just sitting here doing nothing, just hanging out, just no commentary, no game on stream. Hey, I've eaten. I got my coffee. We're chilling here. We're here for the long haul now. We're locked in for the majority of the rest of the day. Because Curse Speed draw, yeah, Pythons, but let's pretend it did, right? Let's pretend it was like minus speed somehow. I don't know. It wouldn't work, but we can LARP and pretend, right? LARP and pretend amongst friends. So here comes Espeon. That's a crit. I don't know if that crit entirely matters, but I would not be surprised if it did. Miltank gets to come in here now, though. It wouldn't matter. It would have been funny. Oh, it 100% would have been funny to get a double boost there. But yeah. Unfortunately, not going to work out for our hero Rathmon there. So looks like we're just going to stand in Psychic here. Body Slam will be annoying. That's a lot of damage for Geronis to take here. I got against Lastio, so I believe so. Yeah. Nothing like a good little double boost. Okay, so looks like we're just going to stand in Psychic again and just try to Dugtrio trap this then, probably. Is the game plan. Yeah, because if it stays into attack, you just lose it. So I imagine that's what Geronis is trying to get going on this turn, at least. It looks like we're not going that for it. We're going to go for the Vaporeon. So it looks like Rathmon was content to let this thing go to the Dugtrio after another Psychic. I mean, it makes sense to keep the Espeon. You need to keep that Pokemon to check the Hitmonlee. Hydromus is a little unfortunate. Body Slam comes out and gets the Para. Really bad turn for Geronis there. And now you got to risk a Para here. Hidden Power comes out. And you get your own little crit, but... will this put this in? Oh, Miltrick will come out. Yeah, I was gonna say, are you gonna get this in range ever of Dugtrio? I guess Hydro Pump gets you, like, keeps this in potential range of it. The problem is like you're still odds on to either miss or get parried at some point on these milk drinks. That, yeah, right. Like you're just gonna now lose your Vaporeon. I mean, Vaporeon is, yeah, it has all the roles. Oh, I was gonna say it has almost all the roles to kill here, but doesn't pick up all of them. The problem is even though it hits this, you can just milk trick again and play the same sequence at basically full HP. In comes Medicham here. Yeah, I think Geronis is in a real tough spot. Calm Mind. We thought Bulk Up, but it looks like Calm Mind is the Medicham of choice today. I think this is beneficial here because you trap this with HP Flying Dugtrio, right? And you should be able to just pick it up. Or I guess not. You go Tentacruel. And you just Sludge Bomb. I guess outspeed. Get the crit. Does the crit matter? Who knows? And now just keep Sludge Bombing. Probably trying to farm a poison here. That's a lot of damage from Miltank. Damn. Miltank is Thanos, though. This Pokemon is so broken. Barrier comes out here. Does a fat 25%. Disgusting Mediset. Yeah, it's pretty nasty. Body Slam. All right. We lose our Tentacruel here. And now Dugtrio is going to come in, try to... We'll trap this, but it looks like it's just going to have to go for the Toxic. And Body Slam comes out. I think Miltank should be able to pick up the rest of the damage needed in this battle. Between the... Unless Espeon crits here. I guess it is Substitute. It could be Subbataya. Is Subbataya threatening? It has leftovers, right? Yeah, it looks like Geronis is going to lose that one. Miltank. Thanos Miltank, Pokemon of all time. Comes through, locks in, wins that battle. A little bit of hacks on either side, but a good game. Either way, and Geronis unfortunately loses this game. I don't know if that's Geronis' first game or not, but creates a tough situation going on for him to have to win the next two battles to guarantee an opportunity to get out of pools. We're going to have a pretty quick turnaround to our next game, and while I'm getting the matchup set up for our next game, if you have not done so already, make sure to like the stream, subscribe, do all that fun stuff. It helps support the stream a ton. It helps us continue to make this content for you guys of, one of the biggest draft league tournaments of the year. And I don't say that just as a person who is kind of tooting my own horn to be like, oh, I run the whatever. It's like this is the biggest prize pool that draft league has played for every year. So definitely a tournament that is super awesome and great to host every year. So many battles today. I want to see a rollout set. Yeah, today's been awesome. The first weekend is always good to see a bunch of games go on. Obviously, people like myself like Dijon until the second weekend. Well, mainly because to be fair, I would have preferred to play a game this week, but I was just busy honestly all week and kind of busy doing this stream as well. So, unfortunately, not going to get to play until next week. But I was like half hoping I was maybe going to get an opportunity to play one of my games on stream, which would have been a little annoying to try to figure out. But the rollout set would have been pretty funny to have won. Unfortunately, that's like not realistic to happen. I mean, there's a time and a place for the rollout Registeel set. Probably not in the Registeel mirror, I would say. Is probably like not one of those times realistically that you can bust that one out. Real runs remember pesky potato rollout Miltank versus Kaz? True. That's a banger. I had to find that replay. Do you want to watch that replay? No, we don't need to. We don't need to put Kaz through we don't need to put Kaz through that. Watching that replay. Will I take that one for later? Who's to say? Banger or replay alert. Kaz deserves it more. That's great. Why are we hating on Kaz right now, Sin? Where did the Kaz hate come from? The real question right now, Sin, is when do you play Rye in what's it called? When do you play Rye in ADV or not ADV in ORAS? Is that supposed to be today or what? Still. What do you mean still unknown? It's Saturday. Well, yeah, either late tonight or tomorrow. Well, yeah, you have two options. He wants it today. I want it tomorrow. Why are you in stream? Play your game. What are we jawing for? Are you trying to run some fucking forfeit win gimmick? What's going on here, Sin? This was like something that should have been ironed out, not on Saturday. But what do I know? You know what I mean? I'm babysitting my neighbor's kid right now. I mean, I guess so, but you can still play your game. All right, well, don't get forfeit fished on. That's all I'm gonna say. All right, so this game we're what 5 minutes away from 2:30 Eastern, so this game should hopefully be starting relatively soon. I assume the players are online and ready to get going. Yeah, it looks like Hades is already. Yeah, it looks like they're about ready to get this game going. So we should be able to get this one started pretty quickly here. So we got a ping. Does that mean we have the game live? Yes, we do. All right, a little bit of an early start for this game, but does Finish got done watching? Yeah, it was a weird one. I don't know. I think it's just a tough one to play, right? I think like at a certain point, you kind of have to force through positions. I like the Dugtrio play a lot though. I don't know that might be wrong for me to say it's a good play, but I like trying to force something in a matchup like that because I feel like that matchup was tough and you got to push something to make progress there. But hey, a win is a hey, winners win. That's what matters at the end of the day, right? All right, let's see. We had Immense Lead versus Tyranitar. Obviously, Tyranitar's not gonna want to stay and want to get out of that. We got Swampert. Who joined? Who do we got?
Yo.
Oh, we got
what's good?
Let's go.
Yo, can you hear me okay?
Yes. I'll probably turn you up like a little bit, but
yeah, no, that's fine. This headset's a little quiet, so yeah, just turn me up. But hello, stream. Hope you guys are having a great Saturday. First Saturday of Emerald Open 6. Been a pretty cool slate of games so far.
Ooh, yeah, the games have been pretty good to start. I don't know if you saw the epic rollout Registeel set.
I saw the replay. That was absurd.
Yeah, I think it's a little bold to go for that against an opposing Registeel, but I appreciate the effort nonetheless.
Yeah.
All right, see
yeah, I mean, couldn't quite reach rollout Miltank's heights, but
it
was still a cool bring. All right, so do you know any of these? I mean, I know Hades a vendor is a mod. Do you know who Charku is?
Not particularly, no. Looks like we're sub HP grass,
yeah,
so that's gonna at least.
Steetar is looking scary.
Yeah.
Especially if it's faster than that Breloom. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say the Breloom kind of has to come in here.
And you get the sub up. It depends. Like you've already committed your hidden power, so it'd be interesting to see what coverage you even have to hit this. But
yeah, I mean, like, Fire Blast actually looks pretty good to pressure the Fortress and hits this. Like, Rock, Fire Blast, Grass seems to hit everything. So
Mm-hmm.
if I had to guess, I would think we see a fire move come out here from Hades' side.
Yeah, and then
But yeah, just kind of
you'll at least be able
looking
to
at the
get the. Oh,
matchup.
I guess you break
And
this.
okay, sub.
Oh, it's just
Okay, I
flamethrower.
got the
Okay.
flame.
Yeah. So I guess the more consistent option of the two, which makes sense. I mean, do you have to break? I guess what do you do here now that you see the fire move, right? Do you just have to break the substitute and hope something revenges? The problem is this
I think
T-Tar just
so. I
finds
mean, it
this.
also might
This,
not kill.
yeah,
Depends on its investment, but that I don't know. That HP Grass did a lot to Swampert. I think this is
yeah,
probably a pretty especially invested
yeah.
T-Tar.
And even if you don't kill, right, like you're still super low with the Sandstorm chip, and like T-Tar can just do this infinite times on Regice, like throughout this battle, right, and just like pick up a
Yeah.
Pokemon every time. Or I'm
Oh,
just gonna
what? We
sack
sacked
Pert.
it? Okay.
Oh, that's real
And
bad.
what is coming in here? I think the sub was a big misplay because you know it's going to be attacking. I mean, the fire move last just makes sense. Okay, and maybe Mens can live a rock slide here because it probably is. Yeah. Oh, does it? Okay, it just barely lives with sand, so now it can threaten with a break.
Yeah, but now we've had to
But yeah,
sack
now
like
the Mens
we
is
had
just
to
gonna
sack our
die.
whole HP on Mens to just like get through this,
I don't. Yeah.
and like we
That's
just
that. Yeah.
we have to lose our Mens to like a free Venusaur switch. Yeah, this is not looking good. This T-Tar is just like, and now,
Because there's not really much Houndoom can do. I mean, it could HP like it could run HP fighting, but then it doesn't have grass for the Swampert. So
mm-hmm.
and like beat up of course a good tech to get past the Blissey, but I just don't. It doesn't look like. Okay, so we do see the Wisp come out.
So at
Are we
least
gonna see the beat up here?
they'll help keep this
The
thing
problem
low.
is like it only
But,
can run so many moves.
yeah, it doesn't even have the beat up. It looks like so.
Oh, and the double into the Moltres.
Yeah,
This is
this is gonna be this is a pretty shice opportunity. We're gonna yeah.
honestly,
Oh,
I really like Hades Avengers' team.
yeah. This
Like
is a really nice like
really,
yeah.
really sound defensively.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it covers with the fighting miss with the fighting weakness with Venu, Moltres, Clops. Okay, the Wismus, and yeah, okay. I mean, this is it. Yeah, this is able to put it to sleep, but there's no way this Venusaur. Okay, it does have the HP Rock, so it does get a kill on the board here. I mean, the only like kind of win con I could think of possibly would be if this Venusaur was just somehow walled by Breloom and it was able to sub up. But the
Yeah, I'd
Fortress
say
is going
that's
to reveal it.
probably not gonna happen. Yeah, we see Focus Blast or Focus Punch come out here. I mean, that'll make good damage on the Fortress, but yeah, like this is still not see Hidden Power come out.
Spiked up now.
Yeah, I just don't think. Yeah, you just boom and you can just go. Can't you
Yeah.
just go Tar here again? Like you,
Yeah, I mean,
there's
Tar
no
just goes
flamethrower switch in. I guess you can go
Blissey works
Blissey.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think this kind of just goes back to that sub play versus when the T-Tar was behind the sub, because
Mm-hmm.
if Charker just attacks, then T-Tar is threatened out, Brainloom lives, and then you don't have to sack the whole Mence. And like, look
Mm-hmm.
at Bandit HP like flying like outside the T-Tar, like
It's
looks
pretty good,
yeah, it was
especially if you
kind of
if you can
and
chip that T-Tar, like you're in a
great
good
game.
spot.
Okay, so the Regice is going to trade, so this is so Charku is able to shave some differential points most likely, but this T-Tar, I mean, ooh, unless we could see a focus punch here. No,
No,
okay.
no Focus Punch. I
But
mean, we can go.
I
We
think
can go for one here, right? I mean, we might as well. Like, I mean, they'll probably go Venu here, but
yeah. Well, I was gonna say focus punch on Regice. I'm curious if that's packed because just to pressure the Blissey, and it would have worked since the T-Tar was asleep.
mm-hmm.
But okay. So the Brainloom is faster. Wait, this is turned on its okay. Blissey will just be able to spam flamethrower here.
Yeah, okay. I did not expect it to be faster, but
because if the T-Tar wakes up, then this Blissey then it gets a bit weird with sleep mind games. But this Blissey may just be able to spam attacks here and
I think so. Yeah, especially with the.
Oh my God! Wait, crazy Breloom play by Charku. Oh my God!
Wow, that is a big play Raw focus
That
punch.
was
Oh man, demon.
I still yeah. Oh my god, dude.
Wow.
That
Because now you
actually.
get to you just get to spore the Blissey and focus punch again.
I think yeah. I mean, I think this Braylon was just misplayed around. Jeez,
Mm-hmm.
that actually was. I don't know, man. I think Hades just gave it too many free turns.
Yeah.
The T-Tar, I think just like that. Why? Because why not stay in with Blissey and just spam flamethrower? Like
Mm-hmm.
that's what I'm not understanding here. Like giving the Braylon the double is lose condition because then you lose something to
Yeah.
Braylon and then it's put back to sleep. But I mean, I want to say Blissey lives a boom from Regice. Does it live boom into HP Rock? Maybe not. But it's a tough call to make.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but yeah, really good comeback by Sharker though.
Yeah, Breloom.
Was able to get the Braylon in.
Yeah.
Maybe like if the Venusaur was kept healthy too. But yeah, wow.
Yeah, because
I think there is a game right now. I think Seeker's playing.
Yeah, we'll throw the Seeker game up here.
Yeah.
And I'll get who's Seeker playing right now? Keldeo. Okay. Well, we can
Seeker
start from
versus Keldeo. I'm not familiar with Keldeo 500 here.
I think this might be Keldeo's first EO. Kind of a shice matchup to get in your first EO, unfortunately. But
yeah. Okay. That's got to be Bandit Arrow versus that Blastoise.
Mm-hmm.
Bandit Arrow does look pretty strong in this matchup. I mean,
I joined Shed immediately. Okay. Big Encore Vigoroth.
Oh, the Encore Vigoroth.
One of the few Encore users to see.
Vigoroth is a really cool mon because it's just got a really nice utility move pool, and it's like only 4 points. I know Gang used it really well in his HDI run, but the Encore just totally able to force out the Celebi.
Yeah, and like Encore is like a move that like is an Encore is like really important move to have in like a metagame with like Baton Pass and stuff, and there's like very few guys that like actually get it and have either real speed or like can actually take a hit. Like Zam has speed, but like you have to get really aggressive and basically dodge like any attack to pull that off, which is easier said than done.
Yeah, no, this Vigoroth having nice stats definitely helps it out. Like it has a lot of EV flexibility. You can make it fastish, but it's just gonna go for the bulk up here as Keldeo is gonna trade for spikes. So I mean, this can get up to pretty much plus 6. Like, what does Keldeo do here? Like, do you just stay in and let this get to plus 6? What is the plan to revenge this? Like, even though it's poisoned, like, you know, Boom probably does a good amount, so you could maybe this explosion kind of kill. But if then again, if he slacks on the Boom, because dude, this being faster than Celebi is really flips the matchup on its head.
Yeah.
I wonder where what they hit speed wise, because looking at the speed tiers, I mean, you know, Keldeo didn't seem to bother going for the speed tie with Zapdos. So I mean, I understand kind of running a bulkier, like a bulkier, and going away with the speed on here, because I mean the Vigoroth and Pinsir are really the next speed tier, and everything else is gonna get outsped by Celebi. But I mean, Seeker came prepared for that.
For sure. Yeah, I don't. Air's gonna have to flinch. I mean,
I could see maybe what might come out here on Keldeo's end is like a sub Typhlosion, just kind of okay, or just going into Machamp. I'm curious how much this is gonna do. I mean, I assume Vigoroth won't one shot, but it has the option to get lots of chip on this Machamp. And
that gets Espeon in for free. Okay. Yeah, 88. That's a lot.
I mean, this Vigoroth did its job.
You got so much value out of this, right? Like you got the Nidoqueen. You like chipped like the whole Machamp. There's no spikes to get up, but like this Machamp like basically has to come in on like Blissey. It has to come on like Regirock at this point. Otherwise, it just gets like outsped and killed, depending on like what the speed EVs are. It's pretty slow compared to most of what's going on. Zapdos is looking pretty good here too, especially if it has Drill Peck. Sub Drill Peck. I hope Seeker is sub here. Yeah, sub is pretty good. Hidden Power Ice, it looks like.
That's yeah, I think so. Yeah, probably, yeah, it makes sense. That did a lot though.
Mm-hmm.
If
Well,
it-
you would
if
be
it's
drill.
HBI,
You would be Drill Peck if you wanted to be
I'll find that.
physical, right? Like that would be so.
Yeah.
This might just be maybe a more offensively slanted. This is doing a lot. Slanted.
Yeah, Keldeo needs to start going for Calm Minds soon. Probably we'll see it this turn if I had to guess. I mean, one crit would do it though.
Mm-hmm.
One crit into another HP Ice. I mean, yeah, okay, able to pivot to Arrow, but that's gonna take some damage.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and having Tect is really nice there.
That definitely looks like HP flying. Good
I
one,
know.
Alpha.
And I mean, there's the Regirock in the back that Seeker can
go into here, yeah.
obviously go into. It
You also
does feel a bit telegraphed.
Yeah.
So
you could aggro Earthquake here.
Double.
Or double, yeah.
Well, I'm pretty sure this is Band Arrow based on the Rock Slide damage to Blastoise.
Yeah, true. Yeah, it'd also never be HP flying L5 because it has Drill Peck. You double the Machamp. Makes sense. You guess, like, yeah, if you expect Regirock, you can try to get value out of your Machamp here. This is probably the best way to do it. I don't know how else you're getting a beneficial situation from it.
Yeah, I mean, bring it in on like after Regirock killing something, but doesn't feel optimal.
I think
I mean, also Espeon is looking pretty good at this point in the game. Like Psychic HP Fire probably gets a kill every time. Because if that's, I mean, unless that, okay, that could be Roar Bait Blast. Okay, so into the Marowak, and that's just gonna die. I mean, Midground makes sense, but yeah, now Seeker can try and spin these away. Probably, I think kind of you have to do that as if, you know, you surf expecting this Blastoise, or expecting the Arrow to expect a spin. I think letting in Celebi is pretty rough with 3 layers up. And also, I would assume that, you know, if you spin and this Blastoise does have to get sacked, Zapdos can probably take a double edge after another turn of lefties and can even protect if need be. Okay, so yeah, it does stay in on the spin.
Get the spin. Yeah.
And now let's see. Will we see Regirock last?
It looks like.
Okay,
well,
so
we're not gonna find out yet.
Yeah, I'm thinking there's Regirock is on the bench.
It might be Blissey then last, then probably. This is like.
Oh, true. Yeah.
Counterplay for Typhlosion. Like Blissey is still pretty good here. Yeah, I would have figured Regirock, but yeah, in comes Espeon.
I mean, I assume it lives if it's brought in here.
Yeah, barely.
Okay. I wonder if we see like a Salic or a Pataya Berry come out here.
Pataya would be pretty nice for the Celebi, considering how much that's been taking. So we just go. We got Vaporeon here. Oh, we're leftovers. Okay.
This is looking pretty decent for Keldeo. I mean, I think one thing that could be scary for Keldeo would be like a speedy Calm Mind Blissey. And I mean, this Zapdos looks really good, but also if the Zapdos can just get really one crit on the Celebi, then that also might be game. But also Fortress might be able to live a hit and boom. There's a sub actually, so ignore what I just said.
Yeah, it'll be able to to step out. Yeah, Zapdos can definitely just win here. It looks like we're gonna pick up the Vaporeon here. Okay, we sack Machamp, keep Vaporeon.
Okay.
I don't like that because if it's last move, if it's last Blissey, like you would want that to have like a nuke cross chop button. I think at the end. I don't know what Blissey's getting you against Zapdos and like a random assortment of guys on the bench.
Okay, so Keldeo kind of has to recover here. Yeah, I mean, Calm Mind, Blissey.
would be able to duel the Celebi, but like what coverage Bolt Beam looks okay here. I mean, it takes the Fortress out over time, but
Hmm.
if the Fortress would be able to live a hit from full and boom that. Okay, so we see the HP Ice on the Psychic, and that kills. Wow.
Yeah, this is definitely just like
I
super
wonder, was that
offensive.
did how much did Psychic do earlier? Was that a roll? Oh, Psychic did 51 earlier, I think, when it was unboosted. So, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, but like this thing, but yeah, to your point, like a faster Calm Mind Blissey here. If you CM once, I don't know. Fire Blast.
Oh,
Ooh, that's annoying.
well, that definitely mattered.
Yeah,
I mean, this
that's a little
I wonder if
relevant.
this is just like a an attacking Blissey? Because I mean,
It
the
could be.
Fortress of course dies to that. I wonder if Vaporeon dies to T-Bolt. If it could get off a Toxic here, and I don't know. If it gets off,
If
if
it
it
gets
let's
off a
say it takes
toxic and
Thunderbolt,
it eats a thunderbolt, where does that leave it for the fire blast calc though? Because then you kind of have to play the
yeah.
protect miss
Because I
game.
mean, it would have to
You
be,
probably have protect
yeah,
though.
it would have to be private, yeah. Would have to be protected, kind of just pivoting around.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of seems like the only out. Definitely a very unfortunate crit for Keldeo.
Yeah, that one's tough
Let's
to
see. I
see. Just
wonder how
boom kill.
I want to pull up the cal on the see on the Calctex. How much is
The problem is fire
Okay,
blast
yeah,
kills
he went
before
for the
boom.
miss.
Yeah.
I don't love just. I mean, maybe if this Vaporeon is just not able to beat it either way, then oh, the para. Oh,
We
and
get
now
the
it comes down
wish
to
off.
wait, and not even a protect. And wow, the offensive Blissey able to bring
Luxon gets the
Secret
win.
up.
Wow.
Jeez.
Yeah, that I guess yeah, I don't know. The pair is obviously a little unfortunate. It looks like maybe our only true out was like going for the boom on the Blissey.
Yeah.
But yeah, the
I mean,
crit on the
yeah,
Celebi is so tough in that spot.
yeah. I mean, could it be Fire Blast Thunderbolt coverage? I mean, feels not great into Machamp. I mean, I think it comes down to if this Blissey had Calm Mind. But even
Mm-hmm.
then, like only 6 Fire Blasts chances to crit. Like Keldeo just sets up to +6, and if Seeker doesn't get a crit with one of those 8 Fire Blasts, then
Yeah.
or I guess it would be 7 left. But also just real quick, I just saw this in the spectators chat. This is about the last game. Apparently, Hades' Moltres was. I didn't even notice the Moltres got crit by the Brandlum's HP Rock, but that crit mattered and was definitely very impactful for the game. So just figured I'd bring
Good
that up.
point. Good point to
'Cause,
call out.
yeah,
Yeah, I completely. To be honest, I missed that too. It didn't even clock
I,
in my.
I just saw the 4 times effective move
I'm like, all right,
on
good
Braylon.
enough.
Like,
You got Brelam's got to
yeah,
have this, right? Surely.
yeah.
All
But
right.
that was a quite bulky Moltres that was
Yeah.
brought. So yeah,
All right. Next game we have Egg Bombs versus DJS. I don't know much
yes. And
about
this
Egg
game
Bombs,
I'm very interested in.
but DJS
Uh,
the goat.
both of the Yeah, both these players are in my pool actually, so I'm very intrigued to see this game. Egg Bombs is a solid player. He had if I recall correctly, he had a pretty good run in ZTL. In the Swiss stage, I think he went like I think like 4 or 3 or 5 and 3.
Mm-hmm.
And he has a really strong draft here. And yeah, DJS is also a very solid, established player. I believe he made a redraft in V3. So this should be a good matchup. And yeah, kind of like I said, both these players in my pool. I think I got a pretty tough role.
Yeah, this is a
All things
pretty
considered.
pretty difficult pool. Who's
Yeah.
speaking? Jake.
But hello. But yeah. Also, Egg Bomb's draft is very threatening. I mean, Zapdos Blissey, one of the best cores you could possibly start your draft with. Blissey just able to, with cleric support, able to help help Zapdos out long term, and also just blank the electric types the opposing electric types that may annoy it. And pretty strong rest of the draft too. The 11-point Blaziken, I believe, just lowered in price. Looks actually pretty strong versus DJS's team. Like just Fire Blast, Thunder Punch, Earthquake coverage looks really scary, and DJS's team is kind of slower. I wonder if we're gonna see kind of like a max speed Gyarados come out there.
You kind of,
just
I
as
think you would kind of expect something of the, like, yeah, because you, at least with the Intimidate, you can hold back. Like if it, I feel like fighting coverage is like not great, but you can maybe like realistically infer that that's a possibility. Or you would want like max speed Jolly and like maybe try to go CB. That's a little tough in the Zapdos, but I don't know how well you can like set up and win with Gyarados against like Swampert, Zapdos and stuff like that. It feels like there's not a lot of opportunity. It feels like there's not a lot of opportunities to actually set up with Gyarados here. Like you can't really set up on Zapdos, Blissey, Swampert, You can not even on Armaldo. Like you can't actually set up on almost anything, I think.
Yeah, it's tough for Gyarados because like it's really not that good into the first two. Like more like support sets kind of. We've been seeing. I feel like as ADV Draft has evolved, we've seen Gyarados kind of evolve from like a mon that primarily is like a DD choice band guy to we've seen like special sets that are kind of tailored to help check common checks to it, like for example like Surf for Armaldo could be packed, but the support sets like like a special set with like Surf, HP, Grass kind of blanks into the top two, but Dragon Dance also doesn't really have many opportunities to set up. Not quite sure what we'll see out of the Gyarados on DJS's end.
Yeah, the one other thing that looks like particularly threatening here is I feel like I don't know where we would sequence a Celebi into Medicham pass, but I wonder how relevant that could be here. Like, while there is an Armaldo, like it is really difficult to position, I think, in this battle versus that, because like your Intimidator is Tauros. Misdreavus can try to like switch in, but
yeah, I mean, Misdreavus can like kind of annoy Celebi pass by coming in and just like putting up a pair song, and that would get past anything that Celebi wants to pass to. I wonder if we'll see kind of like a yeah. I mean, I think Swords Dance Celebi does kind of look pretty decent into Eggbomb's team, just kind of to stall break and to help with it helps a lot with the Misdreavus and the Blissey. So I think that looks pretty good. What else for this matchup?
Yeah, I think Seeker put in the chat Fire Blast, T-Bolt, Psychic on the Blissey, so it wasn't CM Blissey there.
Okay. Yeah.
Which like makes sense with the Fire Blast, right? To try to maximize that damage.
I mean, if that was I think if that was Maz Blissey, then even from full, a crit is killing Celebi. So yeah, it just came down to if one of those 8 Fire Blast crits and was able to. So yeah. I wonder, was it faster than the Machamp though? That's what I'm, because remember we said the Machamp was kind of sacked, perhaps unnecessarily. Keeping the Machamp in the back would have been good for any type of slow Calm Mind Blissey, but yeah.
Yeah, at least find an opportunity to at least get some damage and progress there, but yeah. Alright, let me make sure that these players are actually locking into play soon.
Tauros looks pretty good too here. Like, of course there's the Steelix, but Earthquake does. I mean, it's not doing much, but it gives an option to at least threaten it, and like, it just is like, it seems like a really solid revenge killer for the Celebi. Can pack HP Bug, helps with the Medicham, and can blank the Regice. So like, I feel like a Bantoros, even though there's a Steelix to resist normal. There's ways to capitalize on the Steelix. Pert can kind of come in, and if it has like refresh or rest, Lix isn't doing much. And then yeah, as we said, like kind of a mixed attacking Blaziken looks pretty strong here. So I kind of want to say, looking at the matchup, I give the slight edge to Egg Bombs here. I feel like he has pretty decent answers to most of DJS's offensive threats, and I really think that Blaziken is just really a menace to DJS's team.
Yeah, I think I would probably agree on the balance of things here. Yeah, there's like DJS has a few things going, but like there's too many offensive threats here that I think have good matchup from Egg Bombs that it's gonna be tough to like keep control, especially where like your offense like Gyarados and really struggles, and you kind of have to rely on like Celebi setup, which can be inconsistent in certain situations.
Yeah, I think I mean it'll come down to how Egg Bombs is able to kind of deal with the variety of Celebi sets that can come the way. Like as I mentioned, like the pair song on Misdreavus is an answer, but these also got some phase options like Zapdos Roar, Pert Roar. Yeah, I mean, like DJ's draft is just kind of like, of course there's the Medicham, but it does feel like a bit reliant on Celebi Pass to make progress. I don't know if I'm the biggest fan of drafting Steelix and Donphan. They kind of do a very like of course Donphan can spin, but it feels like a lot of time they're doing similar things and blanked by a lot of the same Pokemon.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Yeah, it might just be a case where like there's not another Steel that's like super valuable left, but yeah like in combination it can be.
Oh yeah, I mean I definitely get it. Like yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because if like there's no Steelix, then there's no more resist, and like Steel types are very valuable for that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I will be right back. Just gonna use the bathroom real quick right before the game happens.
Oh yeah.
Just 1 sec.
Made the wrong color, bring black over it. Yeah, I kind of felt like I'd have to bring the matchup up again. It felt like Regirock was like really good in that matchup. I have to look in the matchup. We tuned in like halfway through and I didn't really read the matchup before, but I think we figured like Regirock was like the mon in the back almost the entire time. But it was like Regirock, Blissey were like final two guys left to be revealed, and then like where Marowak and Exact was kind of a surprise. Wasn't necessarily a Pokemon we predicted. The Vigoroth set was super fire though. 306 like max speed on a Encore user, especially one that can like bulk up, heal, and has like acceptable stats for like 4 points. It's actually really good. It's like one thing that like doesn't really exist a lot in this format is good Encore users, but especially in a format with like Baton Pass, it's definitely a tool you want to have access to, if at all possible. Okay, so this game should hopefully get started soon. I know Egg Bombs was asking in the chat for the command code for the game. Daisy is playing. That's not who we are looking for right now, but we can probably watch that later. So yeah, that game should hopefully be starting in a couple of minutes here. All right. It looks like we'll end the poll there because we're about to start. It looks like people have Egg Bombs winning this battle, which I think probably makes the most sense given the team. As we said, I think offensively, Egg Bombs just has a little bit more going on his team, but that's not to say I think DJS team definitely has a lot in terms of potential kind of set up pass options and kind of good defensive pieces that can work, but like Tauros plays against Zapdos are just too good offensively here, I think, on the balance. And I expect they're likely good enough to get the job done, but we'll see as that goes, as we get into the game.
Yeah, it just seems as if Egg Bomb's pinged DJS, so it should be getting started soon.
Perfect. Yeah, I saw he was asking for the challenge command. Luckily, we don't have the challenge command anymore. We were able to get the draft league thing working.
Did we have one last one? Did we have one last time it open? I forget. We did, right?
Was it update? I know there was a draft command. I think we were able to get it updated. For EO rules, I think there were some tours last year that still used the challenge command for different rule sets. But I think we did get it fixed last year because Gen 3 draft, I think, there was a challenge for it for EO 4, but it was on the Smogon rule set, so we still had to run a challenge command, but we got it fixed for EO 5 and for 6.
All right. The game does appear to be live.
Let's go. All right.
Is in live battles.
Yep. Did they not ping for it? Beast mode. All right, let's throw that up. Okay, we'll switch the viewpoint. We got Reg Ice lead versus Zapdos. So at least a good lead start for DJS. How do you feel about raw focus punch here into the Blissey?
Hey, I mean, I think like overall, I mean, like jokes aside, I think sub I could see coming out like it would cover that. Okay, so we're just gonna see the ice beam. Yep, you would have been right.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was also sub could be good because you could cover like you eat any hit from Zapdos. I mean, it would be worse if he just throws a toxic, but covers the switch to Bliss. They're gonna see protect here. Interesting.
Okay.
And so the Blissey reveals toxic. DJS doesn't get okay. Goes up the flamethrower. That does a lot. I want to say that looks like modest Blissey damage.
That makes
toxic flamethrower. Wait, that kind of forces pretty solid progress. Like the last move is like seismic toss or maybe like ice beam. Looks pretty good, but I like toxic flamethrower as or maybe thunderbolt actually. Not the best into lantern, but. Toxic, like flamethrower covers the 2 status absorbers that DJS has.
Yeah.
All right, so
like
you're gonna sub and leech, and the drill peck is gonna come out.
Okay, so that'll at least keep the HP pretty low, or force Celebi into subbing if it wants to like start taking damage off the Zapdos. Ooh, Mischievous in.
Okay, are we gonna see a pair song, or it probably can just go for Shadow Ball here. But this sub leech Celebi is actually looking really good here. It's probably going to be max HP to get past Blissey S sauces. Doesn't really matter because it has flamethrower, but it looks kind of annoying. The leech immunity is Victory Belt, which
I would say is unlikely to come here, considering that each of the top 7 probably have good use cases here to come in this battle and are pretty good. So. Yeah, and even if you catch one leech on that Blissey, right, you're gaining like an infinite amount of HP back that like you're not really even concerned about the flamethrower too much.
Yeah, if I have to guess on Egg Bomb's end, I think we have, the 3 we revealed. I think the Blaziken's for sure there. And then the Swampert, of course. And then I think it's either the Tauros or the Armaldo that comes. Okay, so we see the leech. We do see the Perish Song. All right. I wonder what other moves it could have. Protect, Mean Look, of course, come to mind. Could also see it having like a Thunderbolt to maybe help catch Gyarados off guard. Could see Taunt as well. I forget. Does Mischievous get Taunt yet?
I don't think so, but I could be wrong. It could also just be D-Bond.
It does get Taunt. True. Yeah.
It's just like a way to like panic button, but there's not a lot to panic button on. I guess you outspeed like the whole build, so you can like panic button on like Medicham, Gyarados. But Gyarados, if it's DD, that's not really going to be effective.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
The toxic. I was gonna say like I thought like he had one more turn between the Perish. I would have liked to see Leech maybe come out, but it's hard to say because then say the next turn, Egg Bombs has a bit more leverage since you're switching out. So we see we went for the hidden power rock. I would presume. Wait, what hidden power?
Probably. Yeah, I would have assumed Ghost for the Mischievous, but yeah, it looks to be Rock.
That's very interesting. Because I would assume it would just be Rock Slide. I mean, Rock Slide also does good damage to the. Is there an obvious hidden power type missing here?
Also, you don't need HP Go. I assume you're just Rock for consistency over Rock Slide, maybe? I don't know what the calcs are off the top of my head, but maybe like the calcs just work out that way because you have Shadow Ball access. Yeah, I know. Volta, I said that. That's what happens when you stream for 4 hours. You forget like half the movesets of these guys immediately.
No, I'm pretty sure. I think I said that. I'm not gonna lie.
No, I did. I knew it was me. I was thinking it's like, why would you not be HP Goes? It's like because you'd be Shadow Ball. Yeah, I could see HP Rock to like have consistency over Rock Slide, depending. I don't know. Okay. Especially if you don't need hidden power, but
yeah, Leech is pretty free now.
Yeah. Yeah, because even if this Blissey stays in, yeah, you like do not care about this flamethrower at all.
Yeah, I mean with the leeches from insane HP Blissey, that's net not even doing that much damage.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and the Calm Mind. Okay.
So yeah, now Mischievous is in a weird spot because it's gonna. Oh, yeah, it's not 2KO.
So like now Blissey can come in. So this Celebi over time is gonna be really annoying. Like for now, like now Parrish is a Blissey and Mischievous is gonna deal with it, but how can Egg Bombs? Okay, so we're gonna see the Protect probably on the other Psychic. I mean, maybe if like he's able to somehow get a mean look on it, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say I like the first Psychic because at the worst case you do trade. I don't like trading the Celebi there though. I think because if you get mean looked on that turn, they Protect.
If he mean looked, oh, that could have
It could have been pretty problematic.
It does a lot. Is that choice banned?
No item reveal makes me believe that probably would be the case, given the damage.
I mean, it's only choice banned if that is like max Fizz Def Swampert, from what I'm seeing. I mean,
which like if it's your primary Medicham switch in, like there's like a decent chance that to be the case. I guess the question would be,
you know what though, like. Brick Break again feels kind of tricky for DJS because if Egg Bombs like goes hard Mischievous on the Brick Break, I'm not really seeing anything that can come in and pressure. Yeah. So this.
Yeah, I was gonna say you get a free mean look.
I get a free mean look. Like what can come in and pressure Mischievous? Unless that's very offensive pert and this is just not choice banned. It's like some berry. Okay. So yeah, I've seen the mean look. I mean, yeah.
I mean, Donphin's not gonna do anything here. Ghost. Okay. So you get the Protect on 3. I guess you get to kill that. Yeah, I guess you get to avoid the trap with the hidden power.
Okay. Oh, and he has Roar. Okay, wait. So, I mean, HP Ghost is pretty free, but if like Mischievous is sub here, then that would be bad. But also, if it subs on the Roar, then Mischievous is low.
Yeah.
I'm gonna assume it's not last move sub. I do think D-Bond makes sense.
Yeah. Ooh.
Okay, so we're just gonna see the double Protect.
Nasty.
I mean, that was probably Egg Bomb's best play.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well run it, right? Because like, as soon as Roar is revealed, right? Like, I think it's like pretty. I wonder if you don't reveal Roar on the Protect, right? Because I feel like you're incentivized to switch out. I feel you're more likely to get out of the. I don't know. That's like a weird game theory situation to think through. How broken is Gothitelle? That's a good question, all 5. All right, we get a rock slide off. All right, good fat 19 on the Tauros before we losing our Donphan. So that's one piece down, and Tauros is in, which, like, if Regice is our answer to Tauros, that's not awesome. Ice Beam comes out, does a little bit to the Blissey, but, like, this Blissey can come in for, like, literally ever on Regice and not really care about the damage.
Oh, okay. So double to Maldo on the Celebi. I mean,
Which,
if
like,
there's no
you'll
Steelix,
take because there's no, like, you're, I mean,
okay,
they'll
so
bring
there is
in.
a Steelix.
Okay, we do see the Steelix. So it's probably Gyarados
Different
last
Steelix
then, realistically.
Oh my god, the double pledge on the Misdreavus. Eggbomb is making some nice plays here. Okay, so he's able to roar out on the Meanlook, so the Meanlook gets reset. I mean, what would this be, like EQ double edge toxic roar?
Probably.
I mean, toxic seems like a really
Yeah, because
good
you don't want the
play.
Toxic to pressure the Swampert into refresh turns and stuff like that, so it's not a sitting duck. Iron Tail, okay.
Very interesting. I low-key forgot it got that. I mean, like, I knew, like, it got it, but I just forgot, like, that was a movement.
And there's
oh,
the
and they
Destiny
see the
Bond
Destiny
last. Ooh, and the Iron Tail
Man.
hit. So we trade. Misdreavus got so much value that battle.
Bond. Yeah.
Getting
great
getting
trade.
2 Mons and, like, basically neutralizing so much with the Medicham early on. That's like that's just like that's like a perfectly played Misdreavus right there.
See, I agree, but I think that like, of course, hindsight, but you know the way that Misdreavus was played versus the Donphan. I mean, you could probably assume it doesn't have sub. I mean, I would maybe like to see like a Celebi play there, because
Mhm.
I forget if we've seen if Celebi is fast or not. But regardless, you know, it doesn't have enough turns to get off the, you know, Meanlook and Perish Song, and you can just
Yeah.
hit Psychic. But I mean, the Celebi kind of seems like really DJS's biggest shot at coming back. But that Tauros is really looking scary.
Mhm.
Especially if it has HP bug to break past that. Yeah, so we're going to see the Tauros into the Gyarados. I do kind of think that this is more likely a setup Gyarados, the way this kind of been kept in the back. So I think there's a fair chance we see a DD here. Like maybe like DD HP flying double edge is a set I could see coming. And
Yeah.
wow, no Blaziken.
That I was
Yeah,
just
no
about to
Blaziken.
say that. I was a little bit surprised, but DDHP Rock, yeah.
I mean, I understand it, because if you click anything but, you know, like a fire move and Celebi comes in, it's pretty bad. It's just Celebi is just always going to outspeed and out threat. You know, you can assume that Gyarados will be faster and threaten out. But, so yeah, I definitely understand it, but still kind of surprised to see. I thought it looked really strong offensively. Okay, so we see a switch into Regice
Okay,
and the
goodbye.
crit.
That's the crit's kind of troll, but like, yeah, if it's the crit is killing, like, it's just a 2-hit KO. It's not like it's basically a sack anyway. So,
Well, it was intimidated, so not necessarily.
but yeah, I'll take for
Yeah.
me. Yeah, no, you're right. It goes through Intim, yeah.
But now Gyarados
4
can
hour
at least come
moment.
in.
Yeah, so I guess you at least get now you get a DD, and you probably DD again unless they go Zapdos to try to protect against Intimidate. I don't know how you protect against Intimidate Shuffle here to try and set up.
Okay. Onto the Swampert. I mean, yeah, I think, I wonder how much double edge does here.
No, yeah,
Okay, so
HP Fly doesn't do a lot.
so-
HP Electra comes out. Would
Ooh,
actually win the game, to be honest. Yeah.
Wait. Could we see the flail set coming in here with, like, because
Ooh.
the first thing I noticed is no lefties. Could of course be Lum, but I
Yeah.
want to say, you know, even if it is that you know, either sub or endure flail with lychee berry, I think Armaldo lives anything at +2. I
Mhm.
maybe could even go into the Armaldo right here and just throw out a Rock Blast, would cover a Surf. I mean, I think you're more willing to do that if HP Bug is packed on the Tauros. That way you always have a method of breaking past the Celebi.
True. All right, in comes
Okay,
the
so yeah,
Toros.
yeah, I don't know. I think
Oh
okay,
yeah,
so
it
yeah,
is
we
the
do see
indoor
the
set. Yep.
so Flail's gonna blow up this Tauros, but you know
Yeah.
it's tricky because keeping the Tauros around looks really good,
Mm.
but yeah, can't risk you can't risk it DDing again. So let's see.
Yeah, I guess you just go Armaldo here probably is your best bet.
Yeah, I'm pulling up the calc. I want to see. Yeah, so Armaldo should easily live Flail or HP flying, and probably you just clicks HP bug here. No
Mm-hmm.
reason to ever risk a miss.
All right, yeah, 55.
Okay.
Not even really at risk there.
I think
He,
this. Okay, so ooh,
Metacham's getting.
this is yeah, gonna have to be Zapdos. Zapdos is really gonna have to come in clutch here. I mean, it seems pretty critical that Zapdos is faster than this Medi. I would assume it. I would assume it is. I forget if we've seen like the
We
web
see
features.
Drill Peck. We the one move revealed is Drill Peck, so I would imagine if that's your plan, you would imagine to be faster.
Hmm.
It doesn't matter last moves because all four were already revealed.
Okay, we're gonna see the Blissey sack. I I think that makes sense. I mean, I think like Blissey versus Celebi. I don't know like a +1 flamethrower calcs versus sub,
Mm-hmm.
but I think like there's a way to make that exchange where, because if it's last month Celebi and it gets toxic, it's GG. But yeah, we're gonna see Zapdos here and just spam Drill Peck. Uh, I do think we do know the Celebi's faster than the Zapdos, so probably not too bulky. I think it's probably gonna come down to how much this Leech is going to be able to heal net damage with Drill Peck.
Yeah, but looking at this, I think it looks pretty likely that Zapdos. Oh well,
Oh, and the
that'll lock
Leech
that one
miss.
in. Yeah, that's big. Wow.
Because this doesn't have recover. Because this doesn't have recover. It really needed to hit that first turn Leech.
Yeah, going for
And
the
yeah, that's
drop
going to be
and
the
the
game.
roll.
Wow. Okay, very interesting game. GG's to Egg Bombs and TJF. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, that was a very
I
interesting one. Yeah, that leech miss was
want to
definitely big.
say I want to say Egg Bomb still had it. I think there's like just spamming Drill Peck. I'm pretty sure always won there. I think it was doing too much, especially because there's no recovery.
Mm-hmm.
Um, because they would be doing that with after lefties and Leech around like 30 to 35. I mean, maybe if Leech into like Psychic Spadef drop, I could see that doing. But even then, like Celebi doesn't get any opportunities to Calm Mind, and Maldo probably lives a hit. So as long as there's a sub up, I want to say Egg Bomb's always had that um, in the back. So I think that Blissey's attack was actually correct.
Yeah, I
That was
think
a fun
that
one.
makes sense. Yeah, yeah, that makes. Yeah, I think the egg bonds probably had that one the entire time.
And I appreciate Egg Bombs. He's for the content. I'm pretty sure he scheduled all 3 of his games on stream. So
Let's see. I think that's
yeah,
the case. Yeah, he's playing tomorrow, and then I think he plays.
yeah, and then next week I play him on stream.
True. That's a true hero right there, the true lover of the game. All right.
Content brain.
Okay, so we don't have one in 13 minutes, so we can probably find some replays, and then we got Big Rocket Launcher 8 coming soon. We'll see if the rollout strats come back out. I'm trying to think if there have been any other interesting replays to that have happened over the last little bit.
What about that Changio versus Wildcat game? I'd like to check in on that one if that's all right.
Yeah, let's do that.
Changio in his first Emerald Open was in my draft pool, so.
Word. Let's get
And
those matchups.
Wildcat is a name I've heard a lot Like I think it's a solid player,
Yeah,
but
so
not exactly sure.
Wildcat, I think made it was I think made redraft not of last. It made draft of redraft like one of the recent EOs. I'm pretty sure they also
Okay.
top cut summer seasonal um, a couple of months back. So and they're also like well known in the yeah seasonal literal seasonal finalist against Manu only a couple of months back, and is like a goat in like one of the Battle Factory scenes. So like definitely like around in the draft community for sure.
I see. Okay.
So let's
Wow.
take a look.
Yeah.
Being
What
Miltank
about
lead.
Zapdos? Okay.
Uh oh.
The Rain Dance. What is Rain Dance for? I mean, there's the Omastar, of course. Are we just gonna see a hard Omastar? Yeah.
Oh, here we
But
go.
like, what if it Earthquake? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean Earthquake.
I mean, still a rain boosted Hydro Pump. Nothing wants to switch into that. The water
Oh,
resistance.
I mean the
Ooh,
miss is
man.
tough. That's unfortunate. Okay.
I mean, oh, I mean, I want to say Spadef Registeel avoids a 2-hit KO from that. Oh, yeah. I mean, if
Yeah.
it's lefties, then yeah. But it still matters a lot getting that damage on that Registeel. Oh, and there's
Mm-hmm.
also a Ludicolo on Wild Forms end. So, yeah, lots of makes sense. To
Yeah,
pick Rain
lots
Dance.
of like ability to leverage the rain dance on that team.
I wonder if it's Thunder on Raikou.
Whirlwind protecting its setup. Okay, and now
Okay,
Raikou
nice
takes
double
advantage of
flip.
Slowbro coming back in. And we just see
Okay,
the
so
rest.
the rest. See, this is interesting. I wonder what moves this has because the camera, because there's Flygon. So you'd think Wild Form would prioritize
Yeah,
when the HPI.
yeah, you'd think HBA and then just another way to manage camera up. Okay, Big Thief, take the leftovers.
Right. See, Thief is interesting. I feel like last Emerald Open we saw so much Thief usage, and then I
Mhm.
feel like as the year went on, it kind of declined a bit. Um, but yeah, I mean, I could be missing games, of course. I know Lax brought a Thief Arcanine, or wait, no, that was H-Clap that brought Thief Arcanine.
Mhm.
But yeah, I feel like I've been seeing less of it this tournament. Ooh, okay, yeah. Wildcat definitely getting pretty unlucky. I mean, I wonder if this honestly, this Miltank seems like a really good bring. Like, if this Heal Bell, wait, this is revealed Heal Bell or return EQ Miltank, right? Like,
Yeah, we
not
haven't
really a
revealed the
great.
last yet. Yeah, NEL Bell is just revealed here.
I,
This
I,
last.
I actually like this Miltank set a lot. Like, I assume it's
Mhm.
admin based on the damage it's doing. Like, not like Hariyama, of course, can come in, but Miltank got speeds and can probably do like 35, 40 if I had to guess. So I really like this kind of more offensive
Mhm.
Miltank and
Dude,
get the
why is
offense out.
Meltank is like one of the most Thanos guys in ADB, at least that I've like been
Yeah, I
using
mean, I
recently.
know you draft someone every time, bro. Every time I see your draft, it's got a Orlando
Yeah,
Magic the Miltank.
dude, Miltank's always locked in on the bill. It's just like it hits a perfect speed tier and it just like walls half the tier. The only way you beat it is like
Yeah,
you flinch
also,
it.
yeah, one of the best heal bell users too.
Mm-hmm.
My Emerald Open run last year just ended to a Miltank. Tratufo's Miltank just kind of just destroyed me. I stacked my Endeavor Sceptile. But yeah. Anyways, back to the game. Okay, so yeah, this is Thunderbolt on Raikou
Or
or Thunder on
Thunder, yeah,
Raikou.
36.
But yeah, rest on Registeel. I wonder. Oh wait, no, is this rest? I kind of was getting distracted. Can you hover over the Registeel?
Yeah, it's like rest, size
Okay,
of toss amnesia.
so maybe it would have just been able to rest on the Omastar anyway. But yeah, still unfortunate misses.
Damn, that's a
So this dude's
lot to
45,
Claydol.
and it lives
That's
the moon.
that's crazy. Yeah,
That's a Claydol moment.
yeah, yeah. Claydol, I love Claydol, but that's Miltank showing why it's goated right there. Damn. Oh, I had a double into Zapdos. That's good. Yeah, goodbye, Hariyama.
Real Peg just gonna kill. Wow.
We still have the camera up, which like complete like perma walls. This set at least for now. Oh, it's HP Water.
Oh, it is HP Water.
Damn.
Oh, you know what? That's actually pretty cool. Running HP Water in conjunction with the Rain Dance. I mean, it's obviously not going to do much to Flygon, but It's probably like one of the
Mhm.
best ways you could mid ground. I actually really mess with this Raikou set.
Yeah, I know.
Ooh, okay.
Thunder
Thunder is
crit through the amnesia. We walk
so
in, get
what?
a little
The
bit
best
of a get back here.
So we see the sub, and okay, lefties. Okay, I was gonna say if we see this off. Oh, rock slide. It was faster. Was what? Did Crobat click?
It had to click
Did
roar,
Crobat click like
right?
counter or
Or
whirlwind? Well, I don't think Crobat gets whirlwind, and I could just be totally wrong. I want to say Crobat doesn't get whirlwind this gen. Oh, it does get whirlwind. Okay.
yeah, I was gonna say
Crobat
that
does.
it has to click. I assume you click whirlwind just to play around like random, like
Mhm.
sub BD nonsense.
Yeah, JBL to Hariyama
Yeah,
putting
locking in.
the finest of work.
Oh, that didn't even
Able
kill.
to take out the Ludicolo. Well, just the last 3 months able to run through. So really really cool Hariyama set. And again, I like the Miltank a lot. Ooh, okay, we got a game.
I would say we got a wagon fruit game. We watch
Wait,
wagon.
what?
I don't know who is in wagon's
Yeah, let's
pool.
watch. Let's watch
I'd say wagon has been
that.
like playing a lot more on the.
No, Wagon. Yeah, this is my GWL teammate, so I'm gonna be rooting for him. I think he started off with like a 5-0 win. I think he passed a, special attack into a Gengar and just won. He
Yeah.
actually, I remember he took over a Drops, or
Mhm.
he like replaced. He was a sub, so like I think it was only like one Pokemon in, but yeah, I mean he's got okay, Zap Gengar is a very nice score. Um,
With Hariyama
okay, so
too.
we got the
Yeah,
Gengar Mirror.
pretty fire team.
Okay, so Smeargle is going to be able to set up spikes. Wait, dude. This Smeargle is looking menacing. It outspeeds every Pokemon but the Gengar.
Yeah, what
So,
are
like,
wait, what are these speed
yeah,
tiers
I
on the
mean,
other
it
side?
yeah, it could. So that means Smeargle versus anything but Gengar is just able to spore and spike up. I mean, there is the fortress for hazard removal, but Gengar can spin ball.
Yeah, Gengar is super
already
good with that. Ooh.
Wagon goes hard Gengar on the body slam.
Which
Do
makes
we see a
sense.
Wisp here?
We don't have like awesome Snorlax switch-ins long term, so it makes sense we're gonna use our Gengar for that, but we've revealed that we want to do that, which means we're gonna have difficulty doing it against Shadow Ball in the future. But Willow's a nice click here. Or are we just gonna double in?
Oh, and the double out into Hariyama.
Wow, that's
My
a
guy
good scout.
Wagon doing a strong start. Okay, what? Okay, so one thing I noticed quickly is fighting HP Ghost coverage hits everything. So I wonder if we'll see like a sub, like Brick Break or Cross Chop and HP Ghost. Sub is cool because this just capitalizes on the fortress.
Yeah, we're sub bulk up.
This is
Uh-oh.
looking kind of cooked for.
Yeah, this
Mongrel.
is starting to get pretty devious now. At least like if you can probably boom and end the turn, like you can probably boom and break the sub, but like
Yeah, but
you're
even
not
when
going to
it
be able to
comes
end the
in, like,
turn. You're
Gengar-
still going to be able to get a boost. You'll at least prevent a sub from giving up. Uh-oh.
Okay, Executor comes in. Let's see if we see lefties. Okay, the Executor is faster. I wonder if it lives at HP Ghost. I know it has pretty good physical bulk, but yeah, that's not
No.
going to be enough. Ooh. So, I think like the best bet at this point is like a Destiny Bond Gengar or something. That would be able to trade, but then of course you're losing your Gengar. I mean, Psychic isn't going to kill. I don't even know if Psychic into any move from any of the remaining Pokemon kill. Okay, Vaporeon can probably live a hit.
It'll
Or
live the hit for sure and get like probably the chip you need from Psychic from Gengar, I would have to guess. If that's what you're going for. Well, I guess we're just going to go
Do we
for
see
sub
Aurora
here.
here?
Oh, okay.
Oh, and the sub on the Toxic.
That's
It's fast
crazy.
Hariyama.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, this is gonna be a 6-0. This might be okay. And then HP Ghost probably kills, so you can just click that.
No, yeah, I guess just go for Brick Break. It doesn't matter too much, but yeah.
I mean, I don't think it'll be a 6-0 because
I think
okay,
you'll
just
get the
gonna-
chip with Marowak. I guess you can Encore and now go Gengar, which is like not a great way to solve this problem, but
yeah, I mean that's one. I mean, maybe like Marowak is strong enough to the point where like if it's some, I mean, or like EQ into Oh, and we see the body slam as dude,
Wow,
Wagon.
going
Wagon
Gengar on the
is
body
is
slam it feels
like
like such a BM click at
Wagon
this
is
point.
Wagon is kind of flexing. I'm
Oh
not
yeah,
gonna
that's
lie.
that might be a little bit crazy play. We at least gotta preserve the 6-0 and switch out now if we're gonna make a play like that.
This is a standard flex appeal gameplay. So just dominant all the time.
Yeah,
And no.
yeah.
Okay, so Guz Hariyama. I mean, yeah, no, it definitely makes sense to keep the Gengar around for speed and spin block. But wait, I wonder, does this Marowak just not have a like EQ or Boomerang? Like, why is it clicking Body Slam? I don't know about this. Now it can bulk up again, and this next isn't gonna break the sub.
Oh, it does break
Yeah,
the sub.
Ant Mar just putting in the finest right now. Dude, this is gonna be the second replay in a row we watch where a sub Pariyama goes absolutely. Okay, now the SD. But yeah, Hariyama is just gonna be able to fake this out.
Yeah. And yeah, now you're behind a sub and nothing can deal with this at this point. Because what do you? I guess you can go Fortress and Boom and then go.
I mean, yeah, it's probably the best bet.
Oh, it's not
Really?
even
That's even-
Gengar, it's Regirock. So we're literally the 65 max base speed team.
This is such a Gengar matchup though. Like just look at just like Psychic Thunderbolt, and then
Mhm.
Ice Punch versus Wagon's team. I mean, yeah, obviously it's just a glance at the matchup, but yeah, I mean, if the Gengar was benched, this Hariyama was always gonna win. Also meant Smeargle outsped the whole team, so yeah, pretty dominant performance by Wagon. I believe he's like 2-0 plus 11. So
Yeah, I
maybe
think
he'll
he's
be
lost
making
like
a
literally
sequel,
one Mon
for
this
the
entire
third top.
tournament.
Yeah, I know 48 is also 2-0 plus 11.
Hmm.
So they will be. I mean, not sure how the brackets will work out with who gets buys and stuff, but definitely something you got to keep in mind for these guys that have really high differentials.
For sure.
I think last Upload Open, anyone that went the cutoff for differential was so high. Like I think it was like 16. Like you need to go 4-0 plus 16 or something around them to get a buy, which is crazy. Maybe it was a bit lower than that. But yeah, I mean, again, it depends how the bracket plays out. But yeah.
Yeah, and I think for this, I don't know. Well, I think we'll see how it's gonna go because it's basically the format will be 2 wins. It makes it out similar to current standard individuals, and then everyone who finishes second in their pool also does. So it'll be a little bit more than the average Smoke on Tour that you see. So we'll definitely. I don't know what the buy number will be, but definitely worth considering the buy number, especially for these players winning crazy big.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. I mean, like just having one less round to play is such a big advantage. Like, it's single elimination. So, really, and Pokemon's already such a volatile game. So just being one more round, is really big. And also, it's also another nice thing about Bikes is the week off. Being able to consider your energy, watch others play. And yeah, it definitely will play a role when it comes to the bracket stage.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. All right. Let's see. So as we know, our next game is in 30 minutes in terms of the live scheduled games. Let's take a look. We were watching earlier Lax play. We can finish watching that game. We watched Lax's other game. Why did the dock not work? So we'll continue. We'll watch this one from the top because we had this one going on earlier, but Lax with the classic Raikou D-Knight Swampert team. Also with the Smeargle, I feel like I've seen a lot more Smeargles being used in this tournament than in the past.
Yeah.
At least in the replays I've seen.
I think it's 8 points now, so it's a bit lower. So people are,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, trying it out. you know, it's really cool. You know, I do hope like, you know. Oh, actually, that reminds me. I think what Wagon did in his earlier game was he passed the tail glow to Gengar with Smeargle, so
Oh,
he's been doing
true.
really well.
Yeah.
But
A good Gen 3 Tail
um,
Glow. An honest +2 Tail Glow.
yeah.
Yeah, looks like
Okay,
this
so
Raikou.
Sephiroth, yeah, talk on the Raikou. Yeah, I mean having no coverage definitely sucks, but I mean there is a Swampert, so
Mm-hmm.
Evil grass makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and you're probably okay
Oh,
resting at some point
I want
later.
to see the Manectric here. I want to see the Manectric. I feel like I haven't seen that mon show up in forever.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time I've honestly seen it used in a game.
I mean, the only person I can think of using it is I remember, I think maybe it was like Emerald Open or another tournament, but I remember Jeronis had a Manectric
Was it
on one
was
of
it
his
on his
grass.
EO winning team,
Yeah,
I think? No, it wasn't. He might have used it at
I
some
don't think
point
so.
after.
Okay, we see the grass. Okay, Ice Beam Grass EQ actually looks like pretty strong coverage. I wonder if this has like Surf too for
Mm-hmm.
the Almaldo. But yeah, I mean, I like the way Lax is using this because I think that Dragonite, you know, many people think of DD with it, but it's got such a good special move pool and good amount of physical options as well that it's so good as a mid game breaker and just
Yeah.
kind of enabling for other stuff.
Especially with Raikou,
So
right?
you know,
Like you don't need multiple
yeah,
like with
yeah,
Raikou you have like the built-in like one of the best end game breaker or end game win conditions that like leveraging like the broken D Knight move pool just to break in the mid game is super effective and probably honestly ends up being the best way to use this mod most of the time.
mm,
Yeah, because this Swampert now is in trouble. I guess you can go
yeah.
Mence here, but
Oh, okay. I was wondering if we would see an Ice Beam there, but Burnock is able to
oh,
Burnock, not sure how to pronounce, but able to take out the Dragonite.
so we see special
This
Mence,
Arcanine.
which is interesting. It could be mixed as well here. The
Special
switch up
Mix
makes
does
me.
look pretty good, like Dragon Claw, Pump, Fire Move, maybe EQ too for the Raikou.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, getting off a Toxic on that Arcanine is good. Tox Tech. I wonder if we'll see probably like what Tox Tech Fire Move and then either a Hidden Power for Mence or Swampert. Probably Grass so you could get past you know, so you're not totally blank by like Refresh or Rest first.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this Arcanine looks
Ooh,
to be in a
okay.
lot of trouble. Yeah, we see
Cycle.
the grass come out here, but you can just go back into your own Arcanine. Oh, we get Toxic here. Alright, goodbye Arcanine. I guess that makes sense to maybe stay into play around the Toxic. Quillfish comes in.
Just
Trying
trying
to
to get
boom,
up
I
another
guess?
spike.
Or another
Yeah,
Spike.
that's. I mean, spike makes sense. I mean, you're probably not spiking up on anything else, so might as well when the Swampert's in.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we've already seen lefties, so no Stalic Swampert to worry about. Um, can last mon Mence do it? I mean, depends on the moves, but you know, if it's a plus one EQ does look pretty good. I mean, we've yet to see. You know, it could be Scizor, Machamp, or Octillery last for Lax.
Oh.
And if it's oh, okay, pivoting to, okay, so now we know it's HP graph.
Yeah.
Wow, so it's faster. I mean, unless
Unless
Lax
it's
took
clicking
Roar,
Roar there,
and
does it have like the extra move? It does have the move to do that.
it could have Roar, yeah. EQ is kind of doing nothing. Wow.
Yeah, that's pitiful damage. Scarf Mence is a great bringer. That's true L5 you're spitting right now. Okay,
There
Swampert on the
goes
Protect
Protect.
is nice. You'd expect it to be slower though.
Man, I wonder if like this was like a Hydro Pump if Mence would have been able to do this, but
Mm-hmm.
I think you know just pretty much Protect. You got it. You can probably pretty much assume it doesn't have a Dragon Dance at this point, so Tech is pretty free, and then Flame plus another turn of Toxic plus another Tech. Uh,
Yeah, this
and you
thing's
know
just
you could
super
also,
low now.
depending on the last hit, depending on the last Montu, you could also sack that, let it take another turn of damage and do talk. Okay, so do the Fire Blast. Makes sense, he's either gonna attack or gonna pivot around.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so he stayed in. Wait, okay, so
Ooh, Machamp.
okay, yeah, I was gonna say if that was Scizor last, that did not make sense unless it had Quick Attack. But I want to say, yeah, Machamp should be able to live in the HP Flying. Ooh, okay. Oh, yeah,
All right,
I
Lax
didn't
pulls it
think
out. Yeah,
so.
that was a potential crit. Would have been pretty dire way to lose that one, but yeah, that was.
I wonder if I didn't do the math, but I wonder if sacking the Machamp into another turn of tech would have been able to do it and was the safer route to go. But yeah, either way, Lax able to pull it out. I think that means Lax is 3-0 now. So congrats on Lax to advancing to the next round. What is the next game we have on screen? Okay, yeah. Wexler versus
It's Wexler versus
Shengineer.
Shengineer, yeah.
Shengineer. Engineer? I'm not sure how to pronounce that. I'm gonna say Shengineer. Probably makes more sense. But yeah, I'll get the matchup for that one pulled up.
Yeah, let's get that. Let's get that going. We got 20 minutes, and it looks like Wexler's already around, so I imagine they'll get going at some point.
This will I'll stay for this game, but after this next game, I do gotta hop out. But yeah, it's been fun.
Okay. All right, here's our matchup. Men's Blissey.
Meta Starmie is that's a pretty freaking good way to start off the draft.
Mm-hmm.
And Men's Bliss, I know we've seen tons of those drafted this Emerald Open. Get one of the best fighting resists in the game for Blissey. Mence is also just pretty good, both as a mix attacker, a win con. Yeah, looking at it, this actually does look like a pretty good Mence matchup. Like, I could see Mixed being really strong here. Perhaps with Fire Blast, Brick Break, HP Fly. Maybe like Dragon Claw if you want more damage to the Flygon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that can make sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, there's none of like the really obvious kind of problematic Pokemon for Mence. There's like Regice, but like you definitely want to use that for other things here, like the Sceptile coming on Blastoise and stuff like that. So none of like the melodic Swampert, natural, like super easy slam dunk answers here. So Mence will have a pretty good time here, I think, pushing progress, especially if you get a spike up with Omastar early.
Yeah, it does kind of have to worry about Starmie pivoting in, so that's kind of why I maybe lean like a mixed DD set being good, or honestly doesn't even need to be mixed. Like DD flying EQ looks pretty good, and then you can maybe pack Brick Break for a bit more damage to the Regice. So yeah, lots of options with Mence. Like I was also looking at running like Dragon Claw, Fire Blast, and then maybe like a Wish set would help with Heracross. But I mean, I think I've also mentioned I think HP Fly, EQ, DD, and then kind of filler, and as a late game win con looks pretty strong.
Mm-hmm.
And something else about the Regice is like the Regice matchup feels a bit weird here. Like Blissey and Hariyama and the Arcanine kind of just blank that and can also just capitalize on it. Like Regice can boom on them, of course, but then of course you're losing the Regice and then opening yourself up to Mence. I kind of like this draft that Wexler has. It's got lots of defensive options. I think like having the Arcanine E-Speed is really good for Heracross here. Looks like a bit of a rough Heracross matchup between the Mence, the Arcanine. I mean, fighting move Rock Slide looks like it's everything. But so I would maybe like to see like a sub, like probably leftover any like kind of pinch berry lefties sub SD Rock Slide. Meant to force out Blissey. I think that looks pretty good. May have to see like HP flying on Hariyama from Wexler's End, to kind of neuter that because yeah. But Mence and Arcanine can also be made to outspeed the Heracross as well and pivot in and live any hit. So some options for sure. And the Starmie's kind of banked by Blissey, but besides that, it looks really strong. Like just like Psychic Ice Beam, maybe you could run Surf for the Arcanine, but like depends how worried Shenjaneer is about Omastar spikes. Probably just run Spin just in case, but Psychic Ice Beam looks pretty good, and kind of deal with Blissey in other manners. We see another like Houndoom versus Chansey Blissey, so there's always the potential for beat up on that end. But Houndoom also doesn't feel too great here. Hari just totally walls it. There's the Blastoise, of course, and the Mence outspeeds it. So don't love Houndoom here.
The Salamence is the Thanos. Yeah, it's pretty good. Just rewatched my battle. Decided between Blaziken and Armaldo. Thankfully, Armaldo. Yeah, Armaldo having access to Armaldo for the Flail Gyarados was definitely really crucial to how that battle played out. I think like the Blaziken set had a lot going for it, like offensively, but like that game definitely like adds the way that played out. That definitely worked out better considering the Flail Gyarados. I feel like that's something DJS has like brought a lot of. In like the ADV games I've watched him play, is like he's used a lot of Flail Gyarados. So good to have access to that to prevent that from being the win con there. I think he used that set against me in like V3 last year, if memory serves.
Yeah, outside of Maldo, like HP Flail just really went crazy. So it was good to have that. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Blaziken did look good, but I think all the things I benched for it made sense. Boros was amazing there. Like even though it wound up just dying to the Gyarados, it intimidates, helps kept it in check, and also just having that in the back to prevent Celebi was good. And yeah, the Misdreavus usage I think was really what turned that game in your favor. Getting it in on that Metachan brick was really nice, and Perish to kind of stop any Celebi stuff it wants to do. So yeah, was a nice win. User egg bombs. And I am not looking forward to our battle. I do not like prepping for your team. Why are we still letting people get Zapdos Blissey in the big 2026?
Who knows?
The world never knows.
In the world, yeah.
Yeah.
Never used Misdreavus before. Yeah, Misdreavus I think is like one of my favorite ADV draft Pokemon. I know Miltank is like always on one of my builds, and like Misdreavus is like number 2 on all of my builds. That Pokemon is super crazy, especially against a lot of like the trend of these like super fat teams. You can just like get into a lot of situations where like Mean Look being clicked is like almost a free kill guaranteed in a lot of positions, similar to like the one that you ended up in against the Donphan. Obviously the Donphan had roasted a little bit more, but
yeah, like just really DJS's draft did not have much to immediately pressure it. Like just like not a lot of damage, and like he had to pack Ghost Donphan, for example, and it was. I think Misdreavus is really, Misdreavus. I think it really needs a good draft around it. Like I think, for example, if you draft Misdreavus as your only normal resist, you're gonna hate it because then just return Shadow Ball. It's gonna do Shadow Ball's gonna do a million damage, but like you got the Maldo as a normal resist. And just a pretty fat team in general. And so when Misdreavus, I think, is allowed to be more flexible, that's when it's really unlocked. And it's got some good options too. Like I know one person who has really used Misdreavus well is Nal. He, he's gotten a lot of usage out of using it kind of more as like an attacker, being able to run like a thunderbolt, bolt beam coverage, uh, and you get some other cool special moves such as psychic, and also shadow, like even though it's not attack invested, shadow ball is an option to help with calm minders like Espeon and Zan is really nice too. So yeah, I think it's definitely a good Pokemon, especially I think 8 is a good price point for it around there. So yeah.
For sure. Yeah. That's the one regret I have with my draft with it is it's I have Aggron as a normal resist, but that's not like
Oh no, that is not
that doesn't count. That's there. That's not the same purpose. So, like it's gonna struggle a little bit in that sense. But like just against a lot of these like special bulky teams that aren't running normal spam, it's really well. And if you can get that extra normal resistance and open it up to do more offensive interesting things, because a lot of people are going to play around it in a way that it's like Paris Trap utility bot, and if you're just like spamming offensive attacks, like you can put people into really bad positions really easily. All right, we should be about 10 minutes away from this game.
Yeah, looking at it, I think I want to give the matchup edge to Wexler. I think I think Mence looks really good. Has I think has pretty solid checks to imposing offense. I could see Flygon being a pretty big threat. The only ground resist are Mence and Big Shedinja. So I could see maybe like a CB Flygon and getting the turn right. Could be really nice. But it's also risky because like CBE looks great for everything except Mence, but say you click EQ into Blastoise, you're getting some good shit. But now the thing is, if you ever click EQ, that CBEQ, that's just an invitation for Mence to come in, and as we discussed, Mence is a really big threat there. And of course, Engineer's got the Metagross. I think Metagross does look pretty good here. Blastoise doesn't have the most longevity, and of course doesn't get by Arcanine's Intimidate. I could maybe see like an Agility Metagross being a good win con, or even just a boom set. But I mean, I don't know. I look at the win con options, and I think Agility Metagross does look pretty solid. Like if the Blastoise is able to get chipped by the Flygon or something, then like Mash, you could even run Psychic or EQ, and I think looks pretty good.
True. Yeah. 100%. Yeah, scrap the doc. The doc is working out well. It's easy when I'm the only person who has access to it. I completely forgot we had it as a separate doc this time instead of on the main one. Which is why I was asking you about it this morning, but we're good to go.
Scrap the GOAT, always hooking the ADV draft community up with the finest of documents.
True. Ugh. What other games?
The Emerald Open doc just always looks so clean. It always looks so good.
Oh yeah.
And the matchup viewer is of course a great resource for our battlers. And I can love small stuff. I love how the Emerald Open doc always has like the Hall of Fame page where you can go back and see who's won every tournament so far. But yeah, great work once again by Scrap.
For sure, yeah. No, Scrap does. If people knew how much work Scrap did behind the scenes, they would be. It's truly amazing, really, how much effort he puts in every tour. So much appreciated, Scrap.
Yep. Yeah, we've been saying this, and we haven't even mentioned the database, the ADV Draft database, which, if anyone watching wants to find it, you could see literally pretty much any stat of solo tournaments of Gen 3 draft. You could see Pokemon draft combinations, win rates, just all your drafts put in one place. Yeah, Keegan sent the link in the chat. So yeah, definitely check out the draft database. It's one of the coolest things I've ever seen. both Keegan and I have been playing draft for quite a long amount of time, and
for
there was
too
never a
too
resource
long, I
like
would
this
say at this
for
point.
yeah. There's never a resource like this for the fairy gens and whatnot.
Hmm.
But yeah, having something like this is awesome, and I know Scraft's also working on getting gens 4 and 5 in there too, which is even cooler if any of those gens pique your interest.
Yeah, absolutely. No, there's so much information to learn here, and like as like we get to the point, as like we continue to like have more games, have more tournaments and stuff like that, the value of this data becomes is even better, and just like the ability to learn. I just do the shit I find fun. Well, the stuff you find fun ends up being unbelievably helpful for everyone else. But yeah, this.
Yeah, no, for sure. Like, it helped like during drafting period too. Like
Mhm.
just seeing like air win rates is really good. Um, and yeah, just lots of good resources on it. Mm, Wonder what other games we've got today after this. I haven't actually taken a look.
We
Okay,
have.
after this, yeah, there's the big rocket launcher game.
Yeah.
Uh, okay, ooh, this Eternum versus Cliff. I think both of those guys were in the draft pools I was modding, so that should be interesting. I think Cliff has like a dragon. He has uh, I think like a Raikou Dragonite team. I could be mistaken on that.
Ooh. Okay.
Uh,
Nice.
Funk versus Shrim 101. Funk got off to a 1-0 start earlier today. I'm not sure who Shrim is. And then at 6:30, we got my boy Salmon versus Hawk 15. So yeah, definitely some a good slate of games still
For
really
sure.
go today.
Yeah, definitely a lot to look forward to as we end. And if people are in chat and have not scheduled their games yet and want to be on the stream tomorrow, we still have plenty of opportunities to get your games on stream for tomorrow. I'll probably take a run through the scheduling chats. Are we quiet for anyone else? Jake is. Yeah, I'm like doing this.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. Yeah. My headset unfortunately is like pretty quiet. The reason I've messed around with things and everything. So, um, I hope I have at least been audible on the stream. But yeah, I
I
think
think
Keegan said he
I
only
think
has
it's
the
been
max, so
generally
nothing
fun.
on his end, it's just me.
Yeah, I think it's generally fine. I've also been doing this through like the Discord browser, which is not great. Um, but that's just because my PC has been like kind of a mess, and you can't like put people past 100% on Discord browser for whatever reason. I don't know why, but
Really? Huh.
yeah.
I see.
I just need to upgrade my PC, but the all the part components are like infinitely expensive right now for whatever reason.
Yeah. I mean, so your PC just can't run like desktop Discord?
Whenever I like stream desktop Discord in call, and am recording or
I
streaming
see.
on OBS, it like goes to shit for whatever reason. It's better now. I think we're just talking louder, Scruff, is what it is. I think we're just being more
Yeah.
intentional to I think is what it comes down to. Black Friday is Thanos for new computer stuff. It kind of is. Yeah, it's something I don't know. I considered it doing some upgrade stuff last year, but I didn't really want to like sink a bunch more money into my PC before I wanted to do like a big upgrade for it. Um, it's just one of the things that's hard to justify. Where like most of the only thing I do is play like card games and mons. It doesn't require a lot of like of compute power to do that on a regular basis. But like the OBS for some reason and Discord just like are at odds with each other and how much like RAM they take for some reason. I'm not sure why, but okay. It looks like both of these players will be ready in 5 minutes, so um, we should be right around. We should be right into this game soon. Hope you guys have been enjoying the stream. We're over 5 hours into it now. We've only got 3 hours left to go. So if you have been enjoying the content so far, like the stream, if you have not done so already,
Yeah.
we'll be back, as I said, again tomorrow, and then we got 2 more streams next week on Saturday and Sunday for the same format for the 8 hour long stream. So you'll definitely want to be around for those because these are a lot of fun to watch a lot of these games, and the tournaments start to take shape as we get into the bracket stage, and then the big stakes really start to pick up.
Yeah, make sure you leave a like and a sub. 2 8-hour streams. That's 2 8-hour shifts of watching Pokemon. That's no joke. Even if it is fun watching these Emerald Open.
True.
Yeah.
These are not.
Hope you guys been enjoying.
These are not easy days for sure in terms of like watching these games. Like, it's fun and I definitely enjoy doing it, but I don't know. People question me why I do this every time. I was like, I don't know. LRXC makes it look so easy. Surely I can do it, right? And I think LRXC will be joining us next week on both Saturday and Sunday. So hopefully, hopefully we get some fun stuff last time. I know the last time we were on stream, we got to see some pretty crazy sets. So hopefully we get some good stuff again this time. Love the stream. Hey, I love doing this. This stuff is fun. I spend a lot of for an 8-hour stream. It's like 5 games. Is crazy. Yeah, it's like half of a Battle Frontier run. Yeah, I don't know. I love doing these streams. This is some of my favorite stuff that I do with this. I've recently got back more into Draft League the last like year and a half, 2 years, outside of just playing like Emerald Open every year. But no, doing
Draft Jam finalist.
True.
Draft Jam finalist Keegan.
That's true. Yeah, big Draft Jam. Unfortunately, we got glopped, but there's only, you know what? If you run into the glopper, not every that's an unfortunate result for anyone.
Yeah.
There's only so much you can do.
Mm-hmm.
Having the back will do. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, yeah, it's fun to just watch. It's just fun to just chill and sit and watch games. I do it a lot for Magic tournament stuff. It's just like, it's the perfect type of content to just like casually enjoy, watch a lot of games, catch as much Pokemon. Everyone got glopped. Yeah, that Draft Jam season, Glop like put everyone on notice. That was he kind of slapped everyone up. I think he like had like one game at the start that like kind of was a little awkward in how he was playing, but he like locked in pretty immediately after that. So, well, Gentleman Thanos also like Thanos. Everyone caught the Thanos. All right, this game should hopefully be up here in a second.
Yeah,
Okay.
it should be. They're just
They're
figuring out which
Smog
server
Tours
to
a
play
little bit,
on.
Yeah. Which Smog Tours makes sense. I'm glad, to be honest, I'm glad more people in Draft are playing on Smog Tours, only in that like I think it's good that Draft League peoples are playing on timer more in Draft League. That was like, of all the time, like when we started playing, no timer Draft League was diabolical.
Dude, I remember when it was unethical to put on timer explicitly.
Dude, they would ask you to turn it off in like games and stuff. It's like,
Yeah.
no, the timer's getting too low. You got to turn it off. It's like that. We can't be doing that anymore. We gotta be playing on timer.
Wait, do we? Okay, wait, one moment.
Let me LARP in chat.
Okay. We don't have any rules about playing on.
I was gonna say I didn't remember that being in the thing.
Yeah, because I saw some. I could just be totally wrong here. It's very possible. Okay, well, it says play on Pokemon Showdown. I don't think that necessarily.
That doesn't mean main.
Like that just means we're not hopping on the cartridge
Yeah.
battles.
Look, yeah, we save those for Hoenn Classic, which I think when Kaz and I play ADV, we'll play that on the cart. Which I think I'm probably gonna try to play that
really?
again this year. We played that on the cart twice, a few of the times
That's
I've been
cool.
in. Playing on the cart is a lot of fun. You need to be able to pause time. Oh, I guess you need to be able to pause the timer technically, which is why you would not play on Smog Tours. Dragon Arrow cart, dude. I remember the funny thing about that game. I don't know what Cass just DM'd me. This is a crazy thing to DM me during the stream. This is whatever. It's funny. I remember playing that game. I was like gone for a wedding, I think, when Cass scheduled that. I don't know. I should have told Cass to switch the weeks around so we could have played earlier. But I remember like being in my Airbnb, having like built the whole team on like the flight over and building this like, dude, I built this crack team. I thought it was like a genius. I had like Gentle Dragonite to set up on Starmie. It was like super scuffed. And then I just got smoked by Dragonair. I'm like sitting in like the Airbnb after getting in the night before. Nobody's awake because Cass and I are playing like first thing in the morning. And I just got Dragonair. Oh, the game is live. Let's go.
Yeah, game is live. Yep.
Let's go. Let me move this back to live showdown. And let's switch the point of views. Okay.
All right.
We got
Blastoise
versus Starmie lead. A pretty good lead for Shanganier. This is a demon custom, by the way.
Yeah, it does look cool. I want to say that maybe is that for SPL? I don't know. I know there's like the SPL team that has the Gardevoir as the logo.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Ooh, okay. That was a nice double because I really like that double because I think health on Wexler's Blastoise is really too important for the Metagross to fly on a lot of these threats. So now I'm getting the Victreebel in. Wow. Wait. Poison grass coverage really, or like not even poison, like the poison resist is Omastar and Shedinja. So like this Victreebel, like if this has like SD, like I could even see like a mono Sludge Bomb.
Like, it's doing a lot. Yeah, if you get a free SD here, you're doing a lot of damage very quickly.
Yeah. And I mean, like, you know, it's not going to do the most damage to Mence or Arcanine or Intimidate, but you know, it can fish for those poisons and stuff.
Yeah, and as
also another thing is like, yeah, this Blissey has to switch out, and that means Natural Curve will be activated, which means something else can be put to sleep. So
if you sleep powder,
so we do see the Mence
Sludge
on the Sludge.
Wow, 33 is still a lot even after an Intimidate. It is leftovers, but
yeah,
if that sequence happens like a few more times, especially if you get a poison, like Mence is going to be in a lot of trouble very quickly here.
Yeah, we do see the lefties. Makes sense. Victreebel, I think, has like terrible Spit F, so doesn't want to risk taking like a Fire Blast or HP Flying. Starmie comes in. That doesn't do a lot. I wonder if this is just like a really bulky Starmie then.
Yeah, probably, especially if it's the first entry point for Salamence. Then it makes sense just to be like very defensive Starmie. It's probably like one of the most. I guess you have a lot of other options once you know it's DD, but the problem is a lot of them can fall to random coverage moves. Regice could be one of those, but you probably don't want to risk Regice immediately.
Oh, okay.
A lot of doubles here, so it looks like we're trying to get Heracross to catch the Blissey, which makes sense now that like you've got a little bit of chip on the Mence. But it looks like we have. Okay, so we scout
him for the HP Flying.
Nice. We get Metagross in now, and Metagross can start causing problems here.
This is off to a pretty solid start for Engineers, just making good plays. Getting the Pokemon in has been making pretty good reads so far, and now lefties Metagross can, let's see, it may fire off attack. We may see like a Toxic or something. I don't think Toxic looks, I mean, Toxic could be, okay, yeah, we just see a Mash. You know, it makes sense, just kind of let the Blastoise come in, figure out what the response is to the Metagross.
Get a little bit of information on the chip as well.
Okay, so we do see Toxic.
Yeah.
And that Surf doesn't do a lot. I think this is a pretty fat Metagross, if I had to guess.
Yeah. So that means, even if you do come in and just like click Mash every time, and they go Blastoise, now they're in a tough position with their HP here. It's gonna be pretty quick to start losing HP as fast as possible.
We could see the refresh here. That's a possibility, but like also Blastoise definitely wants other moves. You know, it's not really a matchup where it wants to forego Spin versus Omastar.
Ice Beam is nice for the Victory Belt and the Flygon, and also like without a move like a Hidden Power or like Yawn or something, it's not forcing any progress or Starmie. So I don't know. We'll see if it's able to fit the refresh here. I mean, we just see a Surf.
We see us, yeah, and that makes me believe it probably is without the refresh, because that would have been probably the easiest turn to click it on that one. So
Yeah,
Sludge Bomb putting some pressure offensively. Ice Beam.
we do see the Ice Beam. That does so much. Victory Belt Spit F is not good.
Yeah, that is tough.
But it's still I think like I think I don't hate. Okay, we see the Morning Sun, so it could just that's good for Engineer. Can just Morning Sun again until it's now in Sludge Bomb range, and this Blastoise being dead. I mean we did see Toxic on the Metagross, so it's probably not an agility set, but stuff like Flygon looks really opened up now.
Yeah, and Metagross, like even though it definitely looks to be a lot more of a bulky set. Like Meteor Mash is still very powerful to hit, especially we don't get the poison there, but that is. I'm a little surprised we saved the Blastoise there and risk getting poisoned on Arcanine, right? Because like now we're slowly running out of options to actually play into the Metagross. Hidden Power, nice aggressive Hidden Power there, picks up a lot of damage on the Starmie.
Probably HP Electric or no, Grass because there's an Omastar.
Yeah, so that's a good click there. The problem is it's like I don't know how you follow the click.
I don't know. Maybe you could just spam HP Grass here because I want to say like this is pretty bulky Starmie based on the damage. Like maybe Surf won't kill if this is Arcanine's fat enough, but goes into the Hariyama anticipating their recover. Yeah, I wonder what Engineer left on the bench. I want to say it's probably just Houndoom and Omastar, and then Flygon and Regice last.
Yeah, Flygon and Regice left. Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, Houndoom really isn't doing almost anything at all here, and I feel like we would have, given how it's played, Spikes would have made sense to get up at some point in one of these sequences against Blissey,
I think something else to note about the Victory Belt is if Flexer's last mon is Sceptile, Victory Belt in the back is really annoying for it. You can just kind of prevent like any setup Sceptile or even like a Leech Seed. Gives it a Leech Seed immune too. So I do think that I think we'll try and probably see that preserved if that's a Sceptile in the back. Or just in case there's a Sceptile. But yeah. Is Victory Belt's Fizz Def even worse? I didn't even know that. That shows how much I know about this Pokemon.
Bro, what are this guy's stats? I can't even tell you. I know off the top of my head.
Oh, okay. I know it's got 65 defense and 60 Spit F, but definitely if you're a Grass Poison type, you want better defensive stats than that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's got like most of its stats in attack and special attack, which like is pretty cool and all, but when you only got that much stats, it's not really worth it. Okay, we see Knock on the Starmie.
So there we go. That's leftovers gone, which makes this a little harder to switch in. But we need like a Spike to really start like punishing this coming in regularly on stuff like Mens.
Yeah, I mean we saw like HP Flying did like 29, so
ooh,
okay, crit break. That being a crit is still crazy. Hilarious.
that's so little damage. I mean, that's still such a good spot for Metagross, right? Because like the Blastoise is basically dead, and like you're kind of forced to just take a bunch of damage here to knock off the leftovers.
Hey, but yeah, that mash does a lot.
Like we're making.
I wonder if we end up seeing a boom here.
But...
Okay, just mash traded into the Hariyama, and the
double crit.
Oh
crazy.
My goodness!
Wow, Hariyama, that's insane.
Yeah, Metagross, even with just one crit, would have came out that interaction on top, and that's really huge because, if that Metagross has Boom as one of its last two moves, you could preserve it and pretty much get a kill on Blissey every time. So I understand not wanting to Boom there, but yeah, now in comes the Flygon. I want to say if this is coming in, it makes me think it's not banned. Don't want to come in and give the Mens free attack. I mean, maybe like a mixed, like I can see like a mix.
Yeah, mix and click Dragon Claw here makes sense. Because like I don't know.
Does Dragon Claw even kill Hariyama from this range?
I guess I'm operating under the assumption that that's true, but it looks like we're just gonna elect to go for the Earthquake here.
Yeah, that is not band damage.
No, that's 23% is
So what even comes in here? Like, if Blissey has Ice Beam, you probably go into that here
yeah.
because you
Or
can
if you
live
have
any
a
hit.
Sceptile HP Ice, probably you can go that as well.
Hmm.
The problem is then Regice comes in, and then it's pretty easy to come in. So
I think this is okay. Mence comes in, makes sense. Can probably live a Dragon Claw from this range, and threaten.
threaten its own.
Okay, so we're gonna see
Dragonfly.
Mence outspeed with the Dragon Claw and the
Ooh.
HP Ice. Okay, oh, HP Ice does make sense actually.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so we see Salamence outspeed on both the attack and the leftovers, so I think we can make probably a fair assumption it's outspeeding here. I mean, if we're doing this and we see that, we kind of have to attack it straight up again. I don't know what we would be doing from Wexler's side otherwise. So, I mean, if we can get rid of the
Dragon Claw
Flygon,
is
that's nice.
3/3. Maybe we see a Regice here
Mhm.
on Engineer's end, or even a Starmie. I think Starmie covers both. Dragon Claw. I mean, wanted to keep it healthy for the Arcanine. I do get, so maybe a Regice would be better, even if it HP flyings. You can eat. Yeah, I do think this Flygon does want to be preserved. I think it's just really strong. Well, okay, maybe not if the Arcanine has E-Speed, but after another round of lefties, it should be out of range of that.
Mhm.
So yeah, I think preserving the Flygon here makes sense. I'm
Who's
trying
the
to think if there's like
co-commentator?
a Sceptile set that can do it for Wexler. Maybe like a SD3 attack Sceptile, like
Mhm.
no grass move, just like. Okay, yeah, Starmie on the. Okay, that does actually do a lot. I think
Yeah.
this is very specially invest. This is definitely a specially biased Mence based on
Yeah.
this damage it's done to the Starmie.
Yeah, and given the bulk that this has, I think we can definitely probably expect to outspeed here. So it looks like we're probably just sacking Starmie at this point, which I feel like we would maybe want it for the Arcanine. I'm not 100% sure. Maybe that like. Okay, we are scared out still.
Okay, goes
as we-
Blissey on the Ice Beam. Makes sense. But I mean, I think Recover does make sense. Modest T-Bowl coming out could be. Oh, we see the sub
Substitute.
on the Blissey.
Uh-oh.
Very interesting.
Yeah, what are we cooking here now? Yeah, Brick Break will break the sub, but you get.
I don't think
free-
there's any way that. Yeah. Okay. That does nothing. I want to
Yeah.
say that's like, just not even.
It's not invested.
Especially attacking.
Yeah, there's a pitiful amount of damage. I guess here you can go.
And now that I mean, Mence is also low, so like,
Mhm.
I want to say after an Intimidate, a Brick Break should be able to do it.
Well, yeah, I think Mence is at like 18%, right? So like definitely.
Yeah.
Like I think I would expect Arcanine to come out here, and the Arcanine does a really good turn now. If it comes in here, not a lot wants to switch in confidently. I guess Starmie could look to come in, but you could like get like aggressive and click a grass move again, and then like they're like really push the advantage that way.
Yeah, I mean, Arcanine looks solid, but the thing about going Arcanine is you have to be wary of a Rock Slide click.
Yeah, exactly.
Flame already revealed it's doing no damage.
Mhm.
Rock Slide felt pretty free, so I think sacking the Hariyama to get the Arcanine for free is good.
Is definitely the better way to approach that, yeah.
Because also it makes it so Arcanine can come in the next time this comes in.
Mhm.
So yeah. Oh, okay, we see the Mence. This also makes sense. And ooh, this is actually an interesting turn here because Hidden Power Flying, of course, kills this, but there's a fair chance that Hidden Power Flying wouldn't kill the Starmie. I don't think so like there's like Dragon Claw versus Hidden Power Flying mind games. I think you just Hidden Power Flying here. I think Engineer values the free switch into Starmie too much to risk going that here. But this Mence is looking in a pretty good spot right here. Okay, we
it's
do see the Dragon Claw
on the
as the
Flygon.
Flygon is stacked. Okay, and yeah, there is a Regice blast, so makes a lot of sense.
Mhm.
This Regice might be able to, like, if this Regice has like I mean, like if this Regice has like T-Wave and is able to para the Blissey, then I think like that paired with
Ooh,
okay, so we're gonna see
interesting.
the Ments on the curse,
Uh-oh, curse.
okay.
Okay. We get
What
some good
move would
chip. The
this have?
problem is
Because
this could
doesn't
be.
Regice get Iron Defense?
Oh, Fire Blast
Oh,
comes
the
in.
Fire
That's a
Blast
tough
Regice
one.
is gonna eat that up.
Yeah.
But
Now you get
I
Arcanine
mean,
in here.
Arcanine should be able to come in.
Yeah.
So this is probably curse like EQ, if I had to guess. This is
Yeah,
probably just
probably it's
like
probably definitely EQ at this
yeah.
point. The question here is like whether Regice gets preserved. This probably has E-Speed too. Overheat.
Oh, okay. Overheat. Yeah, definitely. Okay, but no, Starmie can recover for free.
Yeah, this
But I
definitely
wonder,
E-Speed's definitely not
dude.
doing 32 here, but
I actually I think Wexler wins this because Shenjir is kind of forced to recover here, and if that's Last Sceptile with the right moves now that Regice is low really
Mhm.
just could really just win it.
oh, 100%
Um,
from here, yeah.
but yeah, I mean also
Because like,
like
is there what's the reason if they go Starmie, you can't just go hard Sceptile, and then like what do they do? What do you do from there if you're Shinjini, right? Like you just click Leech Seed, and then like either they go into Heracross, and then you have like that lead stuff. You're getting some damage from there. You
I
could
don't
have a hidden
I
power for
I
that maybe.
I think let's say Starmie comes in recovers as Sceptile comes in. Maybe you just fire off Ice Beams because if does seem to be a pretty bulky Starmie. I want to say that Starmie can a Leaf Blade from I want from like probably like 82, which would be as recover. So maybe just go ahead and Ice Beam prevent any setup.
Yeah.
But it's tricky. I could be wrong on that head calc too. The knock on the Starmie is actually coming into like play for sure. Like if
Yeah,
this
because
Starmie was getting lefties every turn, it would be less forced to recover.
I think we would be at
It
like
would probably
almost
it's been on
we'd
the
be at
turn
over 50.
a
I think at
lot.
this point, I like
Yeah.
right now, which would be like an insane, like much better. Wow, we just did an HP grass. That does not make sense
Mm,
after an overheat. Unless
maybe
we're
like there's
sacking this. Heracross comes in now.
Heracross on the HP grass, probably anticipating the Blissey switch or the Sceptile switch.
Yeah.
But like now, okay, now it's interesting because Heracross, of course, would just die to the overheat, but any double switch out, uh, like or any switch here from Wexler's end, is good into Starmie. So we'll see if okay, so yeah, Wexler just goes for the overheat again,
We
and
definitely have to
we're
switch. We have to
literally in the
switch it
same
at this
situation.
point. Yeah. So
Yeah.
we've got like a little bit of damage on the Heracross, but we've literally the exact same. So now we
See,
make
my thing is I don't love that HP grass because if you're anticipating the double, I think you just overheat at that point. But Sceptile comes in, and yeah, this is yeah, what Sceptile set do we have here? Do we have like a mixed SD set meant to break past Metagross? Do we have more of a Leech Seed set? Yeah, we shall see. Probably comes down to this.
Mm-hmm.
And okay, so Regice, we see the Regice on the sub. Okay,
So this
yeah, that's what
definitely should
I
be
wonder.
Subleech Seed.
And we see okay, very interesting. We see no item on the
Ooh.
step tile, but we also see the odd HP. So if this is like a sub Pataya Sceptile, then maybe that may have been a mishap. Because you want the even HP. So when you sub to get down to 25, you also proc your berry. And like a sub Pataya, I mean, there's really no oh, okay, we see the rest. Okay, probably should assume that we had curse, but is the Sceptile able to break past Regice at all? Because I want to assume this is like sub Pataya,
Yeah.
with like HP fire. kind of blanks into Houndoom, but good into everything else. And if you're
Yeah.
not worried about the Houndoom with this draft, this
And I
makes
think
sense.
and you
So
can
this
probably
has
make a
Leech.
reasonable inference that Houndoom can't come to this game, so it's probably best
Yeah.
to do that. Yeah, that's what it looks like to be, considering we switched out here. If we're doing
Okay, so we
this,
see the
if we're doing this, we can't even aggressively click HP Grass at this point because Starmie comes in and is gonna live the hit, and we can't even like stay in. Wow, overheat.
Oh my god,
that's
that actually did pathetic damage.
that's that is diabolical. That's so bad.
So now this Regice can just rest back up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you don't even have to
This
risk a
Regice
switch
might
here.
just
Yeah, I think it just sits on
this
the rest of
Regice
this
might just
team.
reverse.
Yeah.
If it's Curse EQ last.
We have sub Blissey, like
I-
we could be sub CM Blissey and do something foolish, but I don't think that doesn't seem very likely.
Yeah, I mean, I
with
think
the
if this isn't
coverage
Leech,
here.
if this isn't Leech on the Sceptile, then I think it's GG, and
Mhm.
he would have clicked Leech. If
You would have easily clicked the
um,
leech after the substitute. Okay, we go for the crit.
okay, there is of course the crit chance.
Yeah.
Only 4 more overheats to get the crit. But I mean, I do think a crit would. Okay, so we see Blissey.
We'll definitely see the substitute here.
Yeah. But like, I wonder is at plus is a +1 EQ is that breaking? Okay, so we don't even see Calm Mind.
Okay.
So yeah, this is probably gonna be GG.
Yeah, this is gonna be
no
Red
Calm Mind
Ice
to
winning
move past
from here.
this. Unless really overheat crit looks like the only chance.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Shenjiner did a good job of kind of weakening Regice's counters. The Hariyama using the Metagross to trade with the Hariyama, even though the Metagross got crit twice. Trading that HP so this Regice could come in later. And we see the Earthquake, and that does okay. Yeah, so, not even anything forcing a rest at this point. So trying to come in on a rest and then getting more chances to crit the overheat didn't even seem
Mm-hmm.
feasible. So, yeah.
And even the HP
Yeah.
Fire here can't crit and kill because I think it did like in the 10s last time. So
Yeah.
they were gonna try.
Okay. No, does this like if it's we get plus like say yeah it's +1, so we did see the mishap on the EVs. I don't even know if a Leaf Blade crit kills this.
Probably not.
And yeah, HP Fire is gonna do nothing.
Yeah.
Should have gone for the Leaf Blade there, stronger with Overgrow. And this is a pretty cool bring. I can't say the last time I've seen a Curse Regice brought, but yeah, GG's well played by Shenjiner. Got some good doubles early in the game to get the momentum up. And yeah, I wonder if that. Okay, no, we saw the full men's moveset.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was a good game.
Yeah, that was a
Pretty
really
good slate
game
of games since I've come in.
Yeah, this has been a really good good set of games for sure.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I'm gonna head out. I appreciate having me on. Good luck with the rest of the stream.
Thanks, boss.
And
thanks for
I will see you guys.
tuning in.
Yep. Peace.
Peace out. All right. You're back to just me now. Waffling. That was a really good game. Big credit. I know Wexler said in the chat that this was their first draft league game, or like their first draft league that they're playing in, and like a big credit to them for putting up playing really well this game. If that's Leech Seed Sceptile, I think this game has a lot different of an outcome potentially in terms of how that plays out. So yeah, really well played. That was a really good game. Awesome, as Jake said, awesome game so far, chat. If you guys haven't liked the stream already and you're in here, make sure to like the stream. This is doing these ADP draft league streams are always super fun, super enjoyable. And we've got a lot of draft league, as I said, coming up. We're doing the stream, rocking the stream again tomorrow. We have the 2 streams next week, so make sure to get your game scheduled on stream. We still have plenty of stream slots available for you all to play in. And then get subscribed because we got a lot of Emerald Open once we get to the bracket stage as well, including Pokemon Champions coming out. So there's a lot of Pokemon Draft League to be played over the next couple of weeks and months and probably years at this point. let's take a look at where we're at next. So we got Shrimp versus Big Rocket Launcher 8. So Big Rocket Launcher 8 tried to give us a little bit of a special surprise with the rollout full setup Reggie last time. Did not work, but it is what it is. The only times in my pool and I could schedule were already taken, sadly. That's unfortunate. I will, luckily enough, like, there's always enough live games naturally going on that we can probably check in on a lot of these games, and I'll probably go through the pools to find games that are scheduled during the slots and put them in. We'll do that. So yeah, I do have to say, I do have to set, it worked on our hearts, true. I do have to step away for just half a second. I will be back in 2 seconds right before this game starts here, so don't go anywhere. On return, you can shower me in roses. That was a very, very good game. That was fun to watch. We do have live battles here. Oh, there we go. Big Rocket Launcher 8. We are so back with our goat, Big Rocket Launcher 8. All right, let's see what we got here. Zamlead versus Gengar. So we're gonna go straight to Alakazam. We do trick a Choice Band into Steelix, which is a little awkward, and that like it's good to prevent like a lot of utility from that Pokemon. But man, some Choice Banded hits from our goat Steelix can hurt. Like that could be a problem later on in the battle. Like clicking Curse versus the message is not sacking Flagon right away. Yeah, a few moments, but I think overall I think it was relatively well played game. And the curse Regice was obviously super fire to lock up that game. All right, let's see. Regiseal versus Blissey. Is Big Rocket Launcher going to pull it out again? Do we think so? I mean, it's choice. The problem is it's Choice Band Steelix now, so like you just get smoked by Earthquake. Even if you start IDing up, and rollout, even max rollout has to be doing like 3 damage to Steelix, right? Like there's no way you're doing any real damage. Yeah, in comes Steelix. All right, Thunder Wave. Yeah, we're not that set here. All right, you know what? Wishful thinking, right? Like you gotta try, right? But it looks like that's not gonna be the case here. So we'll see what we want to do now. Man, this being Choice Band Steelix is very awkward because like I think Double Edge is a very fair click here. If I have it and I'm Shrim here, wow, Rock Slide and the miss. Oh, we go for the counter. Okay. I like that. Because we're probably living that with Regiseal, right? So that's a little bit unfortunate. I guess now if I'm Shrim, I'm in a little bit of an awkward spot. I guess you could probably just go Blissey here again to eat the T-Wave. I guess S-Toss just comes out. Yeah, nothing that Regiseal is going to do is going to matter too much anyway, right? Because like you're either going to T-Wave, S-Toss, all of things which can just be managed by Blissey relatively well. All right, Ludicolo comes out here, and Steelix is back in. Well, I mean, it looks like Shrim's plan is to try to get Steelix in as much as possible. Now that it has a Choice Band, it's really going to be able to put up a lot of offensive pressure. Obviously, Ludicolo is going to be faster in pressure with the Surf. But we get a nice little lead seed off here and get the lead seed off on the Quillfish, which is going to at least be able to get up some spikes here. And our only spinner is Smeargle, which means that Gengar should be a pretty effective swim blocker, especially if we're able if we're able to Spore Sack something else, that gives us a lot of flexibility with Gengar, and we get a free turn to Sam here, which is nice. The problem is this Blissey is doing such a good job of holding back Big Rocket Launcher's team here. Because like you just go Blissey here, and what do you do about this? Fire Punch, like this is like we're not making any progress at all in this battle against this team just yet, which is kind of tough. So in comes Smeargle on the Blissey. Estos comes out. So it looks like we're probably going to try to spin here. I'd imagine we Spore on the incoming Gengar. That I assume Gengar's going to come out trying to spin block here. Most likely. Intention must have been a trick of CB to Bless, but that's good. Yeah, I mean, if you get the CB on the Blissey, then you're in a much better spot, obviously, because like Blissey is really strong in this team. But yeah, now that it's on Steelix, it's like completely in the opposite direction. Who knows what the plan is now? The plan is to not just like lose a Pokemon every time the Steelix comes in. We've done a good job preventing that so far, but like that is definitely going to be the case. Focus Punch and Pray. Yeah, so we get the sleep on the Gengar trying to spin block us. The problem is now we have to... Do we get to do anything as like a benefit of this free sleep turn? I'm not sure right now. We can get our own Spike up, and Spike is... I mean, we're going to need Spikes to get rid of this Blissey at some point, and we are, Rapid Spin Hitmonlee on the other side. So, like, there is probably value if he has Spikes here, just getting them up here. Alright, we got Big Rocket Launcher turning the timer on. Let's go. Okay, so we're still getting the predictions right on this choice band Steelix. Big Rock got the Mystery Dungeon team. We've at least got Charizard in here. The problem, I mean, this needs to be physical Charizard, right? Yeah, Focus Punch. Need to get this Blissey. This needs to be big damage. Yeah, that's good damage to start. Blissey's definitely in a little bit of trouble here. And if you substitute, because now it's forced to attack to protect itself, right? I mean, it could heal up here in the face of Focus Punch, but like that's such a risky proposition to go for. So yeah, a good Focus Punch to get that started. Now we get T-Tar in. As I assume we see Estos come out here. Yeah, Estos. And now the sand is up, which is going to neutralize some of the effectiveness of the leftovers of the Blissey. And now it's definitely forced to switch out to not just die to an attack from Tyranitar here. So yeah, a good Focus Punch landed on Blissey there. It's going to put it in a little bit of trouble to come in against most of the threats in this battle here, especially with sand now forced up. Let's see, we want to click here into T-Tar. Brick Break comes out. That's decent damage. We've now got this chipped a little bit. The problem is we still have to make a really good play here to get around this CB Steelix. I wonder if at a certain point our opponent just clicks Boom here and accepts the fate that way. Oh, so we've CB locked ourselves in a Roar, which is interesting. This is a tough spot now because you have to switch. I wonder if you have Sub here, Sub Punch from Charizard. If that's an option here. Gengar comes back out, and we just Fire Blast. And now Gengar's, yeah, takes so much damage from that. So what looked like a really awkward position for Big Rocket Launcher 8 earlier in the battle, it seems to be something he's turning around very quickly here. Picked up a lot of the damage on Blissey. We avoid the sleep here and get the substitute up against Gengar. A little bit of maybe of a risky line to take there. We need this to sleep again for this to have been beneficial for us to do. Wow, we do high roll and get another sleep here. And D-Claw's going to come out. So this is going to give us sub-punch against Blissey too. Yeah, this is... Charizard's looking really, really good right now. We don't have an amazing coverage move to deal with it, to attack this. We can obviously Dragon Claw, but... I think Big Rocket Launcher 8 is looking to be in a really, really good position to win this battle. Dragon Claw, okay, that does way more than I would have imagined. I guess I should have expected it too. 58%. Now, this Quillfish is going to be able to, at least with the Surf, break the substitute. And there's no reason for us to go for the substitute again, because we're not going to be able to keep one up in the face of Rain Dance Quillfish. So this will at least give an opportunity, probably for Launcher after ACT. This will at least give us, I think, Blissey a chance to get healed up here. Especially with the rain up, there's not really a lot of risk for healing here. Obviously, like, Big Rocket Launcher could just stay in and substitute, I guess. I think you probably stay in and substitute once, so maybe that is a little bit of a harder play to go Blissey right now and try to heal. We still have to contend with this Steelix, but I think it's probably last move boom. I think it has to. I think if it comes in again, it's probably going to try to boom here pretty quickly and try to at least guarantee some value, because like we're just not making any progress. And like we do have Mence in the back here, I imagine it's like a setup win condition, and we need to break something to enable our Mence here, because right now there's still a Registeel which could have Ice Punch and has Thunder Wave. All right, it looks like we're gonna go right into Mence right now. Curious to see whether this is DD or like special mix. Like a Hydro Pump obviously would be really good right here. And if something like Registeel tries to switch in, then you're going to do a lot of damage, and it's not really going to be an effective... Counter is obviously not going to be an effective way to deal with that Pokemon then. So Shrimp's taking their time here. Big Rocket Launcher has already chosen a move, so... So Ludicolo comes here, maybe predict... Okay, so Dragonance comes out. So this is kind of, I guess, the choice, right? Is do you predict... Like the Dragonance, maybe a special moves comes out, and now Dragonance Hidden Power Flying is doing a lot here. So now, yeah, Hidden Power Flying is going to kill this Ludicolo here. So, yeah, it looks like we're going to start making some progress here. The problem is this Registeel would have been fantastic. Yeah, having Swift Swim would have been really nice. And now we get the substitute off. Wow, that's really powerful to get the sub up here on the what's it called? On the T-Wave. And now Seismic Toss is going to come out, break the substitute here. And now it's going to really depend on where the Earthquake Calcs are at here. Having Seismic Toss here to like break the sub and enable the counter here is pretty powerful. The problem is like, do you like, let me do, I'm curious what the calcs are. Let's do some calcs, chat. I try not to do these all the time while watching, but like +1 against like a Spidef set, like doesn't even kill here. So like the thing is like you risk just getting countered. Oh, we're at +2, so it should kill, right? It has a chance to kill Fitzpidaf, but it could be Fizdef. Oh, and it goes for the counter here. Uh-oh, that's not good. Because now you can get to +3. And +3 is enough to kill all Spidef sets. And you're looking pretty good against Bold. And it's a crit. Okay, well, that'll do that. I think our big pal, Big Rocket Launcher 8, might be in a little bit of trouble here now. It looks like Salamence is going to be able to find its way through pretty effectively here. Hidden Power Flying will come out. That'll kill that. Unfortunately, Big Rocket Launcher 8 is going to find his way out of this tournament, unfortunately. The rollout Registeel was fun. It was cooking earlier in the day. This game looked good for Rocket Launcher 8. He was playing well, I felt, early into the game. But yeah, this sub Salamence set, sub DD Salamence, really found a good opening here to get itself in and pull this game back. So wow, really well played by Shrim there. Obviously got a few turns, I wouldn't say wrong with the Steelix. We'll get Big Rocket Launcher 8 the credit for getting around that Steelix that got tricked the Choice Band earlier. But yeah, really well built DD substitute set to win that battle. I don't know what that puts Shrim at in terms of their pool, but unfortunately our GOAT Rocket Launcher 8, Big Rocket Launcher 8, is out of the tournament. So, an unfortunate one to see, but alas, it is what it is. Let's see. Let's go into stream slots. So next up we got Internum Tager, I think. I don't know how to. Not. We'll say Eternum here, cause that, and then versus Cliff B. I think Jake was saying both of these players in his pool. We see 2 Starmie drafts here. Starmie Dragonite is something I really do enjoy drafting. Counter would have been hype. Yeah, if the counter worked, then it would have been sweet. Guts not sizely tossing on the Salmon. So yeah, I think that like. The thing is with that is like Earthquake can kill if it's got to be Spidef to kill, right? My game just ended. It was a fun one. Nice. I think we can watch it in. I think we have a window in 2 more games that we'll probably start watching some replays in. We got 3 more live scheduled games here to end the night, and we have at least 1 more little set of time where we'll start focusing specifically in on replays. So. We're almost 6 hours into the stream, so thank you to everyone who's enjoyed the stream up to this point. Watching these games has me super excited for this tour. I'm definitely ready to get back in after the stream and continue building my teams, because I definitely am, let's say, behind on doing my team building. My second game of the draft, nice. What was your result in the first one? Just so we have a little bit of context going. I guess what's the context of this game? 1-0. What's Cliff B's record? Where are we at in terms of the pool here? We'll take a look at this matchup in a second here. Pool 89. Okay. That also requires the pool to be up to date, which is not always going to be the case. Okay, so you're all right. So this is a chance for you to lock up brackets here. So big game here was the only match that was played. Okay, so opportunity for you to lock in on pools, which is super good. We're starting to get people locked in on playoffs, on brackets here over the next couple of games. We'll take a look at this matchup in a second. Let me take a look at this other monitor here quickly. There have been like no other games in my pool. I don't think anyone has played in my pool yet. I think my pool is like pretty likely to just I think all of the games are being played next weekend. I think one of mine I might play on stream. I've been like half considering whether I want to do it or not on the Sunday. It's scheduled for an hour before stream is supposed to start. Is it a disadvantage, you think, playing early? I think there's like always this like discussion about like scheduling and like what's optimal to play. I think the most optimal time to play is whenever you have the opportunity, the most time to build the best team. I think most of the rest of it is just kind of LARP for the most part in terms of like optimal scheduling. And then you're gonna waste like if you're like wasting brain energy on that, I think it doesn't matter. I think whenever you have the opportunity and the time to build the best possible team, and then also be in the best headspace to play, it matters way more than like scheduling. Like for me, I would definitely prefer to have played my games earlier than I have, mainly because it would be nice to space out the prepping a little bit instead of doing it all kind of on the weekend of this stream before next week. I'm impatient to wait. The thing is, I'm kind of the opposite, and I like don't mind. I would play Friday. I'd play all my games on Sunday. It wouldn't bother me in the slightest. But like doing these streams makes that impossible. The best way to play is an hour 30 before. Yeah, that's it. That's a perfect schedule, Sin. You're right. Give yourself, just go right to the deadline. Give yourself the most possible time. Like I would play all my games on Sunday if I could, but obviously doing streaming, that's not necessarily possible. So I think I'll probably play early next week, Friday next week, and then Sunday morning, the day of the deadline. So what's that one I might play on stream? I don't know how I'm gonna approach playing on stream on that. I think I'm gonna have 2 games in my pool before any other match that's in my pool. That's good though. That at least gives you, especially if you're able to win the 2 games, kind of to be kind of done early and kind of locked in, get some wins, always feels good. Kind of leaving it to the end also kind of adds a little bit of stress. I don't know. It's I feel like it's a personal preference thing. People always like kind of waffle that there's like this prisoner dilemmas with scheduling. I don't know. I feel like if you're thinking too much to that level, like you're thinking too much, and you probably should just be spending your mental energy on like actually like building and playing and prepping and mocking with people. Okay, so we got about 10 minutes before we get into this matchup. As I said, this is a Starmie mirror here. We see Starmie Arrow versus Starmie Dragonite. Just make sure to rank different stats. Yeah, I have a little bit of mirrors and stuff this time around, and a lot of similar teams. So it's definitely going to be an effort to make sure that there's a little bit of diversity in what I'm trying to do, because I know people like Jay Scurf will pick up if I'm not doing such. So what do we got here? Starmie Aerodactyl. What's the arrow counterplay like for Cliff B? We got Fortress, which is pretty good, and Melodic. So immediately we have decent arrow counterplay. Melodic obviously being one of the better ones. Now, Melodic does run into the issue where you can run into situations where you get flinched. But I would say a pretty good way to check arrow here. On the other side, like what's her Dragonite counterplay? Well, Dragonite looks pretty good here, actually. That's a fast team. Yeah, this is, in terms of like ADV draft league, this is like certainly one of the faster teams. This feels like an SV, like a Scarlet and Violet speed tier draft. I definitely feel like I've drafted teams that have kind of had these sort of speed tiers before. But yeah, definitely a lot of speed going on here. And like the worst part is like you're even speed tied. Cliff B, like you're speed tied on your fastest guy too. So you don't even have a full set of like Pokemon you're consistently outspeeding. You still have some like variance even on your top Pokemon to know. But like overall, Arrow has, yeah, they'd be insane for SV too. But like you could see this happening in SV, realistically. Yeah, so Arrow, we do have like decent counterplay to it defensively. And then like off and like that at least gets us some entry points and gets some spikes up, or Melodic can kind of hold it back for a good portion of time. Starmie has the problem is Starmie runs into Regice here, which you do have Entei, which will be a nice way to kind of help with the Regice. But Starmie does a really good job of covering Entei too. So it looks like Cliff B's team is a really, really well put together team. I also like the Machoke here. I've kind of like been on the record pretty, quite extensively about how much I enjoy Machamp in this format. I don't know if Machoke is going to have the similar level of aura that Machamp does. Probably not, but I really like the initial top 6 on this team. They, especially in this matchup, they seem to cover each other really well. The one problem you're going to run into here, I think, for Cliff B, that's going to be something we really want to look out for, is Gengar's a pretty good spin blocker into Fortress. So if you're able to get up spikes with Quillfish early, that'll be really good. The problem is we also have Rapid Spin Starmie on the other side, so double spinner here. And obviously, Gengar cannot spin block Starmie. That is just not an option that we have available. So spike stacking, I assume Starmie's going to be the spinner here. We could have double spin as well, always a possibility, but Starmie is certainly going to have spin here just to punish the spin blocking Gengar for certain in this battle, which makes Quillfish a little bit less enticing as a spiker. This team is also like particularly weak to Starmie, right? Like your Starmie check is basically your own Starmie, which is really not good. You really like that's really your only switch into Starmie, and stuff like Aerodactyl, Quillfish, etc. like allow you to click Thunderbolt against those Pokemon to mid-ground against the Starmie, which means you're going to be put into some really potential awkward situations. Trying to think what else. Dragonite after Aditi also looks really strong. Like Earthquake flying coverage looks really, really good here. You obviously need some damage on the Arrow and the Gengar, but both of those I think are realistically pretty possible to get early on in this game. And Tauros is like one of the great ways to get that, right? Like Tauros just is really difficult to switch into. The Gengar can be a switch into that, but if you hit that with the Ghost move at least once, then Gengar is basically going to be neutralized, and you might need Gengar to spin block and take a hit from Starmie at some point anyway, which really opens up your Tauros. So I really like a lot of what Cliff B has going on in this battle. I think defensively the team works really well into what a Turnham has going on, and I think offensively has a lot going as well. So I think this is a matchup that definitely favors Cliff B, at least on the face of it, that's for sure. One thing I gotta do now, because I'm definitely not cooking food after this, is I gotta order, figure out what I want to eat at the end of today's stream. Because it's gonna be sit down, watch TV, and relax until the Australian Grand Prix tonight, which could be good. I don't know. The qualifying was a little scuffed yesterday with people slowing down on the straights. That was kind of stupid, but maybe the race will still be fire. I don't know. But yeah, that's gonna be pretty late tonight, so gonna be pretty demonic a day of content into watching that's for sure. All right, let's see. I'm gonna see where our goats are in terms of getting this game going. Looks like Turnham hasn't messaged. Is Cliff B messaging in the chat? No. Looks like neither player had messaged in the pool chat yet, so it looks like we're probably waiting pretty much until exactly 5 o'clock Eastern here to get this game underway. Just pinged them to see if they're around. Perfect. All right, ready to get started here. Let's see if we can keep ahead of schedule, right? On this stream, looks like we got Hippie Mochi is playing. I don't know what game this is. Definitely not one scheduled, but versus Jinx Fan. Looks like we'll have an arrow game there. Maybe we'll watch that after. Yeah, it'll be nice. Let's see if we can kind of power through a little bit the rest of the games here. I know we got Funk versus Strim coming up. We just watched Strim beat Big Rocket Launcher 8, so that's an opportunity for both of those players to win, sends them through to the next stage of the tournament, to the bracket round. So a big game there in terms of implication for who's kind of advancing in this tournament. So we got a ping here. All right, looks like we had a reschedule for tomorrow. So looks like we're slowly running out of some of the games tomorrow. So I'm gonna go through and we'll see if we can get more people scheduled in for tomorrow's game. See where people are pinged to have played. But if we have a short turnout tomorrow, maybe we'll shorten the stream. That makes it honestly could make it a little easier on me. But we could do some replays as well. I don't mind covering as many games as possible. Match should begin shortly. Perfect. Back into some draft league. That's what we want to see. Maybe tomorrow an 8-hour chatbots marathon versus viewers. I don't think we're gonna do that. I mean, I'll be live, so we'll watch whatever games are live. But I'm gonna go. We're about to play perfect. Yeah, I'm gonna go through the chats and like put people who have scheduled for the times that we're playing. I don't know why someone's calling my door on the front door. Doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me, but. My first ADV game ever? First ADV game ever? That's fire. Welcome to the community. That's super awesome. I think we've seen a few people who's been their first draft game, so super exciting to see people get into this format and learn this format. That's super awesome. Okay, big Electrode lead to start off with against the Fortress. Good luck to both of our players. We're ready to get going. Let's see what we got here. So Big Hand Power Fire and the crit off rip. I don't know 100% if that crit would have mattered. It sounds like according to Eternum, it definitely mattered with the frame 1 apology. So that is a crazy way to start off this. Yeah, welcome to ADV Draft League. Hit with an Electrode crit on turn 1. Yeah, not helping out here early. So Fortress, which could have been one of our potential answers to a way to help against Aerodactyl, gone immediately, which is definitely unfortunate to see there. Yeah, free. Yeah, that's your response, Cinderella. Yeah, it's just free for the goat. You know what I mean? Pretty sure crit yeah, it definitely mattered 100%. And throw the timer on after. That's Aura. I'm surprised we didn't go Registeel or Regice first anyway, to be honest. It feels like that would have been like a kind of a logical play to just move into that immediately and not like risk anything like that. For a guy like a Turnham Tigermane, yeah, sure. All right, Ice Beam comes out. Crit there. I don't think this crit's going to make up for the other crit. I think critting a Starmie with a Regice is probably not the biggest thing. Then surprised this is the initial switch in, right? Because Thunderbolt's just going to do a lot of damage here. I guess this opens up a free turn to get in your... Oh, no, that's not good. Oh, man, that's not good to get paralyzed on your... Breloom. I guess that balances out the hacks a little bit, but it certainly makes this game a little crazy. And now Regice just drops the Ice Beam and kills the Breloom. What a crazy set of sequences to start off the battle. Which one is the least fraudulent, Breloom or Fortress? Unfortunately, I think my goat Breloom is probably a little bit more fraudulent, but that's neither here nor there. We'll see Melodic come in here, substitute on the Entei. So I'm guessing this is Subtoxic Entei. We're going for Sunny Day. What does it mean in terms of the calc for this? Okay, we live. The sub stays up, which means, do we have Solar Beam here? I could see that being a possibility here, just to break through. Yeah, Solar Beam incoming. How much damage does that do? Wow, doesn't even do a KO. Okay, that's a little tough, unfortunately. I'm gonna cycle. Probably see the Melodic try to heal up here. Looks like we just go for Solar Beam again. Go for a crit at least. You might as well. Another recover comes out here. So Melodic is going to be able to keep itself at pretty high HP, even though kind of got a beneficial turn here. At least you're able to get your Gengar in for pretty free. The Sun makes it so Surf is really doing nothing. It's just think it can PP stall Milo out of Surfs. You will be able to at some point probably, but like not super long into this battle. Lumberry Tauros is able to get a free positioning in here on the Gengar, which is nice. Tauros, as I kind of alluded to early in the battle, is a Pokemon that's really difficult for our opponent to switch into, especially in that like a Ghost move here is super easy to threaten, and you can just click normal move instead, right? Like, actually, I guess like Gengar could stay in, so like if you click Ghost move here, I mean that's still a decent, not a lot to the arrow, but still enough, right? Like you're still happy to start putting chip on this arrow, especially when you know you're going to need Melodic to answer it at this point. Any chip is going to be a good chip there. The crit's not great. The crit does put you in a situation where like you could get flinched and lose this, but I don't know if that's worth the risk here, as you just get the recover back up. The arrow nickname, what's it? If there's an arrow, yeah. So we do get a Toxic here on the Melodic. I expect that we'll see a refresh here on the following turn just to prevent this Toxic from dealing too much damage here. Thunderbolt is going to put this thing at pretty low HP now, though, 48%. And now Melodic's in a little bit of trouble, right? Because like you can't just like go for the Toxic again or the Thunderbolt, both of which are fine. Thunderbolt on the Tauros is basically a 2-hit KO, here, especially with no leftovers after we saw the Lumberry earlier. So like, do you risk this 50-50? Is it a 50-50 speed-wise? I guess only the players will know. We seemed like pretty unlikely to want to stay in and risk that last time, so we're just going to go into our Electrode here, which actually doesn't take a lot from this Hidden Power Ghost. So Tauros, Tauros is a Pokemon that's going to put in a lot of work here, but we really need to get rid of this Gengar if we want to really truly leverage the full power of Tauros here. And now we see Gengar come back in on the Regice on a double here. Not preferable, I think, in what it was looking to catch, but, at least we get now a chance to get an Entei, though that is going to get paralyzed here. The problem is now, as this Pokemon gets paralyzed, so you're not even able to get the Sun up on the Melodic to force it into a bad turn, and now it's going to definitely just get a free opportunity to recover up. This will allow you to get an Electrode here. The Surf comes out. I like that aggressive Surf here a little bit because you do get 6% here. You're definitely not in range. You are risking a crit later from the Aerodactyl potentially. But Electrode is going to be able to provide some good value. It would definitely be able to put a lot of big pressure on that Melodic. It's a good way to just keep the Surf up because the recover is not necessarily the most helpful thing, especially if you're just going to get some more leftover. So big boom there puts Regice into a really tough position HP wise now, as it's basically going to be forced to switch out. And the next time it comes in, it's going to really struggle. So here comes Substitute White Herb. I guess not the way we would have expected to use White Herb here in this battle. And that doesn't even kill. Oh, but we get the flinch here. Wow, that's a big flinch. Arrow is going to be able to kill that with the Earthquake. And now Aerodactyl's in a really good spot because Melodic is able to come in. We do dodge here, though. I was going to say, like, now we're in situations where crits and stuff and flinches could really put us in a bad spot. But the thing is, now that we've recovered up, we should be fine here from full HP. There should really be no situation that really gets us. Indeed, with Arrow, there's a way. Yeah, unfortunately, there's no way that we're getting much going on for this. Yeah, Arrow Nick rules. Yeah, it's pretty funny. All right, Regice comes in and gets a free position here on the Starmie. And now I expect Starmie to not be able to kill the Regice from 26, and we probably see rest, given no item here from this point. So that's going to allow us to resto Chesto back to full. And all of that progress we made, unfortunately, is for naught. And there is the rest. Arrow can always win from any position. It's always true. It can win from any position. It's very unlikely to win from most positions is the problem. All right, we're just going to raw Solar Beam here. Eat a Surf to the dome. And get paralyzed. That is unfortunate. It feels like CLB now is really taking over in this battle. I appreciate the effort on the raw beam, but Melodic should just be able to kind of control the rest of the battle here at this point. Kills the Entei. Starmie can come in, really pressure with the Thunderbolt, but you still now have full HP Regice after being able to pull that rest off, and that's doing 9%. Yeah, that's embarrassing amount of damage. Yeah, another little 11%. truly putting some of the biggest damage on the board that you've ever seen. Paralysis is cured as we go to Gengar, but likely the Thunderbolt's just going to come out, put quite a bit of damage here on the Gengar as well. And now Gengar will be able to Toxic, but you do have the rest, and you can rest up and pretty much to deal with pretty much anything that your opponent wants to do here at this point. We do see Dragonite. That's one thing we haven't seen come out almost this entire battle is the Dragonite. And unfortunately caught on a double to Starmie. Not what you would have preferred, but at this point, I think if you're CLB, it's just, let's make sure we don't make any critical mistakes here. Thunderbolt's going to come out, do about half damage that's at least definitely going to be healed off here. But you're at the point now where you're going to have to rest here. ETM might do this. He could. Yeah, it's possible. I think the thing is that, like, it depends on what the last is. Like, the thing is, you still have Melodic at full HP, which really just, like, controls any of the real true offensive threats here. And Starmie just gets completely shut down by Regice here in this battle. So, like, it's possible, but it's going to take, like, a million turns to, like, actually get to a situation that would win. Melodic comes back out, eats the Rock Slide. We are running out of Rock Slides too. That's important to note here as we get to the end. I didn't see the rest. Yeah, ETM definitely lost this, unfortunately. Unless, the thing is, can you Arrow Moment with only 9 Rock Slides? I don't know how realistic that is at this point. I'm going to say probably not super realistic, but, I mean, crazier things have happened, right? And yeah, it looks like Regice is going to be able to pick up the Starmie here. A little para for the road, never hurt anyone. It's going to switch out into Gengar, but this Gengar is also parried. If the last isn't like Golem, you can have Arrow Moment with 9 here. I mean, yeah, I mean, technically, but I don't think that's realistically to be expected. Okay, Starmie's going to come back out here, I guess, try to recover up. The problem is you're forced to recover forever because these Thunderbolts are out damaging the recovers. Like, you're only gaining like 4 or 5% here at most. Yeah, losing the Breloom was a little bit annoying. Losing the Fortress was annoying too. Yeah, a little bit of a hacks on both sides kind of creates some weird situations. It's like 4 or 5 shot and the rest should be 1, 2. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Alright, we see the para come here. But yeah, 9 flinch in a row. Yeah. One of those impossible moments, I think. Alright, are we just gonna... Alright, let's... Yeah, there comes the parry here. Oh, why don't we go D-Knight here? Well, I guess we get the parry here, so I guess D-Knight will be able to put pressure. Yeah, a big Thunder Flex, why not? Hit him with the Thunder. You get parried, sure. Yeah, that's a great way to play this one. Will we Thunder again? Beast Mode Thunder. Ooh, we got him on the Earthquake. I don't think that's gonna matter too much the rest of this battle. Substitute comes out. Okay, why are we Thundering? We're going to just go Melodic here. I guess behind a sub, this could, like, start to get really random and awkward, but... I mean, like, this should still be, like, relatively fair. I mean, we're not going to... If we're going to just miss our Rock Slides, then I guess it doesn't really matter anyway, right? You need to show off the Thunder. I respect it. True, yeah. If you have the tech, it's basically throwing away equity to not reveal it, right? So, that definitely makes sense. Let's see. Is this going to be Toxic last? Oh, Ice Beam. Are we trying to freeze? Alright, what are we doing here? Yeah, let's just win this game. Okay, there we go. Thunderbolt pulls out the win, and CLB is able to beat Eternum, Tiger Mane in their battle, and that is going to put us through to some of our final games. Put us to how many games left? 2 more. We have Funk and Shrimp, and then Salmon versus Hawk 15. I don't know, Funk, if you want to get your game going. Is there time to show my game? Yes. We can get in there now. We have about 18 minutes. Let's take a look at this one. Let me let me get the matchup set up and the replay or the live stream gone over to stream or to replay here. So that's Seeker versus Mascabar. Okay, Celebi Gyarados team this time. Let's take a look at this one. So Glalie lead versus Espeon. Yeah, I guess CM makes sense to start because you probably just expect a spike to come out here. Substitute comes out. Yeah, sub on the boom is nice. So that's you're gonna keep it the one spike here. You have a Calm Mind up, and now Psychic. Oh, that just kills the Tauros. Okay. I mean, I guess good try on the Tauros side. Espeon just substitute again. Yeah, I guess at this point we're gonna at least sub to get to 25%. Get our berry here. It's gonna be Slack or Pataya. Pataya. So this Claydol's probably in trouble here with Hidden Power, right? Ooh, almost. That's a lot of damage though. Getting rid of the Glalie Tauros and basically all of the Claydol damage is super good value to start off with the Espeon here. And now Celebi comes back out. Hidden Power comes out. Hidden Power Ice. Dealing a little bit to Celebi, definitely more defensive, but now Substitute comes out, and we see 25% again, but that could just be leftovers, not going for the odd number. Yeah, losing the Loom early, yeah, it was really, really tough. Because, like, yeah, there's obviously hacks on both sides, but that specific sequence is obviously really tough to lose that Pokemon in that game. All right, so Metachan's going to come back in, take a 2-wave. A little unfortunate. I don't like the play a lot. I feel like if you do that on the Metachamp side, you kind of need to have Lumberry because, yeah, now Zapdos comes in for free. Doesn't even have to worry about getting a parry here. And now big Ampharos comes in. Kind of getting a lot of popularity now that it's a lot cheaper as a pretty good electric check. Oh, in comes Pinsir. Okay, so we see Substitute on Ampharos side. What's Pinsir going to cook for us here? Earthquake, that should easily break the Substitute here. Thunderbolt, that'll break this up here, but you are faster here. So Ampharos is definitely going to be forced to consider switching out. It's not going to, just T-Bolt. Uh-oh. Did we T-Bolt this right into Slack range? I don't know if that'll matter too much, but yeah, big Pinsir kills the Ampharos. In comes Claydol. Goes for the Protect here, get a little bit of a chip, but I think the Hidden Power should just be fine either way, right? I don't think we really have to worry about the extra leftovers by the Protect, so goodbye to Claydol. Metachamp can come in, that's Paralyzed. Goodbye to Hidden Power, Bug. And now Celebi will come in, and this is definitely going to be slower, it looks like, given the fact that it's very defensive and it's Lumberry on the Pinsir. Yeah, just kind of a no situation. You get out of that one, yeah. Nice little baton pass to sub into Pinsir, get the free SD, and just start smoking everything in your path. Yeah, big Pinsir. And that should be you through, I think. I don't know if you were through already. I know you played at least one game today. So yeah, did you win the first one? I think you did, right? Yeah, because I think there's a little bit of hacks in that one, if I recall. So yeah, on to the next round. Pretty sweet. Continue a run at another chance to play in the Hoenn Draft Invitational. Is always exciting. Let's get so the next game we have Funk versus Shrimp. This is the big game. For both of these players, as both these players have won on stream today already, and the next player that wins out of these two players will be making it on to the next round of the tournament. So a lot at stake here for both of these players to see here. Excited to see how this one will play out as we go through it. Definitely a big opportunity for both. I like the way Funk cooks. Yeah, I think I mean, for Funk's opponent cooked a little bit more the last time in the last battle, but that's a little bit unfair when you're playing big Rocket Launcher 8 to call that out. So we'll take a look at this matchup. As we said, we've seen both of these teams before the Ments Blissey Core. This is a pretty solid team here versus the Zapdos Registeel team. Definitely two teams that look very powerful and definitely have a good opportunity to make it to the brackets. I think this might have been one of the pools that we covered. I don't remember what the predictions that I had were to go out of this pool, though. Not something, at least that I can recall personally off the top of my head, but that's mainly because I I'm at the point where I've been streaming so much and doing so much content, I can't remember anything at this point. So yeah, let's see if maybe we can get them going quickly. Are both of them around here? I want to start early. Funk said they'll be on in 30. Okay, so it looks like they're gonna play at the time that they're scheduled for. I do really like, there's a lot of people are getting really hyped on Gardevoir right now. It's a Pokemon I've used before, not in draft. I've used it in like other ADV situations before. It's like not a Pokemon I've like seen a lot in draft, but there's a lot going for it. I think JBL used it to pretty good effect in the Hoenn Draft Invitational that just happened. Finished last night, actually. So definitely a Pokemon that we'll be excited to see. I don't think we saw Gardevoir in the first game that Trim played today. I don't think we've seen Gardevoir at all on stream today. So hopefully we get to see Gardevoir put a little bit of work in here. There are some things it can do here. The problem is it's speed ties. It's got a few speed ties you got to worry about. And there's a Registeel here. So I'm a little concerned it's not going to really have that much of an impact on this battle. But certainly something to keep an eye out for. All right. Let's see. Is there any other games in the replays that we can watch while we wait for this one to go live? We got about 10 minutes. Let's see. Let's watch this Jinx Fan versus Hippo Mochi game. We'll bring up the matches for this. You can watch mine from yesterday. Okay. I think we'll watch this one because it's the most recent one in the replay chat, and then that should hopefully get us to a point where we're right at the time for the game to start. 2 shiny matchups. Okay. We definitely will have time to watch it in between this next live game and then the final one of the day. So let's take a look at this one. Ludicolo lead versus Aerodactyl lead. Pretty good lead for the Aerodactyl side of things, right? All right, we see our first Scizor of the day. Scizor is going to take 48% here. Not awesome, right? But still going to be forced out here as Jolteon's going to come in. Catch the Weezing, which is fine. There's a Blissey here, so like Jolteon's not going to be able to make much offensive progress at all here. Gets a light little 12% on the Blissey. Not really going to have much of an impact. So, ooh, Hariyama's going to get crit here. That's not good. Weezing's going to be such a free answer to this thing anyway. Like, you're going to be able to pick up some chip here over time. But, like, getting crit here makes it so much harder to switch into, like, S-Toss here. And, ooh, big Sludge Bomb. We try to get aggressive into Jolteon, but we lose almost all of our Jolteon's HP. Had the Baton Pass out into Scizor here. Oh, my God. And we just get smoked. Wow. And we get predicted. The Flamethrower comes out here. Smokes the Scizor. And now Jolteon's back in. Will go for the Thunderbolt, but Weezing's not going to drop. Able to kill with the Sludge Bomb. Weezing is picking up an unbelievable amount of value here in this battle. Surely Ludicolo, if it's coming in, is going to be able to pick up the kill. It will here, as Weezing put in the absolute most of effort here to pick up that. We see Intimidate come out from the Salmons here. HP flying. Does a lot of damage here, which is big to see that. We see DD come out here. Earthquake is definitely killing this Magneton here. Goodbye, Magneton. There was nothing for... I guess you could have trapped the Scizor, but the Scizor is gone at this point, so that won't matter too much. Rock Slide is going to come out here from the Mence and kill the Aerodactyl, so it looks like Mence is going to be able to put up a pretty big set of kills here. HP Flying will not kill Blissey, so hopefully we got counter or Ice Beam, but we do have the Ice Beam to kill that. So a little... I don't like that we went Arrow there, because we knew we definitely at least had counterplay here with the Blissey to go into. So it definitely seems like kind of a sack we didn't need to make. And Arrow is really good here against both the Hariyama and the Ludicolo to kind of close this one out. Weezing did so good. I wanted to draft it, but my team count didn't pan out. Yeah, Weezing is a really, really fun Pokemon. 100%. I haven't used it a lot in ADV. I've definitely used it a few times in some of the more modern generations, but definitely a super cool Pokemon. Spite here, lose 2 PP on the soft boiled. So that's three PowerPoints gone on this Pokemon soft-boiled off ripped, which is definitely good progress to make, right? Like you want to, like if you can remove as many of these soft-boileds as you can, it's going to be really difficult for Blissey to impact this game. So I assume we're going to see a Spike come out here again from the Bayonet or a switch. Spike comes out, 4 PP gone now of soft-boiled. That is crazy. Soft-boiled almost half gone already. So Blissey not going to really be able to make a lot of progress here. Not really going to be able to play the defensive game for much longer, even against this Banette, right? Yeah, the Spite Tech is great. Yeah, the Spite Tech is really fire. Yeah, and this Banette is really bulky, able to actually even live some of these behind the substitute, which is crazy. We'll see the substitute come out here again. Will we see the soft boil? We do, so we'll see another Spike come here. We're at 6 soft boileds now. So this Spite, see how many we take this time? 4. Wow, we're down to 2. And we live with our substitute here. Yeah, Banette just like put the absolute work in here. What a set to just beat Blissey 1v1. Spite, one of the more interesting techs that you will see in this Emerald Open tournament. Just like completely preventing a Blissey from being able to heal at all. Another attack doesn't kill the substitute, and now Spite will remove the rest of them. So we are going to have to switch out here to protect against a Spite. And we do click the hidden power on the Starmie switching in, which is going to do a little bit of damage, but not too much. Now I'm a Banette believer. Yeah, Banette super fire now. I'm getting a lot of value here for sure. Earthquake comes out from the Heracross here. Shadow Ball is just going to come out, put a little bit of damage. And now Blissey, I mean, it's at 75% still, but it has only 2 soft boils. Banette will come down, die to the Earthquake. The problem is, I think Hippomochi is still probably in trouble to actually still lose this game. Yeah, Heracross should just win this from here. Yeah, unfortunately, Weezing, Banette, both of these Pokemon kind of MVPs, but it looks like Jinx fans' value that happened much earlier in the game is going to be realized here pretty well. Yeah, that's an unfortunate miss, actually. The problem is I think Blissey should still be able to kind of lock it up. No, there is a Leech Seed here, but there is a Toxic. Oh, Lumberry? Okay. The problem is I think we still get the Toxic up, and we can probably just like spam switch here from now. Protect comes out. Surf. Yeah, there's really not much that can be done, I think, to protect against this. Any drops we get are going to be so problematic. I assume, yeah, we go into Bliss. So we got, and as soon as we land the Toxic, it's going to be a problem here. There's just not much we're going to be able to do realistically against this. Yeah, because we see the Toxic, but we can just go right back into Starmie here and prevent this Leech Seed from getting out. So it looks like Jinx Fan is going to be able to turn the early advantage gained by Weezing into a victory here, despite some pretty cool tech from the Bayonet here, to pull that value back. Okay, so we do have 4 minutes here. We should almost be ready. We should be good to get back into the live battle here in just a second here. So Jinx Fan pulls out that one. Pretty exciting battle. And yeah, let's get back into the live view and get back to what will be an opportunity to see 2 players play off for an opportunity to make it to the next round of pools here. Okay, so it looks like Funk is kind of put in the chat that they're ready to challenge. So we're just at this point waiting for Shrimp to get online and accept the challenge, or send the challenge and get that battle going. Oh, all right. Let's see. I think while we're waiting here, I'm gonna take a look through the pool chat a little bit just to see if we have any potential games scheduled for tomorrow that could realistically be added to the stream. Oh, everything I'm seeing so far does not look to be the case. Okay. Hard to do that on stream, but I'll take a deep dive tomorrow, or a deep dive this evening while I eat after stream, and we'll take a look at what big games we can see there. But yeah, we've got 2 more games here to end off of the stream. Thank you to everyone who's turned up so far to the stream. Appreciate all of you, and appreciate everyone who will turn up tomorrow as well. Tomorrow should be just as fun. We got a little bit less in terms of scheduled live games, so I imagine there'll be plenty we can check out throughout the day, and plenty we can get added to the schedule before we even go live tomorrow. So definitely a lot you want to stay tuned in for on that one. Do-do. All right. Let's see. They should be. Is Shrim online yet? No, Shrim's still technically away, which is a little annoying. Hopefully, we're getting hopefully ever closer to that game. We are at 6:30, 6:30 Atlantic time, the Beast Mode time. So hopefully, an opportunity for that to get going pretty soon. Just okay. So it looks like Shrim will be ready in 2 minutes here to get going for our penultimate live game of the stream. All right. Come on, chat. We gotta lock. Come on, guys. We gotta lock in and get this game going. We cannot be messing about with. Oh, what did I do? Okay, I fixed my. I'm gonna fix my browser. I don't know what I did. Set up some random pin that I did not mean to. right, we're already past the 2 minutes that they said they were going to be ready. Come on, guys. Let's lock in and get this game going. We gotta stop stalling. I mean, this should, luckily enough, this will be probably a relatively quick game, and we don't have. Well, I guess like a little bit of stalling would help because our next game isn't for another hour, technically after this exact moment. So. Okay, it looks like the challenge is now being set. So we should have the live battle here, chat, in just a second. A little bit of a delay getting started, but that's all good. We do have a little bit of time to kill after this, but we're good to get going. Hopefully, maybe we even get a live game after this one. Just magically show up. Maybe we get a little bit of luck to end the stream. After, of course, it's got to start after, right? We gotta get this one cooking first. I got myself locked in on the live chat, the live battles posted chat here. Oh, Funk is typing. Perfect. All right, live battle backup. We'll put Funk on the left side because that's the team. There we go. Perfect. All right, we got Alakazam lead versus Ludicolo lead. Not sure who I really think this lead super benefits. I think there's interesting aspects to both leads that could be fine. I think both players could want to stand or switch. I don't know. I feel like if I'm Shrim, I know that like it's such a free switch for me into Blissey that I don't know if I want to risk like randomly like just getting crit and losing so much damage on my Ludicolo, and like just getting like a Leech Seed that doesn't really make much progress. Like if Funk tries to stay in, if I'm Funk though, I may be trying to find a way to like take advantage of a Blissey coming in here. Like a Blaziken double might be kind of interesting. Blaziken is tough for Shrim to switch into. If Funk just like refuses to click fighting move in front of Blissey. We see Steelix come out to take the Psychic, so surprised we didn't go Blissey there initially. Though I think Steelix at least puts a more of an immediate threat offensively though, where Blissey just kind of exists there and maybe is like the target of a more aggressive play. We see Zapdos. Okay, big Gardevoir comes out. This is the first time we've seen Gardevoir on stream so far today. We'll see what Gardevoir wants to do. There is a Registeel here, which like makes Gardevoir realistically a difficult Pokemon to make a lot of progress with at this point, but definitely worth considering. A lot of different sets, like Will-O-Wisp would be a pretty good click here to get onto the Registeel, right? To start putting some pressure on that thing's HP. Though that thing could easily want to rest. And Lizard is going to stay and take a Thunderbolt. That Synchronize is going to paralyze the Zapdos, which is nice. Obviously, getting ourselves paralyzed is a little annoying because we probably clicked the attack like Psychic, which is going to get this thing chipped down. But getting the Zapdos paralyzed is definitely going to be something that'll be pretty useful here in this battle, potentially, as we go forward. So Alakazam comes out here, takes the Psychic. 37 is a lot, and that's kind of what I meant about Alakazam earlier, right? Is that like it can be a particularly weak Pokemon. So Choice Band now onto the Gardevoir, and the hidden power comes out, and it's super effective. It kills the Alakazam. So I don't think the intended effect we were looking for with that trick, as we just lose our Zam here to the Gardevoir. Not like the perfect situation, but this does open a free turn for our Ursaring. The problem is I don't know how we're going to beat the Steelix here. Body Slam comes out, maybe Para, and we get some luck that way. Yeah, I'm assuming the trick was basically a way to try to trick that item onto the Blissey. But that extra coverage move definitely gives Gardevoir definitely a situation that I think Funk probably was not expecting there. As we lose our Alakazam early, which would have been really nice to check the Salamence and the Gengar here and the Quillfish. Like, Alakazam was really good this battle, especially if we were able to deal with the Blissey early on, which now Blissey hasn't even been revealed. Our Alakazam is down. Like, we are in a little bit of trouble here, I think, from Funk's side in this battle. Okay, so Fire Punch comes and does a little bit of damage. That's especially after the leftovers. Not going to be a 2 KO, so it looks like we're just maybe hoping for a Paralyze or just trying to get this thing low. Yeah, Fire Punch is not, I mean, a better choice in future generations, right? You get a little bit of extra boost on the physical side, but how much special attack does this guy even have? Yeah, fat 75. That's not doing a lot. Wow, 19 to the Gardevoir. Wow, we're putting... That is some epic damage. I mean, it doesn't matter because Gardevoir is just going to get sacked to the Body Slam here, but that is pretty funny to see the Fire Punch. I mean, that is a situation now where, like, the Steelix is a 55. It is going to struggle to really impact the game too much for the rest of the way, especially while paralyzed. Like, stuff like Blaziken can come in now and just, like, nuke it. But, yeah, Fire Punch from Ursaring is definitely a funny approach to dealing damage to the Steelix. Okay, so it looks like we go for the Body Slam as... Ooh, wow, that's a big Body Slam para for Funk on the Rain Dance for the Ludicolo. Because now Ludicolo is set up in the rain and gets paralyzed. Yeah, that's not good. Ludicolo is at least going to make a good progress to at least start trying to break here in this battle. And now Ursaring is just, like, completely soloing. Completely just soloing this battle. Yeah, it looks to be Hydro Pump on the Ludicolo as well, which would make good progress. So Ursaring's putting in the work right now. Unfortunately, that Hax is gonna really put Strim back here. And after Strim getting an early good situation with the hidden power on the Alakazam to take that out of the battle, which was a really big threat for Funk. It looks like Funk is kind of pulling back here by this Ursaring really getting a lot of good value here. Quillfish is going to come in. So we got another Rain Dance Sweeper at least here, which can take advantage of the rain that we've set up. Curious to see what we go for here. I guess the question could be for Funk, like if you feel like you gain a lot of value, maybe just continue to attack and Body Slam and try to get another para here, because para would obviously be super great into this with Body Slam. Okay, we're going to go to Blaziken. Not necessarily the switch I would have expected into this Pokemon. It looks like we're going to take the Endure here, get the Select Berry up. Rain is going to end, and we are all Select up here against this Quillfish. Are we going for a reversal endgame here? Does reversal kill this Quillfish? I mean, it could, right? I mean, anything's possible, but... Reversal prob not, but overheat I think it would. Yeah, maybe overheat picks it up here. I mean, if it's overheat reversal, we're gonna get into it's gonna get pretty peak pretty quickly. T-punch as well. Does that? I don't think that would kill though. It might. I don't know. I can't say I know my Blaziken versus Quillfish calcs off the top of my head. The problem is that Mence is gonna be able to come in after, and stop a lot of what this thing wants to do. Yeah, it looks like we're just gonna go hard Mence here. Reversal 34. Really need HP Ice here to pick up this Mence. Otherwise, this set's really not going to do what we want it to do here. Quillfish comes back out, and we see Hidden Power Ice. And the crit comes out. Okay, that crit is pretty big here. It looks like this Sub-Slonk Blaziken is really just going to be able to pull out the rest of this battle. Fire Blast, yeah, 40 just comes out here, just fat 66%. Yeah, I think this Blaziken's going to have enough to get this done. You're going to need, like, what? Like, you need, like, Fake Out Ludicolo or something to pull this in. Dang, throw. I don't know. It depends on what the calcs are for fire. I don't actually know what the calcs are for the Blaziken versus the Quillfish here. Mence comes back in. Trying to live in HP Ice. I don't know if that's reasonable. You can go Blissey here, I guess. Does Reversal like not kill Blissey now at -2? Potentially. I'm not sure what the calcs are there. Okay, it looks like we're going to try to get to -3. Reversal comes out, going to deal 24. I mean, I could see you aggressively reversaling here. Because like your whole goal, I think, is to get Blissey into a situation where it can live reversal. It's like if you're Funk, do you aggressively reversal here? I don't know. It's a play I'd consider making. I don't know if it's right to or not. Yeah, we go for the Hidden Power. At this point, does Reversal live? Yeah, it's going to live here, and you'll be able to pick this up with the S-Toss. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say, like, from the commentator booth whether you should have reversaled there or not on the switch in. I think, like, that's, like, the play, like, that's what Shrim is obviously playing to here. The thing is I think you've broken through enough of their team that I don't think you need to make a play like that, realistically. It's probably not worth it in the end. Yeah, you're right. Ursaring's going to look really fire here the rest of this battle, especially if it doesn't get intimidated. I don't know, it looks like we're bringing it in on Steelix, which is a little earlier than I would expect, because that means we're going to have to take a decent amount of chip on this thing. Especially if, like, Steelix just wants to boom here. Like, is there anything stopping Steelix from just booming? I guess Paralyze, obviously, is, right? Like, that's a way to stop this from booming. And given the rolls we've seen, I don't think there's any rolls that can kill this. Yeah, Shrim is unfortunately in a dire position here. Wow, and another Paralyze. That's really unfortunate for Shrim. Yeah, that's likely going to be enough for Funk to be able to win this game now. There's really just too much access, too many tools now for Funk to be able to figure this one out. DD is going to come in, go for the Ice Punch, but yeah, and then goodbye Salamence, and now Blissey's just going to drop to the Body Slam. A really unfortunate set of hacks to pull this one out, but Funk is going to go to the next round of the host. I mean, okay, well, I guess this didn't kill, but I mean, there's not much that Blissey can do here, right, to impact this game. Regiseals is going to come out, and yeah, at this point, it should be pretty academic to win this game from Funk's side. Yeah, T-Wave, you know, you'll get a little bit of Haxel on the way, and that should be enough to win this one. So Funk is going to move on to the brackets of the Emerald Open. Shrim still has another opportunity to win a pool game coming up soon. And then we just see the boom come out here. Yeah, and that's going to be the end. Funk off to the bracket stage of Emerald Open, and Shrim still another opportunity to make it out of pools, but will have to come in the final pool game. Not sure if we have that one scheduled or not, but something definitely to get excited for. I don't know if their final game, Shrim's final game, is going to be scheduled to be on stream or not. Let me take a look at the list. Doesn't look like it right now, but definitely maybe an opportunity to get that one on at some point. Or definitely one that we can watch at some point when that replay does get posted. So we do have one more game scheduled, Salmon versus Hawk 15. We'll see. I expect that one to happen at 7:30 realistically. I expect that one to not get played early. It's funny that people are finishing up pools and mine hasn't even scheduled yet. Yeah, that's like the average draft league experience, especially in pools. A lot of people either are kind of certainly will take their time, obviously getting their stuff scheduled. So, our pool, we got scheduled pretty early, but no one's playing. Definitely not at least until next week. At least for myself, certainly. So. All right, we got one. As I said, we got one more game here. This game is scheduled to be played in about what I think will be 40 minutes. We can do a little bit more replay review as we go, just to see some more games. Let's take a look at this Mayo game. Why not? Before we start getting into the matchup review of the final game of the stream. As I said, as I've always said, thank you to everyone who has attended, who's watched the stream. I really appreciate all of the support that you guys provide. It makes doing these full 8-hour long streams definitely worth it. We're gonna have quite a few games tomorrow. We'll have to get some more games scheduled, of course, before we get into that. But you'll definitely want to stick around for tomorrow as well, because we should have quite a few good games and a lot of good games and replays to catch up on. Let's see what our goat Mayo is up to. We got a little bit of Raikou Mirror here. Raticate on stream. Let's go. What are we doing with the Raticate? Hidden Power Flying. Are we going to just see Raticate go crazy off rip here? Goodbye to the Heracross. Oh, come on, Mayo. You gotta stay in with the Raticate, right? ADV Draft League's biggest threat. All right, we see a Rock Slide here. Ice Beam's going to come out. No freeze here. Okay, perfect. Mayo's in a good spot here now. Just a Rock Slide again. Pick up the Glalie, and Mayo's just in a really good spot here. Heracross down. Glalie down. Gyarados is going to be able to come in here. Maybe get an opportunity to set up, but that's really hard with the Melodic here. That's likely to have Hidden Power Electric, I would imagine. Substitute will come out. Maybe we get a Toxic here. It looks like we're just going to do Sub DD. Maybe get some Flail action going on. The Flail would be pretty fire here. It looks like that's probably what we're going to go for. Yeah, just keep HP Electricing the substitutes down. Yeah, Flail. It looks like Flail Lychee Berry is what we're going to play for here on the Melodic. I mean, that would be a pretty demon way to break through in the Melodic. How much progress that's going to make against the rest of the build. I mean, it looks like something at +2, +1 that could be able to finish this off. Yeah, goodbye to Melodic. But like any sort of priority, yeah, go. You know, Raticate's going to come in with the quick attack. That's my goat. Raticate is dominating this battle. Kills the Heracross, kills the Gyarados. Doing everything we needed to here in this battle to get this one done. Claydol is going to show Toxic here on the Ice Beam. Ooh, we do get our Claydol frozen here, which is a little unfortunate. I think versus their Claydol, we at least have an opportunity to kind of sit in front of it for a little bit and try to de-thaw here. Especially considering they're going to need to take a turn to refresh off this Toxic. And they're just going to keep Ice Beaming you, right? Like, this is not really going to do too much damage. So you might as well just stand, try to de-thaw, get a Toxic, force a refresh turn into something. Looks like they're not going to be doing that here. And it looks like we're just going to switch out into our Heracross. Heracross doing 21% or Claydol. Yeah, this is true Claydol gaming if we've ever seen one. 99%. We don't even kill the Claydol, and we lose our Heracross to the Boom. A little bit unfortunate. Obviously would have preferred to keep our Heracross, but yeah, Goad Raticate is in on Raikou. What's Raticate doing today? Yeah, big quick attack. Shout out to Raticate. Big quick attack to kill the Flail, DD Dragonite, or DD Gyarados. Kill the Heracross with HP Flying and get a little chip on the Raikou, which should put it in range. Well, I mean, we'll put it in range technically at +1 Earthquake. I guess that one probably killed anyway, but hey, we'll give that to Raticate. That's a GOAT game for Raticate right there. All right, in comes Porygon 2 here. I assume Porygon 2 is trying... Oh, okay. I guess we'll just crit the Hidden Power Fighting, right? Yeah, not a problem. Or not Hidden Power Fighting. The Hidden Power Flying. A light crit to end that one off, though. I think that Mayo probably was going to pull that one Probably pull that one out anyway, though. I don't know. Porygon 2 might have found a way to win that one. Oh, there's a Raikou left. It doesn't matter. Yeah, we can do your replay. Honestly, I will say the easiest way at this point is if you can just DM me. And that was Rash, by the way, Ursaring in the previous battles. If you can send it to me, DM on Discord, that might be the easiest way to get this this battle up. So Blazing didn't go kill Quillfish. Apparently Funk was bluffing. Goat. So yeah, I guess like a situation where we definitely just had to attack what was in front of us, unfortunately. For Shrim there, and it would have been a little bit of an easier time to manage that. Which I think realistically probably is the easier way to do that anyway without losing a million resources. Like if you play in a way that loses a million resources, like even if you do kill it, you're not you're really not going to be able to get much going there. By the way, game reversal didn't kill Quillfish from full. I figured as much. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that they switched out, to be honest. I would have expected to see them stay in on that one. Okay, we got a little bit of a replay here. Let's take a look at this one. Get the team, get the proper teams up. Okay, let's see. What are the Discord? Yeah, Zack-O-Lantern. And then who are we playing? The Lighthouse. What is Lighthouse's Discord? Anyone in chat know? Diogo, okay. Thank you. Pool 8. Okay, I can take a look at the draft pools. Oh, it's underscores. Yeah, of course. There's always something. Someone's always got something to trip up and make this. This is an Aura custom, by the way. This Altaria, yeah, this custom super fire. All right, let's watch the battle. Snorlax lead versus Tauros. Intimidate's a little annoying. At least we got Regirock here, which will be able to hold this back. A good Earthquake prediction, but Regirock at least will be able to put some pressure offensively here with Rock Slide. I do like to go for the T-Wave, which with Celebi doesn't really care too much, but Snorlax will be able to come back in. And then Leech Seed dodge is pretty good, as we see Steelix come in here. Substitute Lax does come out, which is nice. The problem is even with this, you're not really breaking. I mean, how much is Focus Punch doing here realistically? I guess nothing because we protected, right? So that part's fine. Sweet, another Focus Punch come out here. How much are we doing here? Earthquake, wow, we're not even breaking the sub, and we're doing 42. Yeah, so I guess Snorlax is uber winning this situation here. As we just go for the Protect. Is this even going to matter? I guess, like, we can't even really stall this out of Focus Punches. I guess, like, it helps with a little bit of leftovers recovery coming back here. And it looks like we're just trying to roar out now the Snorlax, because, yeah, if this thing stays behind a sub, it's going to be really peak for our opponent to deal with. Vaporeon comes back out here now, obviously coming in on the Fire Blast. It misses, a little unfortunate. That's not dealing a lot. Anyway, as we get the Lax back in on the Steelix, the situation they had before, we're just going to go right for the Focus Punch on the Celebi coming in, interestingly enough. That's not really going to do any damage. So Substitute probably would have been nicer there, I think, just to allow you to normal move and attack that Celebi, as Body Slam's going to come out here. Any Paras? Okay, no Para on the Tauros here, but Claydol can come in, eat that Earthquake every time. No damage, obviously, with the immunity, as Vaporeon will come back in. Check that Claydol pretty well here. The problem is this does give an entry point to the Snorlax. You have to Focus Punch, I think, here to protect against the potentially to protect against the Steelix. So I guess it doesn't matter, especially if you're subbing right. You can just Focus Punch and kind of play that sequence out anyway. And now you just get to start going for Body Slams. 30% on the Vaporeon. Pick up a Paralyze here, so this will be a 3-hit KO from here. As Vaporeon's going to be forced to throw another Wish in the air. At this point, you do get access to go for the Focus Punch, but it looks like we're just going to Body Slam here. Keep the Vaporeon at low HP, and yeah, that's not even going to kill the Substitute. Wow. I mean, we're not making like much progress offensively. I guess we're playing to get a crit at some point. I don't even think we can get like a favorable roll here, and there's just gonna be a protect here to preserve the HP of this Vaporeon. Yeah, I think the thing is this Vaporeon hasn't gotten paralyzed yet, but like should be able to stall out most of the body slams of this at this point. Yeah, we're playing for a para certainly here. The problem is I don't even think most paras are like super beneficial to you. I guess you get a sub up here. All right, we go for the body slam, and we get the para on the Tauros, so that's nice here at least. That's gonna be something. That's gonna be really nice over the course of this battle. Facade does come out. The problem is we still have Regirock, which can wall this for eternity realistically at this point. Rock Slide comes out. Gonna start putting a little bit of chip on the Vaporeon, and we're still at 12 wishes though. Oh, we do have Sceptile here in the back. Okay, kind of forgot about that one here. So Sceptile, the problem is Steelix and Celebi are both like still options. Well, I guess Steelix doesn't really matter, but we are able to get Steelix back up to full HP here. Kind of hard to click a move like Leaf Blade here that would pressure this thing necessarily because it's so free to just go into Celebi, and you don't want to give that too many free turns. So at least getting a substitute if we have like a hidden power will at least punish that. Now Regirock comes in on the Steelix. Leech Seed will help get us a little bit more HP, allow us to kind of get the last little bit of HP we need to check that Tauros. Snorlax will come back in here on the Steelix. We know that the substitute is going to allow us to live. Unfortunately, the Earthquake's going to come out here to break the Focus Punch, so we'll lose some focus here. I feel like we probably just sub if that's what we're going for, but I don't know. Roar comes back out here. And oh, we get Rapidash in here, Demon Time. Unfortunately, we're not going to go for it. Just go back into D-Knight here. Probably just click Fire Blast, or we're just going to Dragon Dance here. Probably see a Roar come out here. Oh, it is a Toxic. Okay. So we do get to throw a Fire Blast out here. As Tauros is going to come in, get the Intimidate off, and definitely just sack itself off at this point. With it being paralyzed, there's not much it's really going to be able to do to impact this game in much of a productive way. And now we're just able to get our Snorlax back in. Snorlax is doing a lot of work here in this battle. Surprised Glalie hasn't come up to this point. Just get some spikes out here, and now Substitute is back online, and we're going to just start focus punching here. Glalie going to go back into the Celebi. Celebi obviously not going to take a lot from this focus punch. The crit will mean it takes a little bit more, but still not too much to really impact this game. Now Steelix will come back in. We'll see the body slam. Para here maybe? Yeah, Para comes back out. And yeah, this Snorlax set is just doing so much work to really control this battle here. 43%. We'll see if a Para comes back out here. Roar at least gives Steelix an opportunity, but now this thing is definitely in range of Rapidash here at this point. So we'll see Vaporeon have to come in to protect against that. Which, I mean, is good enough. It'll take that hit very, very well here. This is definitely a long one. I assume we'll see Snorlax come back in and really try to take control of this game at this point. Like, Snorlax is really good here to control the rest of this game. Help me prep the Laxet. Yeah, the Laxet's really, really good here in this battle. We still have Aerodactyl here, but like to keep in mind. Late game Aerodactyl is always very, very powerful and always going to find a way to really impact these games. Focus Punch. It looks like we're going to go for the Roar. Let's see if there's a para here. We haven't gotten a para yet, I feel like, on like any of these turns here, which is definitely coming to show up here, because if we get any of these paras, we're in a really, really good spot. Substitute from the Rapidash. That'll give us an opportunity to HP probably Grass, I would say. The Vaporeon, not really doing too much here, but at least keeping this thing as low as possible. We got a Baton Pass into Claydol here. Okay, not really where I was expecting us to go with this Baton Pass here. But Rapidson will give us an opportunity against this Vaporeon to remove the spikes, which will be relevant, though I do think Glalie probably comes out right here to try to get these spikes right back up. Paralyzed here, that one's not going to matter too much, as we just substitute right back in the face of the Vaporeon again. Wish comes up, and now we're just kind of stalling out here. We can go into the Steelix again. This Focus Punch crit, this is a crit risk here, but the Wish is going to come back, get Steelix basically to the point where it's going to be able to live 2 Focus Punches from here. Roar is going to come out, and we finally get the crit. that we're looking for. Crit or para was really going to be what was going to be the turning point in that situation. And now Glalie going to come out. We do have the focus punch here. It is going to boom, so that is going to break the what is it? The substitute. But that focus punch, that explosion will end the turn, so focus punch not relevant here. And now we got sub Aerodactyl looking to make some progress here. Late game Arrow really gonna have to do something here, but yeah, 30% and with the earthquake is really not gonna be making too much of an impact. Not one that's gonna be super relevant anyway. And now if we're looking here, if we're looking on your side, this is, I think, really just at the point now where you just gotta make sure we don't find a way to lose this one here at this point. Between Lax is really going to be able to make big impact in this game. No paralyze here, but like between the Leech Seed, we're not doing a lot here, so this is not really a good situation to be in. We can just go Claydol here. Oh, Substitute does come up, and we are potentially able to baton pass this Substitute. Giga Train, wow, that crit's going to be big here. We're really going to need to at least have this Ice Beam break the Substitute, but yeah. That is a big Giga Drain crit here to put the Claydol in a tough spot. At least Rapidash is kind of nice here. The problem is there's still a full health Vaporeon, and we're kind of going to end up in a situation where Celebi's still at full HP. Aerodactyl, an aggressive switch in here, but with the Leechy kind of nice, and it puts you in a situation where all you have to do is risk a light burn here, which isn't too bad. It looks like we're HP Ice here. On our Aerodactyl or on our Rapidash to deal with the Aerodactyl. So Rapidash goes down here, but gets an opportunity for Regirock to come back in. We are in a position here where like we could slowly start to lose this game. Sceptile can come in here, but like between Vaporeon, Celebi, and Aerodactyl, like we do technically have the tools to figure this one out actually if we're on Lighthouse's side. Sceptile is going to come in here, block the Leech Seed as we get a substitute up. Both players are going to substitute here, get some leftovers back. Now Hidden Power, that looks to be HP Fire probably here, as yeah, both players are going to trade Hidden Powers here. Probably going to benefit the Sceptile, I would think here, because you're the faster Pokemon, and you are going to be able to pick up the 2-hit KO from this range. Yeah, both dealing about equal here, but yeah, being the faster Pokemon is going to be super beneficial here, as Vaporeon's going to have to come in to take this. This crit's not going to matter. But Vaporeon's basically going to have to sack itself at this point to Leaf Blade. And now, yeah, Sceptile's really going to be able to kind of really leverage itself to figure this one out. I guess the question is, how do you play it from here? Regirock is still a really good answer, even if the substitute's going to come here from the Aerodactyl. Earthquake will come out here, 28%, doing nothing to the Regirock. Rock Slide going to pick up the substitute, and now you substitute and probably get a Lychee Berry here on Lighthouse's side. But that's still not going to really get you enough damage to beat this Regirock. It'll get you crit, like crit will kill here probably, but... Alright, go for the flinch. We don't get the flinch, and we get the paralyze here with the T-Wave. It gets a little bit more consistency in case you missed the Rock Slide here, right? Because you just get the outspeed and try again after, so... Makes sense to go for that. Now Celebi here, last mon against 6 with the Dragon in the back, really not going to be able to pull this one out, and we should see Explosion here, or at least a T-Wave here, which will be nice to potentially lock this one up. And we just go for the Boom here. Boom is going to pick up the kill anyway, but the T-Wave just trying to be I guess a little pragmatic there at the end, just in case it doesn't kill. But good game there to pick that one up. We do, as I said, have our one more game here. We do have Salmon versus Hawk. Sam DG versus Hawk 15. That game should be happening in about 20 minutes. I am going to step away from the mic here for just a minute. I don't expect them to start anytime soon here. But I am going to at least get myself some water here to get a little bit of energy to back. Yeah, it looks like they're still asking if they're good to go in 30, and they haven't responded. So I'm going to step out and get a little bit of water and be right back for our final game of the day for Emerald Open. All right, we're back. About 20 minutes on the clock until our final game of the day. I'd like to thank everyone who tuned in at any point during the day and are still here at the very end enjoying the Pokemon Draft League. Definitely been a super awesome tournament so far. Appreciate all the love we've seen on the stream and people tuning in to watch some games. Let's get one more replay in before we get to the final game of the day. Let's see what we want to watch here. We can watch a game from a pool that I'm a mod of here. We'll see Iconic. What is this? Iconic versus this is Cross Off. Or Ionic. I don't know what they're. Are they one of the underscore names? Oh, hold on. Let me find them on the dock quickly. I know the battle pool at least. Oh, JCK. Okay, got it. All right, let's take a look at this. Hopefully our final replay of the day before we get into our final live game. All right, Brick Break comes out here. Ludicolo with the leech seed is at least going to be able to solve this out. Misdreavus comes in. We do get the substitute out, but we definitely can't stay in now. Otherwise, we're going to get trapped here. I mean, like, I guess it doesn't matter, though. Shout out to our GOAT, our GOAT substitute, blocking Mean Luck here. Unfortunately, that is not going to work as our opponent, how our friend on the left thought it would. And now Ludicolo is kind of smoking here. Drill Peck is going to break the sub, but this Surf has a chance to kill. It's not going to, though. But I think I wonder, like... Yeah, Drill Peck comes out. Wow, and the taunt. I was going to say, I wonder if you just stay in an attack and take the Skarmory with you. You're going to have to take a lot of damage to do that. But getting Flygon in here is perfectly fine, because you are going to have the Flamethrower to break this Skarmory. And Skarmory, I mean, there is a Skarmory on the other side to get your HP back up against, but that's going to be a tough proposition. Now, this is going to be a tough proposition. We just got boosted this Hariyama, and like we're priced into staying in, but it looks to be a more defensive set as Knockoff comes out, removes the leftovers from the Flygon, making it a little bit less effective over the course of this battle. And then Misdreavus comes in. Taking the burn on the Flamethrower is certainly very, very tough here to have to take. This is going to become much less effective as a Mean Looker. And now, like, we're going to get the Mean Look here on the Tauros, but we're not even going to be able to get the Perish Song here as a Hidden Power Ghost is going to come out. Resisted by the Skarmory, but maybe we have a coverage move for this. Protect, looks like we're scouting for it at least. And we do have the Big Thunder here to try to kill the Skarmory. Misdreavus comes back out. Here, I assume we're trying to use this as a way to farm some HP for the Skarmory backup. And we see the Rain Dance. Okay. Thunderbolt comes out. Get a little bit of chip on the Tauros, but it looks like we're content to just sack out the Misdreavus at this point. Except JK, we kind of aren't because we're going Lantern here. Lantern in the rain. This Surf will do a little bit of damage. The thing is, there's still Ludicolo. It doesn't matter because Double Edge will kill the Lantern. And now this Tauros is just really putting a lot of value in. Intimidate will come out. Doesn't really work with the Trace, though. As Gardevoir is going to drop to this Double Edge, and Tauros is really just picking up so much value here at the end of this. I assume Tauros... Oh, it looks like we're not going to sack the Tauros. We're going to go into our Starmie here. Or our Skarmory. Not really initially where I would have thought us to go here. Thunderbolt is going to not even to a KO from this range. So we're just going to get up a spike. Try to put pressure on the Hariyama in the back there. As it looks like we don't have spin here. As Roar is going to come out here. Yeah, Hariyama's going to get dragged into this. And now Hariyama's in a lot of trouble. Really not going to be able to impact the rest of this game. And we're faster with the Drill Peck anyway. So yeah, it looks like Cross Off is going to pick up this one in pretty convincing fashion here. Spikes are going to get up, but I think Starmie, honestly, Cross Off Starmie should just be able to win from here at this point. Yeah, Thunderbolt, honestly, just clicking Thunderbolt a bunch of times should just be plenty enough to finish this one off. Misdreavus comes in, that's going to get sacked off because that really just has no purpose the rest of this battle. Tried to get some stuff going with the Perish Trap, but unfortunately just wasn't going to be enough. Took a bunch of damage trying to Mean Look on a substitute, and yeah, unfortunately not enough to get this one here. Well, we do get parrot here, so I guess this is a little more annoying. I guess you can just go into something else and kill. Yeah, you have Ludicolo here, right? Which you can just go into. So that para does prevent just like the complete win with the Starmie at the end. Ludicolo is going to take basically nothing from this, and Hidden Power Grass is going to kill. Does 6-7 damage, guys. Let's go. Shout out to Ludicolo. Freeze? No freeze. And there we go. Starmie's down. Skarmory's the last one, and between the Starmie and the Ludicolo just spamming Serpent Thunderbolt, this should be a pretty academic win, but it looks like we're just going to elect to go into Flygon to preserve the 6-0, which I can certainly appreciate here. Or is you're just going to be able to go in there and take the Flamethrower. And there we go. Critical hit. I don't think the crit's going to matter too much at the end of the day here, but there we go. Cross off pulls off a big 6-0. Definitely not the result I would have necessarily expected going into this one, but certainly a big win here. That's for sure. So what's that? A versus B. So it's going to be... So yeah, unfortunately that's going to put JCK Ionic out of this one, but cross off 1-0, 6-0 to start off the pool. Definitely a very, very good start to that one there. We'll get that one with the EO logo in the chat to show that we put it. Hey, I put in a replay. I've been sleep on putting in replays a little bit, unfortunately, last little bit, but we got that one done. All right. Let's get the matchup up for our final game here. We're not gonna worry about any other games going on, any other replays. Let's lock in on what will be our final game of the stream. As I've said countless times, thank you to everyone who's tuned in the entire time. Did I have the BRB thing on the entire time? Wow, that's tough. That's a 7-hour, 7.5 hours live mistake right there. All right, let's get this back to Showdown. Get this back to the live replay. And get into what will be our final matchup. All right, let's take a look at what we got here. So Celebi Starmie, okay. An interesting start. I think I like this. We see Minun here. Shout out to Minun. I see a lot of people picking that up as a late round electric type here. Looks pretty good here. Starmie looks really good here. Obviously there's a Regice here, and there's there's good pressure here for Regice between Hariyama, Charizard, and Kangaskhan. A lot of ways to keep their Regice down. Hariyama being the main one here, right? But definitely a game that, like, besides the Regice, Starmie looks really, really good in. So definitely, like, I think our priority here in this battle, probably Toxic Starmie to put pressure on that Regice, but Surf Psychic coverage otherwise looks really, really good here. And you'll probably want Ice Beam. I guess you probably, yeah, the coverage looks a little awkward here, actually. Because you want Recover to be able to operate defensively to get some HP back at a certain point, right? But you want the ice coverage for the men, so yeah, a lot to consider here in terms of the coverage for Starmie. But I think Starmie's got a lot going for it in this battle, certainly. Just need to find a way to beat that Regice. Celebi, I think, likewise looks pretty interesting. Obviously, there's a Charizard on the other side and a Regice, so that's going to be a little tough. And Immense, I guess this is a pretty hostile matchup to Celebi here. Even like Baton Pass Celebi, you're going to run into speed ties with Charizard and Immense. And you're going to run into Regice, putting a lot of pressure when you BP into. But I think if you SD Baton Pass into Hariyama, like, that's going to allow for a lot of really powerful turns here in this battle here, or even into Kangaskhan as well. Normal spam is pretty good here. There is a Fortress which can hold that back, but only a little bit, not for too long, that's for sure. All right, and let's take a look at the matchup from the other side. So Salamence, in terms of a win condition, looks pretty decent here. There is an Armaldo which can hold it back for a little bit, and Armaldo actually holds back quite a bit of this team for at least a good period of time. And then Mence obviously has to break through Starmie, which Starmie can be teched to beat it if it wants to be. I think Starmie wants to be a little bit more offensive in this matchup from Samon's side, but we'll see how this one plays out. Regice looks pretty good. The problem is it invites in Hariyama for free, and I think we need to get up the spikes here to really put pressure on this Hariyama. Otherwise, it's going to be able to come in for free pretty frequently on this Regice here and start putting a lot of pressure. I think knockoff from this will be pretty relevant here in this battle to hopefully get some of the HP to start dropping a little bit and allow stuff like Kangaskhan and stuff to actually break through here. All right. Still waiting for the confirmation message from Salmon here to acknowledge the message and get this game going, but we are close to the end of day one. As I said, we'll be back right again for day two tomorrow at the same time, bright and early. We don't have any games scheduled, but as I said, I will be going through the chats to see if we can pick some games that have been scheduled for the times but haven't been put and committed to the stream schedule. So we'll do a little bit of look for that. And if not, I'll get some replays that'll allow us to watch some epic gameplay. And if not, then we'll start maybe a little bit later, which, at least for my sake, we've done this for 8 hours. We can certainly do that. So looks like Hayden's typing here in the chat again ahead of their battle quickly here. Alright, it looks like he's just sending a ping to remind of the battle, which is fine. Always good to be on top of things, of course. Can always appreciate that. As we are 7 minutes away. Is there anything else to consider with this battle? How does Charizard? Charizard plays pretty well in this battle, actually, offensively. I don't know if we'll see any crazy substitute. We could see sub pass Celebi into Charizard on something like Regice, which opens up a belly drum turn. I guess it is this thing. I guess I don't want to open up the builder. So I guess sub belly drum could be interesting in that sequence, but I don't think we're going to be able to get the Select Berry off doing that unless you also have sub on Charizard. And then you run out of moves pretty quickly, so maybe something that's interesting to look for. This is actually kind of funnily enough, there's a little bit of mirror aspects. Yeah, there's Kangaskhan on both sides and Charizard on both sides. How does Mence from a win con perspective, as we said, does look pretty good. Though we do need to chip the Starmie, which I think is realistic to potentially happen considering how often Starmie wants to come in offensively. And then Fortress. I think the big thing with Fortress will be, I think one thing we'll want to see from Hawk's side is whether Fortress gets aggressive with the boom trying to catch Charizard coming in. That's a really hard play to make for Charizard to come in as well because you have to risk T-Wave. But it is the easiest way for Salmon to put offensive pressure on that Fortress because everything else kind of struggles to do that offensively. Looks like we still haven't got the response to that game. Still hoping that game starts on time, but potentially a little bit at risk here, unfortunately. Reminder as well, as I've said, if you are planning on playing your game tomorrow and the game has not been scheduled for the stream and it would fit in one of the time slots, please let me know so we can feature those games on stream. We did have a few slots not filled up today, which does take away from a little bit of pace of the stream, but should be fine either way. But we do have quite a few slots at the start of the stream that we definitely will want to get going. So if you guys have scheduled your games or haven't scheduled your games, schedule them for the times tomorrow that you see for sure. Looks like Salmon is still showing away on Discord. It's that game. All right, come on, log on. Let's get this game. Let's get this game going. We are at what, uptime on stream of 7 hours and 34 minutes. That is insane. Insane to think that we've been going that long. I would like to thank Jake. He was on earlier today throughout the stream for jumping in and supporting the stream and helping me out. It's obviously always very difficult to do these super long streams, so really appreciate him. Hopefully we get some more guests tomorrow as well to help us out. I know Cass said he was around this weekend. I'll hold him to showing up at some point tomorrow to to help commentate some of these games that we got going on. All right, two minutes before I can officially realize my complaint equity of them not starting this game. Is there anything else to really say about this game? We got Aggron here. Do we think Aggron's going to come? Everyone's favorite cope steel type to draft with low points at the end. I consider taking Matang instead of Aggron, but you know what? I gotta make. Eventually, Aggron's gonna work, right, and be relevant in the game, in a time that I draft it. Surely, right? Like it's not gonna be completely irrelevant the entire time. I say that knowing full well that unfortunately our GOAT is not going to be doing too much. All right, looks like Salmon's responding now. So it looks like we are ready to get going here. Yep, challenge is coming in, and we are ready to get started with our final game of the day. It's a really awesome day of ADV Draft League. A lot of fun moments, a lot of cool games. And now we get to wait for our final game of the day. We'll just stop sharing and close out the Discord browser because that is unfortunately super laggy and super obnoxious to have. So back just to desktop Discord. I expect no one will be joining us in to end off the stream to end the day. All right, live battle ping. Here we go. Final game of the day, chat. I hope you are excited for this. So what's the viewpoint? Not like you could tell. We got two Kangaskhan's leading off against each other here. I could see Hawk switching Kangaskhan out to try to get... I'd see like this ending up being Armaldo Fortress at the end of this. This turn is both players just switching out into those Pokemon. Yeah, Fortress comes in and Armaldo comes in. Yeah. Just like naturally just go into our defensive Pokemon here. Not really much Armaldo can do here, I don't think. I wonder what like actually our switch into Fortress is. Like I think Charizard could come in here, but like you could be risking Boom here. Yeah, I don't know. I think you just get up a Spike here. Yeah. The problem is like that's Rock Slide's doing a lot. I was not expecting that much damage. We could just see another Rock Slide come back out here. We could see Swords Dance. Kangaskhan's going to come back out here. Take the Rock Slide. That is a lot of damage for Kangaskhan to take. I do not like that switch. Unless we're predicting something, we're able to just rest it off with Early Bird. But like, now you just take another Rock Slide, and like those rolls are just super high. And like, what are you going to do? Like, what happens if you Early Bird up? Right? Like, Armaldo's just going to take this Kangaskhan with it. Yeah, that's huge CB damage right here. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is really good value for this Armaldo here, because, like, I guess, like, you can come, like, I guess you go, I don't even know what you would realistically want to go after here, to be honest. Like Armaldo's going to pick up a lot of Pokemon here, I think. Probably Weezing, at least, I think, is your best bet to go after, I would say. I think at this point, with this thing asleep, you have the Early Bird, but... Like, are you at the point where you have to sack this now? I'm not sure. I definitely don't like going back to it. I think we maybe should have considered doing something else, but I don't know what that necessarily would have been. All right, and we go into the Weezing on the Rock Slide, but like that's still doing so much damage. I guess we can Pain Split some of it back depending on the speed tier. Where this is offensive, like maybe it could outspeed and you get like a cheeky Pain Split. You don't get flinched or something, but even that is not even going to be beneficial. Salmon's just got so much progress here early on with the Rock Slide. And like this just opens up so much here, right? Like, you know, the main thing we really want to open up is that Regice, right? Like that's kind of the main threat. Defensive piece we really want to get kind of under control. But if we can just break through half the team, like that makes that task much easier. Okay, it looks like we're gonna go Charizard here. Pain Split does come out here, so free opportunity for Charizard to get in. I could see a substitute want to come out here. Try to take advantage of the situation we found ourselves in. Charizard's also a very threatening Pokemon in this matchup, all things considered. Really difficult Pokemon for Hawk to manage here. All right, so it looks like we are going for the substitute. We do just see Sludge Bombs come out here from this, so I think Charizard probably, it looks like it's some sort of berry here, whether it's like Lychee, Bataya, something like that, or Salac maybe, using like Salac Belly Drum as a way to make progress here. But it looks like the Sludge Bomb here from the Weezing is going to prevent that from being a really effective method of attack here. I guess the question with Charizard is interesting in terms of what do you do next? Do you just like attack and try to put pressure on this Weezing? Weezing has managed to hold back a little bit. It looks like we're playing just a sub again. Sludge Bomb comes out, breaks a substitute. I mean, if we get up Salak, I don't know what that really does for us, unless this must be like attack boosting. Yeah, it's Bataya here. Okay, so Bataya Blaze is going to do a lot of damage here. I mean, I fear this Weezing might just be in trouble, and we just have to sack. Yeah, especially from Fire Blast. Yeah, goodbye. Now the problem is we're speed tying. The only thing we have on the other side here can speed tie this. We can speed tie with our own Zard if this is max speed, or speed tie with Salamence if it's max speed. Let's see what it is here. Hidden power. Okay, so either we're faster just outright or win the speed tie here. So potential worst case scenario avoided here. And Armaldo's just going to come in. And Armaldo's ready to put the massive damage here on our opponent's team. Sorry, I had to clear the notification from the friggin' draft showdown server. So yeah, now this Rock Slide is going to do a lot of damage here. We can go Weezing again. That's like obviously a valid play. But it looks like we're just going to try to sub and play for the Rock Slide miss, which is probably fair to do here. Hariyama's going to come out here, which given this set, probably just tries to go for the Whirlwind here and preserve our Armaldo for later, which makes sense. We've gotten technically good chip on this Charizard through the substitutes, so probably content with that. Fire Blast with the Thick Fat, probably not going to do too much, and that looks to be the case here. As Rock Slide's going to break the substitute and basically control this Charizard, not be able to make it so it's not really able to make any progress here offensively. So in comes the Weezing. Weezing, I will say, is doing a good job holding back a lot of the Pokemon we've seen so far in this battle. I expect Starmie to probably want to come out here, and with Starmie getting into play, that's going to be an important Pokemon here. I mean, if we do, I would like to see knockoff here, honestly, from the Hariyama. That would be really nice into the Weezing. We have to risk poison to do it, and getting poisoned is a little annoying here. As we do, you know, obviously, it was pretty obvious that was going to be Thick Fat given the way we played it, but getting a little bit of chip is nice, and it looks like we want to get this as a free opportunity to get into our Starmie. I will say this does lose a little bit of, or Celebi either. Yeah, either is fine. This does lose a little bit of counterplay for Regice, like we've lost our Hariyama and our Charizard at this point. So that Pokemon is going to be just that much more difficult to actually handle from this point forward. So definitely something to keep in mind as we get kind of a little bit further into this battle. So Regice is going to come out here. Psychic. No drop, not that it's going to matter. And yeah, that's like a net 12%. And you have to switch out. So that's really going to matter. So this Regice looks like I think it's really going to be able to take over control of this game. Ice Beam does so much to the Armaldo. Wow. And like Armaldo has to have a lot of speed on to outspeed this Regice. I mean, this could be an interesting speed tier moment here. Obviously, you're going to stay in and just click Rock Slide. You're probably going to catch this Fortress here. Rock Blast. Okay, big Rock Blast. Just to play around like random substitute and stuff. I mean, you have to go for this, right? I think. Like, there's no way you're going to be able to get this thing back in, realistically. Unless you sack something else. And if you do sack something else, you're so far behind. Ooh, and we missed a Rock Blast, so Fortress is going to get up on their Spike at least, so at least you have another chance to hit. And, like, we still do need the 3 hits, so that doesn't change here, and we missed another Rock Blast. So now we're going to need 4 hits probably to kill this thing now at 50%. So Armaldo getting a little unfortunate here. 16. Not going to get that second one, and the Hidden Power is going to come and kill Armaldo. And I think at this point for Salmon, we're in a world of hurt now, because I think Regice should honestly be able to just control the rest of this battle defensively. We just have to find a way to beat this Kangaskhan here, which I assume Kangaskhan will kill here, but Fortress probably willing to just sack itself up to try to boom here. And it is a Fire Blast, so we didn't have to hit that Fire Blast here. That's for sure. That's a little bit dicey, but we do end up getting the hit and avoid getting boomed on, which would have certainly been game over. Celebi and Starmie versus Regice would have been just a losing proposition here. All right, so we see here Charizard comes in, able to put a little bit of pressure, deal a lot of damage to this this Kangaskhan, but now Regice is in, and like, as I said, Regice, especially with Kangaskhan so low, it'll be able to take a hit here perfectly fine. You'll risk a para, I guess, but you probably do have rest on this set, and this is going to be just really difficult to actually beat at this point. I really don't know. I don't know what Salmon's outs are here. I guess it literally would be para and it go wrong, but the thing is, yeah, you don't get the para. Now Ice Beam and Thunderbolt, Bolt Beam versus the Celebi and the Starmie should just be enough to win this game. And that is going to probably, I think, be the end of this. It really felt like, yeah, I'm trying to think. Unfortunately, I just felt it didn't look like there was much of an opportunity to really make progress on this. And I guess a crit, yeah, that'll do. Greedy Rock Blast, to be honest, nothing wrong with Slide there. Yeah, Slide just should have, I think, yeah, you should have gone for Slide. I guess I can maybe kind of see the vision. Now we just have T-Bolt. This is just over. Yeah, I don't know. Rock Slide just would have been just a safer thing to go for. Playing around sub is like okay, I guess, but not really too super relevant. And now Thunderbolt's going to come out, kill the Starmie, and that is going to be GG. Hawk is going to pull out the victory over Salmon, and that is going to be the end of our stream. Thank you to everyone for tuning in to the first day of Emerald Open Battle Pools. We'll be back tomorrow. I will put that stream on the YouTube in terms of prep, or in terms of like the specific time as you go pretty quickly. But otherwise, thank you for all tuning in. We will see you all more like Hawk Tua. Yeah, good one. We love Hawk Tua. That's all we got for today. We'll see you all on the stream tomorrow evening, or not tomorrow evening, tomorrow at probably the exact same time. We might start a little bit later depending on how we're feeling, but that's all I got for today. We'll see you all next time. And as always, have a wonderful day.